going? Is it gonna happen? Hey, there we are.
I gotta hide.
You have to hide?
Yeah.
Hey, there we are. Alright.
Alright.
So, I guess...
We're not getting any views!
It's over. If we don't see a fucking view in 5 seconds, we're done. Alright, so here's what you're gonna do.
Let's go to the diner.
Let's go. So, you bring up the chat on your phone.
Oh, I do have to do that, right?
And we'll look at the questions there. And, alright, I'm paralyzed. I don't know what to do now.
You should see a doctor about that.
So are the levels good? Oh yeah, we should also like post the link to this.
Dog, check this out.
Wow. Dude, he's hot.
That's Dennis from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Oh, you mean that show that I've never seen?
It's so good. You've not seen it?
No. We've talked about this like 6 times.
Oh, right, you hate it.
Well, I feel like I would.
Oh, you haven't seen it?
Jason, some guy named Jason at college showed it to me, and I thought it was not that great. And then I never tried it again.
That's not right.
I'm not. Right.
Wait, where's the goddamn this? Where's the live stream?
So
are we not live?
No, we are.
Did you put it on Twitter yet?
No, not yet.
Oh
That's
my
what
God.
I'm trying to do now.
Oh my God! I just searched Twitter on Twitter. So
this train is coming off. It's going off the rails immediately.
Oh, is that Guitar Hero?
Oh my God! Hold on.
Oh,
here it is. Okay.
My aunt used to go into the basement at like 1 a.m. and play Guitar Hero.
That's pretty. That's epic.
Electric, yeah. She was awesome at it.
All right, I'm gonna post this on Twitter. If for anyone who's watching, you can see this is pretty impromptu. Don't worry about it.
It's not showing up.
No, I haven't posted it yet. I'm going to right now.
I'm refreshing until you do.
All right, that's that's a lot of pressure.
You're seeing? Am I your entire Twitter feed?
Sometimes like 12 things show up in a row from you, and until I get one thing from someone else, and then there were like 30 things in a row from you.
Okay, well it's all football.
But I don't, and you know I don't give a shit about it.
You gotta put it on the regular hiding in my homepage too.
Oh shit, you're right. This is the meta one. All right, so
also, why is it actually supposed to be on the hiding in my home? There we go. But
it's there. Yeah,
okay.
it's
supposed to be on the. Oh my God, that's gonna get annoying. Okay.
Yeah, we don't want that to happen.
Who's this guy?
I don't know. Hey guys, my name's Christian. Director's Commentary Livestream live.
Did you say live twice?
I almost did. Don't worry, once we actually start watching this show, I think this will get a little bit more digestible.
You know, I'm going to be squinting a lot because I don't have my glasses on, so... Because I don't wear them because I don't look good in them, so...
Yeah,
I just choose to not see.
You should get contacts.
No.
That's what I did.
I refuse to have a routine of putting them in.
Hey guys, your web series is over? It is over. It's been over for about a year.
Wait, Christian, why are we frozen?
No, it's just paused. It's not frozen.
Is that an option?
I paused the video. Yeah.
I need you to click live because it's going to drive me crazy.
Well, we're not going to look at this. We're going to be looking at the show.
Oh, right. I forgot. But is it going to be up on the screen for them?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, no, you mean this? No.
No, I mean hiding in my home.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, my God. This is pretty much how filming went.
Yeah, this is like, and you'll see. Every you think we're having issues now? You don't know anything. You don't know the half of it. See, this is what it's going to look like for them.
Ah, yeah. Okay.
So we're gonna wait. We're gonna wait for, I guess, to see
guys,
if more people
answering your
show up.
Hello, chat. Hello.
We're gonna wait until possibly more people show up. Who knows? Maybe it won't even happen. But we'll wait like another 5 minutes or so to actually start watching.
What are we gonna talk about in the meantime?
Pastas.
All right, what's your favorite? Oh,
what's your favorite pasta?
You know what we never hashed out?
Rigatoni.
You know what we never hashed out?
Yeah.
Spire in the Woods is good.
No, it's not.
Yes,
I
it
mean,
is.
It's
Yes, it is.
pretty good.
It's so good.
It's pretty
and
good,
I think
but
it would
like
be a
it's
really good
overrated by you and a lot of people.
Oh, by me specifically?
Yeah, and that's,
Well,
I
no,
mean, like,
'cause
other people are dumb. Like, your opinion generally, though, I care about that, but no, you're wrong. It's too political. It's
not political
I
at
thought
all.
it was predictable, too.
It's not political at all.
It's a little political. There are those moments that I'm like, well, I don't get your political out of my pasta.
There's no agenda. There's no political agenda. There's not overall. If I were writing a political pasta, I'd have like a 3-part entry about like how to get stuff through the appropriations committee.
Wow.
That would just be the whole
That's
thing.
really controversial of you to say.
Yeah.
It was mostly that it was predictable to me. Like,
Yeah,
he was the real villain. Like, he was a bad guy the whole time.
I guess it's almost like a litmus
I
test
can see
because I guess that means I'm dumb because like I did not see.
Yeah.
And then all the people who liked it are dumb like me.
Well, you know what? At least you're in the majority. Most people like it as much as you do.
Yeah, well, most of us are dumb, so we like it.
I gotta like.
What?
I gotta like go like this, so not like my head is in the very bottom corner.
This is preposterous. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to read the chats.
Which so far there isn't.
We'll save the recording to the stream on the channel, right? I would
Yeah,
assume so.
no,
Yeah. Yeah, so we're gonna do that.
I mean, the thing is, it's still for. I imagine that people. Here's the thing: the majority of people who are gonna watch this are still in school, because it's Friday afternoon and it's not 2:30 p.m. yet, and also or at work.
And so we just
Hopefully
thought of this
somewhere.
now.
Well, no, I realized this, but I figured it was gonna take 8 hours, and it's gonna take at least like 5 or 6.
Yeah, it's gonna take a handful
So people
of
will
hours.
show up. It's just it might be a little bit. It might be slow in the beginning.
Yeah, and we're gonna save a recording, so anything you miss, you can go back and watch.
Yeah, you can go back and watch. You just can't interact with us live because and we know that you want to do that so bad. We'll wait. We'll at 1. We can keep bantering until like 1:15 or so.
Yeah, I'm running out of things to say though.
I'm not.
What'd you think of the latest Marvel
Latest
movie?
Marvel. Thought it was pretty good.
I actually thought it was. Wait,
Kinda,
what was
it
the
was
latest
it was like a
Marvel
roller
movie?
coaster.
What was it? Was Black Panther, right? I thought it was really good actually. You didn't see it.
The only Marvel movie I've ever seen is the one that you and George showed me. That was
Oh, Captain Marvel.
Captain Marvelous.
Okay, well,
was like-
it's not like we watched like Infinity War or anything really cool. That movie's amazing. That
They're
movie
even
is
spoiling.
amazing.
Okay. I don't believe you. So far, like, yeah, this is gonna be like you like things I don't,
Yeah.
like Spire in the Woods and Infinity War. What's another one?
How do you not like it? You've never seen
I've never
Infinity
seen
War.
it.
You would love it. It's the best.
It's kind of funny to act like I wouldn't like things that I have.
It's one of the best movies ever. It's like Shawshank Redemption.
it's Schindler's List.
Okay, no, that's Schindler's List is on hallowed ground due to the subject matter.
Yeah.
I actually saw it for the first time last night, and I think it's the best movie ever, by a mile.
I think
And I think it's and I will say this, that I'm actually pretty mad about this. The fact that Liam Neeson has become known as like this like for like stuff like Taken and all those movies he does where he's just beating people up on motor
Yeah.
vehicles like planes and trains and all the other and boats probably. Like he's viewed as like this action actor, right? Like wouldn't you say that
there's
he's
a reason
viewed
there's that Family Guy episode that he's like the action actor that is most
Yeah,
likely
we're-
you could actually beat him up.
Yeah, but then Peter gets like destroyed.
Because that's the thing, like, you know that if you do enough action scenes in movies, you actually become tough.
Well, apparently. But he did give one of the greatest dramatic performances in the history of the world in Schindler's List.
He's a good actor.
And so when I like pulled it up, I actually didn't know he was in it
Really?
going in. And so I was like, wait a second. How is he... Like, I just
I
feel like...
actually didn't know he was in it until you say so now.
Right, exactly. So isn't that a shame? Because like I feel like he's lost the plot. Or not him.
He's
I
lost the
feel
plot.
like we as a culture have lost the plot for remembering Taken more than we remember Schindler's List. I think that's preposterous. It's the greatest movie of all time. There's a scene at the end. I won't spoil
It's the greatest... Your bracket for greatest movies of all time Infinity War versus
No,
Schindler's
Infinity
List.
War and Schindler's List don't even belong in the same conversation. That's a disservice to the
It's a
subject
disservice
matter.
to Infinity War.
Well,
sorry,
oh my
guys.
god. It's a disservice to the subject matter of Schindler's List to compare it to a superhero movie. But, like, what's crazy, there's a scene at the end that I won't spoil where Liam Neeson, it's like one of the best scenes I've truly ever seen in art. It's unbelievable. Oh my god. You guys gotta, if you haven't seen that movie, it's very taxing emotionally, but you gotta watch it. You gotta watch it. It should be required viewing in schools. Oh, well, actually, it's very violent.
That doesn't matter. School, yeah, no, they'll do that.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen, we're gonna start this in like 3 minutes, I promise. We're just trying to see if anyone shows up at this inconvenient time.
Yeah, cut class. Cutting class is cool. Actually, it's not. I actually never really did it.
You never cut class?
I did it a couple times in college, but like...
I missed class. Guess how many times that I missed class in college?
Once? Twice?
Twice. One time because I just genuinely overslept and I was like, oh no, I'm sorry. And then one time because I genuinely, like 2 years later, I was like, you know what, no, fuck it. I'm not going.
Oh, I said that. No, I skipped class like 2-3 times a semester probably.
I was a good boy. I was a good boy to a fault. And where did it get me now? My job doesn't even technically require a high school degree. All right. Do you want to bite the bullet and get started?
Yeah, hold on. Let me just fire off this football tweet.
Yeah, he does that. He fires off football tweets.
Well, actually, like that's what I've done. That's first of all, that's my freelance job is writing about football. Is
Firing off football tweets.
Sort of. It's analyzing football. I worked for a football, so that's what I've been doing since hiding in my home ended, and I graduated college in May. Was working for the UConn football team, which is really cool. Yeah. So like, I got to fire off those tweets.
That's actually a good thing to like. Yeah, what have we been doing since this ended? That's what you've been up to.
Yeah, that's that. Doing a lot of working out, eating right, obviously all that stuff.
Do you want to like show your body off to these people?
No, that seems
that's unseemly.
That seems very needy. Needy.
They can tell.
Needy of praise.
Yeah. They can tell though.
Yeah, I mean, but like I've had like. I sort of started doing that once I graduated. We finished hiding my home last fall.
Yeah,
so about a year ago.
Technically in the winter because we did the very last video in the early January 2022.
Oh, that's right. It was so.
But
cold.
essentially, it was cold. That was arguably one of the most fun shoots for me though because it was like, yeah, we're done, and this last one's like a victory lap.
What? Yeah, we'll get into what I thought were the most fun shoots, but like.
Oh yeah. Oh yes, we will.
Yeah. Yeah, we had some bangers in there. Some of them were pretty fun. You want to start?
Yeah. What I've been doing since the show.
Oh right, I forgot about that. I forgot about
no
you.
No one cares. No, what I've been doing, I've just been doing my same job, whatever. And then I've been just dabbling in other creative mediums. I wrote some creepypastas, like 1 or 2. Some of them never saw the light of day.
Did you not send me the other ones?
I still haven't. I will. Okay. They're not as like involved as the one that I uploaded and narrated. There was one that I did like the first part of what was gonna be a series that I thought was like really good, but I just couldn't.
Is that the one we talked about in
yes.
Blue Camel?
Yes, it is.
With the vignettes, right?
It is. Yeah.
I miss
the first one. I
miss Blue Camel. Sitting in Blue Camel, getting ready to watch a Marvel movie. Oh man, I miss it. I miss college.
I miss that so bad. I do miss the library though.
I like the library. It was. I miss it.
I also have been drawing. I'm gonna have to show you guys my drawings.
Do you draw? Have you drawn me yet?
Not yet, but it's coming.
All right.
I guess we can start. We might as well start. This is gonna be incredibly impromptu. We only have 4 viewers. It doesn't matter. More will probably come as people get out of school and work, but they're gonna have to just catch up.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right,
let's do it.
Well, video number 1. All right. So
I was not involved in this part at all. I basically jumped on in like when
it's true.
like later.
And when I made this, like, this was not the first one I filmed. That was number 3, I think. But these all, like, I did not have any idea of how relatively ambitious it would get. I was just filming shit.
Well, because I remember when you first approached me about it, it was like, you're like, oh, this is the, just something to tide us over creatively.
Yes, that's what it was supposed to be.
And
Because we had the bigger idea in mind, the reviewer ARG, which I've never told.
Which we basically appropriated.
We did. Like, once this was done, we could never film that.
No, we basically stripped that for parts.
We did, yeah.
Honestly.
We did.
Which,
It is interesting to go back here and, like, think about where my mind was filming these shots. Like, not knowing what it would become. I didn't even have the main story in mind when I was filming this.
Well, I mean, that's what we constructed sort of together.
We did, yes. During those phone calls, the famous phone calls.
Yeah, and part of it is that I just got carried away and I just started forming. We started thinking about it like as a story, and you were like, and honestly, because like I think we were. Once we got going on that, that's when we started sucking stuff out of the reviewer, because like we had so much of the skeleton for what we kind of wanted to do, and again, this is it was more your inception than mine.
Originally,
I was very much just feeding off it creatively.
But we both definitely had that inclination of like, we can't just because originally this series, and I've told people this, that the series was going to end originally with your first appearance, and it was just going to end there. And it was like,
right.
Oh, look at that, these weird cryptic videos were actually this the whole time, and then that was the only thing the project bothered to do. But we both, at the end of the day, are like too ambitious to have kept it that insulated.
Yeah, no, we're not built like that. We're built different.
So different.
Even though
this was the first one that I filmed, by the way. This was the first shot I filmed for the series.
I will say, I don't think the ending it with Anthony's first appearance is creatively bad. I think that is self-contained is actually pretty good.
It's better than being too bloated, which, I don't know, ultimately maybe we were. But, this was something that we needed to, like, at least me, and I think I speak for both of us, this was something that was supposed to creatively fulfill us.
Yeah, it was...
And it need to be more. Look at my toes.
Oh, God, your socks are so dirty. That's gross, man.
I'm sorry. They're not mine, they're Hollis's. If you listen really close, I'm whispering something that I don't remember anymore. It's basically like I'm talking about the supposed Wonder People here.
Hey,
remember
guys.
when you came up with that name? The Wonder People?
Yeah, I just thought it was... Well, I guess my reasoning is that it's like... It's grandiose enough that it sort of makes Hollis pretty scary.
Yeah, he seems unhinged.
And it's broad and banal enough that it's still mysterious. I just thought it had a good tone. I never really it was just I think it was a good tone for what we were trying to convey with it, even if they weren't a part of the story whatsoever or a thing. And
we also wanted to build it up as if it was going to be a story rooted in the supernatural, and then just yank the floor out from it. We wanted to yank the floor out from people as much as possible, or the rug out from under people as much as possible with video 14. Once you're revealed as a character.
Yeah, I mean, like the supernatural stuff, we've always loved that in fiction when a story is cryptic, mysterious, and sort of ethereal enough to convey a sense of the supernatural and sort of toe the line of ambiguity between the supernatural and reality, only to sort of pull it out and give you sort of a gritty, grounded conclusion or twist of some kind.
It's not that we can't enjoy stories where there are supernatural elements, and I think there are some people who wanted the entities from the beginning of this series to be real. We've always preferred, quote unquote, gritty, realistic stories. But I think again, like you say, it's best, arguably, when there is the ambiguity. There's the interpretive room for either interpretation.
Well, because I think that you get the sort of benefit of the supernatural story, which is that sort of sense of wonder, that sort of stimulation of the ethereal imagination.
Yeah.
Without actually sort of the hokum that can come along
Yeah.
with that kind of, and that's not to denigrate those stories because I like them more than he does. But
It's not that I can't enjoy them. I have. It's certainly clear to me which is generally better or preferable. But again, I can appreciate the supernatural elements. Hence why we included them in some form in the beginning here.
Yeah.
Also, this video, people love this one. Like of the early ones, people often praise this one most.
I thought it was.
I think people just like the visuals of it.
They are good. They are very artsy, and that one's super great.
I think this is the most obvious thing first. So
The basement's creepy.
this is the garage. Yeah. You were,
Oh, no, the basement was
But you were
different.
inside like maybe once.
No, that's not true. I was inside like 100 times.
Oh right, you were in the basement only once. We're really like blitzing through these. This is now number 6.
Lately. You
lately,
just started walking.
I see. Okay, so it's like I'm of the opinion. I mean, it's not even an opinion. This is kind of scientifically proven. You can't just include an element in your fiction or in your art once. And so there was like the cut-in title at the very beginning of the first one, Simulation of a Nightmare. And so I was like, oh, well, Hollis can't just do that and speak through text only once. So I had it. So he wasn't going to do the text in this one, but I was like, well, we kind of have to tie that back in somewhere. Especially because it's only the finite, like, first 13 videos where he's going to be uploading like that anyway. This one, I don't stand by this one as much as some of these other early ones. This one's kind of boring.
Yeah, it is pretty. It's sort of. But the other thing is that it's not a disaster. It's forgettable, which is a good mistake to make, because then people can just forget about it, like I did.
Like I did with 50% of these. It's like there's one thing I like about this, and it's the very end, which is the very, very subtle thing that he goes through the door, and you can hear him opening a freezer. And it's like, yeah, why did he do that? Why did he go in and slip in through the front door of the house? It's because he had to get food. And he went into the freezer.
Yeah.
I think that was well executed. But it's so subtle and so difficult to notice that I'm willing to bet nobody actually did. Especially considering how dark it is, too. You can't see what's going on.
Pretty sure I didn't notice that. Because again, I was not. I just went back and watched these before my first appearance.
Do you remember which one had been, like, what was the most, how many were uploaded by the time that I told you about it?
Like 11.
That many?
Yeah, like.
I thought it was like this one.
Well, no,
that's
that's when I started watching them actually.
Oh, okay. You're an ass.
Well, I mean, they're all short.
Yeah, they're
I did it in like 10 minutes.
Yeah, I know. It's the longest one of these is like 3 minutes, and that's I think number 8.
Yeah, I mean, like.
This one's so sad.
We sort of drew from other projects in that regard, namely Marble Hornets, but...
Uh-oh.
What?
Are you saying that these videos are like to the Arc videos?
No.
Oh no.
No, because I haven't watched Marble. I've watched Marble Hornets once during winter break of college a couple years ago because you told me to.
Marble Hornets it's Kino, it's good.
Yeah, it was pretty good. It was actually pretty scary.
Yeah.
I never get scared by stuff. I was like terrified for no reason. I guess, it was scared. I was scared of Slender Man.
It's probably the last horror-centric, horror-related thing that did scare me.
No, me too. Well,
the thing is, I was like 12.
I was like, yeah, but that and like, I'm trying to think if I've read anything that scared me. I don't think so.
No. It's more just thrilling at this point. I love the horror genre, but not because it scares me anymore, because
it just interests me, yeah.
Thrills and chills. In the background, for the first time, I'm gonna rewind a little bit here, but just for a second, because this is something nobody would ever notice. In the background of this video, you see like a little texture. Oh, hey, a few people.
Yeah, so we also got a question. So what's your source of inspiration for hiding in my home? Which is a you question because I sort of latched on.
We just were saying it anyway. Marble Hornets was my biggest inspiration. When I was in my senior year of college, which was just before this started coming out, I had graduated like 2 months before that. I wrote an entire honors thesis about my 2 favorite ARGs, and that was Marble Hornets and Alan Tutorial.
Alan Tutorial's great.
And those,
that scared me too.
It did.
Yeah, God.
The moving, rotating legs.
Was that what they were?
I don't. That's what I think they are.
God, that was so creepy. That was the only part that freaked me out, though.
those two were kind of the inspiration for this, and I'm sure a ton of people have taken inspiration from those two series because they're arguably the most popular two ARGs or YouTube-centric based ones to come out.
Yeah, I'm not like as involved in the spheres because those are the only two I've seen.
And I'm not even involved. Like, I'm barely involved, and you're even less.
Those are the only two I've ever seen. They were both fantastic, obviously. But yeah, like
I think we both love how they are mostly contained to the YouTube videos, and you can interpret what you need to interpret from those videos only.
Yeah, I mean, it's ultimately it's fiction, which I appreciate.
But it's unfiction as opposed to an ARG, where there is audience participation, but not audience like agency, where they actually influence the story. And we wanted to tell a story with this and just have supplementary interaction with the audience.
Yeah, because I think fundamentally we're creatives, not really much else.
Yeah, we're not game players.
Do you have any? Another question. Do you have any advice for other ARG creators? I don't, because I was very dependent on Christian just for guidance on all this. So
all right, I mean, we can totally talk about like how we went about this and things we think we did well. But I'm going to try to list, like, right now, 3 huge things, or some small number of huge things that I think you should do. And it always is context sensitive, especially with an ARG, which is as sprawling a medium of art, or multiple mediums, as you could get. But what we did with this series that I think is successful, and take this with a grain of salt, because this is the only thing that I've ever finished long term. And I don't even mean like it went well or whatever. No, I've never even finished anything else.
Like the guy from Jimmy Neutron.
Yeah. So basically what I think we did well here that made it work, as well at least as it did, is 1, we planned a lot out in advance.
Yeah, the red marker.
But we didn't plan out Act 3 as much at the beginning. We planned out the first 2 acts in great detail, and then we planned out the very ending. But we didn't know how we would get from end of Act 2 to end of Act 3. And that was good, I think, because it allowed more... it allowed wiggle room with how the audience interpreted things throughout the first 2 acts. So plan in advance, but know... And know your ending, but don't plan everything so that you can make adjustments as necessary.
Yeah. I think that's a good rule for fiction in general, honestly.
Kind of everything, actually, because everything else that we did, it was probably just luck if it worked, or it just didn't. Right. That was the best thing I think that we did. Just trying to think of anything else. Okay, just a general piece of advice. I may have already said this, honestly, but never, if you're making creative decisions for at least 2 reasons, never do something for just 1 reason. Do everything for at least 2 reasons. And I think that you're thinking in the right way. So if you can do everything, every plot decision, every character developmental decision for at least 2 reasons. Like it facilitates character development, but it also is like a nice artistic little parallel in this particular video. I think that's a good thing to do. And if you can have 3 or 4 reasons, then even better.
What about
5? Now you're just talking crazy. So, all right, here.
All right, let's keep going. We got to keep going.
Okay, real quick. I was saying before, there's like a little texture in the background of the video here. That was supposed to be like filming around the garage, and it was supposed to be like the trash bag. Like this right here is the trash bag in the background.
Oh, really? I thought they were like supposed to be eye floaters.
Well, you could say they are too. I love eye floaters.
Remember the Family Guy thing about that?
Yeah, I do. There's gonna be us making Family Guy references for 6 hours. Yeah, little puzzles, and I hate to say it, but we're probably not going to remember every little Easter egg here, because, you know, it was a while ago.
I'm going to remember almost none of them.
I'm going to remember none of them either. And I'm the one who put them in the videos. How do I open you? What does that mean?
I don't know, you wrote it.
How do I close you? Now that's metaphorical. Because he wants to close the mystery. He says God. He references God. That's like 1 of 2 times.
Yep.
This one, I'm partial to this one. I like this one.
This one was really good.
It felt to me like more of... I don't know if anyone's ever seen Lake Mungo.
Oh my god, I love that movie.
Did I tell you watch that, or did you just see that on your own?
No, I think you might have. But
the
I
tone
loved
of
it.
that is so creepy.
I love
and it's like
Lake
just
Mungo.
the really, I don't even know how to describe it. Just the fake documentary, like you're peering into the frame and it guides your eye. That's what I was trying to achieve here. And I think it makes this one of the creepier ones. Of the
That
first
movie is
13.
so good, dude.
It's a good movie. I wish that
So
there were
good.
more movies like that.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, when I watched it, I was like, movies like, I googled, movies like Lake Mungo. Where all the
Yeah,
other
I
ones?
know. I'm sure I did that too, and I couldn't find one.
Yeah, Lake Mungo's a banger.
This one, honestly, I think this is the one also that makes Video 6 kind of obsolete or unnecessary. Because it has the text, it's that same kind of tone. And the threat is more immediate as opposed to just, oh, there are footsteps in the background. Look to see if there are any more questions.
Yeah. There are not.
No. I see Nightmare Masterclass in the chat. Hey, what's up? He made a video about the series at one point.
Oh, yeah.
It was a really apt one where he relatively early on had certainly caught on to the metatextual elements of the series and how it was in a way an ARG about ARGs and about art and narratives.
Art.
Wow. We made art, Max. We made art.
All right, we got another question. How did you guys take the presidential elections of Duck versus Barrel in the Discord? What? I guess I missed that.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. I was taking classes. Doing homework.
It's so fun. Don't worry, I know exactly what you're talking about. Really influenced the series a lot, and yeah, we were firmly in the corner of Duck. We even posted about that on the Meta Twitter account.
Oh, yeah, I remember that, actually.
Yeah, and I don't remember if the Duck won in the end. People really took the Discord and just made it whatever they wanted.
Well, that's pretty much what the point of that.
Yeah, that's fine.
I was tired. That's you all the time.
I was tired. That's me.
Oh, dude, I'm tired too. I went to sleep at like 3 a.m. last night, and
I did too.
I woke up at like 7 to go to the gym, which is brutal.
I definitively did not do. I just woke up late. But I'm
Oh
so
my God.
tired.
Dude, I have no energy. What was the funnest entry to film? We will get to that. We'll get to that when we get
I'm
to the
curious
video.
what your opinion on it. You have something in mind already?
I mean, I have the.
I think I know your
I have
answer
as
to
far
that.
as shoots.
Yeah, we're
So
talking about
we'll,
shoots here.
we'll talk about it when we get to the.
Because I think I know. Don't tell me, because I do want to. But I think I know which one.
I think you're
it
probably
is.
right. Yeah.
For me, I don't know. I don't have an answer in mind right away.
I think you might pick it up as we rewatch this.
I would. No, I certainly will.
There were, there were shoots going in. I thought that's going to be the most fun, and it wasn't because
It wasn't.
just.
I can certainly tell you which ones were the least fun. Those are a while from now. Because they were just so stressful.
Oh God, some of them were.
They were.
You're just leaking
Hey,
DMs.
And this is fake too. I'm pretty sure that was completely fake. That DM, like I just fabricated that in Microsoft Paint. This is
Really getting into questions about the ethics of technological distortion.
You want to talk about ethics?
Ah.
You want to talk about ethics? I filmed my neighbor without his consent, and that's
Is that allowed? Are you allowed to do that?
But well, I didn't show his face.
Should've
That's him and his
said that.
daughter too.
I didn't. I was not involved. This was before I got involved.
Sorry,
In the
guys.
series.
But hey, look, you don't know who he is. You can't tell where he lives.
I would never have condoned. Not only would I have never have condoned that.
It's funny because nobody ever, not even once, brought it up. Like, did you just film random people? And
I thought
nobody
that
ever
was-
brought
I
it up.
thought
I
that
thought
was-
somebody would be like, "Hey, I was Hollis. Okay, I was embodying Hollis. He's an asshole. He's a bad person who wanted friends." It's bad if you want friends.
That's not what. That's not what his
evil.
motivation.
Well, the thing is, I mean, in this early stage, because again, you weren't, as you're saying, you weren't officially on board yet. I mean, I knew you would be, but like,
Yeah.
this, I mean, I already knew. I was like, oh no, like, how are we gonna get more people than just the two of us? And it's like anything to make it seem like there were more characters. Honestly,
All right. Well,
And it
again,
wasn't the only time. I did it in-
the ethics of technology and technological distortion.
it's
are-
all thematic. It's all
it's all
thematically
thematic,
relevant.
yeah.
It is. It is.
He planned that.
I did it in entry. I did it in video number 2 as well. Oh, there I am.
Simon.
And there's Simon. But one of, I think, 3 or 4 appearances in this show. I think, yeah, 4. 4 appearances he makes. He's still kicking for anyone who's curious. I saw him like 3 days ago.
Was that in question?
Well, I mean, he was. Well, I know how he's like 18 years old.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. So at the time he was like 16 or 15 and a half.
Oh my god. Yeah, I guess it is in question.
This one was mostly because in the beginning. This one was mostly because I just wanted to film the storm, and I was like, I'll turn it into a video.
I miss summer storms. I'm freezing. It's freezing out there.
I feel like the atmosphere of the basement here is effectively creepy. This one is one of the ones that I would cut ultimately.
Yeah, this is what.
That's isn't that great? That was just hanging in my basement. Anything referring to a child. It says, time is the best thing to spend on a child. Anything to do with children is good for this.
Yeah.
There I am again.
That was very thematic. Oh, it's foreshadowing. Unintentional.
Yeah.
Think of it as foreshadowing.
Well, we knew. I think we were at this point.
Oh no, we
did.
About it because we were talking about it around like 7 or 8.
This was probably like a day after we decided Jordan would be part of this.
Yeah. Who is not a real kid, by the way.
No, he's not. You're spoiling it. Yeah, we have to. We'll explain how we did that, which is probably pretty obvious to people. Well, we'll explain that when we show the photograph. Like I was getting on the subject of like, and we've talked about this before. If we were redoing this now, these first 13 videos, we definitely would have condensed them more and not made it 13. We probably would have been like, if you could redo the beginning parts here, how many videos would it be before your character's introduced?
I mean, maybe somewhat similar, but it would have. I would have foreshadowed the shit out of everything at this point. Like that's what I would have done differently.
Yeah, and I was foreshadowing some stuff, but I would have done more going back.
Yeah,
and condensed it more. If it were up to me, it would have been like maybe a total of like 10 videos instead of 13.
Now, who's talking in the background?
So this is our favorite best friend, Dr. Tanner, Elijah. I like this one. This is a video that would not have been cut, and it would have just been exactly the way it is.
He looks damn.
He does. This is an excuse for me to mess around with my film lights, with the gels and everything. It was fun to get the mirror colorful and nothing else colorful.
Yeah.
And one thing that I do, if I do say so myself, guys, one thing that I do appreciate, that I'm glad that we made happen, was the fact that this character, the first person you hear speak in the series, and it could have just easily been just a throwaway voice and character, but in the end, this person, we bring this person back in a huge capacity, and he ends up being the main antagonist.
Now, Christian, a couple more questions. One of them you're really gonna like.
Oh, great.
First one is, what kind of camera did you use to film this? We just used a basic handheld.
It's a Canon Rebel T4.
The kind you film your children on,
it's
playing
DSLR.
On the slide in 2004, your home videos.
Yeah. It's a DSLR camera. At this point, fairly obsolete. Got it for like $500 in 2014.
Nice. Now the second question is, was there why?
Because that code is incorrect.
Oh, right.
That code, I made a mistake on it.
So was there a slight Breaking Bad influence with Dr. Tanner? I'm sure it's unintentional, but it feels like Gus Fring light.
Interesting. Well,
he's certainly less of an effective villain than Gus.
That is for sure. And that's because we're too stupid to write someone that who is that.
Yeah,
effective.
We're not Vince Gilligan over here.
It goes without saying that is at least one of both of our favorite shows. It's my favorite show for sure.
I have not finished Better Call Saul yet.
You should, and we got to talk about it.
I know,
I'm insanely curious what you think of the last season, because it's so.
Is it good? Do you like it?
I think it's not the best season of the show, but that doesn't mean I don't like it. That doesn't mean I don't like it.
Season 5 of Breaking Bad wasn't the best season of the show.
I think it is.
No, you're wrong.
All right.
It had the best episode.
Are we going to get into our fist fight over that?
No,
it is the best season. That's true. It almost just gets better.
It's not the best season.
4 is very close.
Well, 4 is, season 5, I don't know. I haven't actually rewatched Breaking Bad, so I don't know. Maybe.
If you say 4 is the best,
No, I was thinking like season 1. No, I don't know. I don't know.
All the seasons are like perfect for what they need to be.
Yeah. Although the stuff about the plane was
that was a little silly. I don't care. It was fun.
No.
The influence of Breaking, like the character that was most influenced by a Breaking Bad character was the liaison as Mike Ehrmantraut. Just the utterly, ultimately capable and even keel assistant to the big boss villain.
Yeah, Mike's a way better character though.
Oh, I know. That's the thing. Something that is unfortunate is that, and we found this was just kind of necessary for ARGs to an extent, is that a lot of the characters just had to be incompetent for the story to work at times.
And we just had to like figure out whoever we could get to play them.
This right here is probably my favorite, like, completely in software effect that I did in the whole series.
Oh, okay, so that's... Hold on, I accidentally turned the volume on the stream
Yeah,
up
be careful with that.
on my phone. Hey, it's Stefan.
He said he was going to show up.
Yeah, no, honestly, he stepped up in the series.
He did.
Big time.
And listen, you got to show up
Super clutch.
You got to show up when your character shows up too. Because he never acted before. Just just basically did whatever I asked him to do without question or complaint.
No, seriously, that talk about like the it's people like that are the glue to series like this. He was seriously unbelievable.
I know.
And for somebody who's never acted, just doing the sort of like the cold, almost disinterested vibe, which he may have been disinterested, but it worked.
And that's the thing. Like if his acting had not been good enough for me, I would have told him so. But it generally was, and I thought it worked very well.
He was very deadpan and creepy, which I liked. Not that you're creepy, Stefan. I mean the character.
No, he's creepy.
Yeah.
I can say that.
Yeah, I can't.
This one right here.
He was also fun to work with. He was also really nice to work with.
This video right here was, I think, generally not this one, but number 11. I think was generally extraneous. It was mostly just as a holdover because I couldn't film 12 yet.
And we wanted to set up the train. What are
the railroad spikes.
The railroad spikes, right? Yeah.
That's a big moment right there. You can see, so I'm going to go back one more little time here. You can see my head bobbing up and down. That's Jordan. But it's me. I always thought that was like too obvious, but I think that most people didn't even notice it.
Were you people holding the railroad spikes?
Not in that shot, but you can see it right there.
Character back is really small.
With his tiny child head. Whoa. This one, is obviously, this to me is where the series really first begins to turn. Obviously it does more so in number 14, but this is the beginning of the inciting incident.
Yeah, this is the plot, actually. The plot proper.
And this was the first time to me when it felt like maybe people were going to start watching this, because this one got, way more views right away. And I didn't even know why. Maybe the thumbnail was just, evocative.
People really, really fucked with the barrel, too.
They did. They liked
Which was ultimately a red herring, but...
It was. But...
Well...
Look at that blood.
We actually weren't sure what to do with the barrel at first.
No.
We sort of deliberated over it, and ultimately we're like, fuck it.
Yeah. I think I ultimately stand by the fact that there was nothing in it.
Well, I mean, the characters aren't always going to be right, and that's part of misdirection, I think.
Exactly, yeah. And we wanted this to be as realistic as it could have been. And so, there were going to be red herrings just because that's life.
Yeah.
That's life, fuckers. You know what I'm saying?
You can't swear.
I can't cuss.
No,
well, I can cuss.
Not on YouTube.
I can. It just if this channel were still monetized, it would get demonetized.
Oh, wait, we were monetized?
We were, yeah.
Right.
But we didn't ever make any money, or else we would have split it. But
yeah, I was gonna say,
if you want it, you can have half the money. But it was like $100.
Oh, I didn't. Yeah, we're good. I'm good.
I blurred out the license plates.
You've earned that more.
Well, we have to set up a contract for the next series. People did a lot of memeing of me in that position right there with the I had to do it to him. You guys know what I'm talking about? That meme. I do think you're not privy to. Usually I'm not privy to internet memes either. This was really I am partial to this video. I think this is my favorite of the first 13 because it just started raining as the mood gets tense and disturbing, and Hollis is tense and disturbed, and it started raining and thundering, and it was a perfect element. And then you just look through the door here and there's Simon. It's there's nobody there, but there's a watchful eye, and it suggests that people could show up at any time somehow. I just thought everything naturally, without much effort, just worked well for this one. SpongeBob right there on the keychain.
Do we owe them anything? We have to
probably all the money we made.
You have to send.
As much,
You have to send 20 cents to Nickelodeon.
Yeah.
Cease and desist. Yeah, dude. Like the series ended 2 years ago or a year ago.
$20,000. You can see the railroad spike in the shed here. Right there. It's on the floor. And his tripod. He carried the tripod and the camera everywhere. Oh, and the trash bag, of course. It's right there. See, we were paying attention to the little details by this point, certainly. And you know what else is funny too? Some people were so some people paid attention to the timeline so closely that they discovered that the fact that my phone says 8:02 p.m. they discovered that was technically wrong for like the timeline from like the day Jordan dies to the day Hollis flees. Like that time of day was wrong for the actual story.
Yeah, no, this what was.
And I was like, "Are you kidding me? Like, you guys, how are you this fucking adept at finding things?"
This was the introduction of the garbage bag as a symbol, right?
It was, yeah.
Alright.
I mean, at least most clearly. Yeah.
Alright, I gotta use the bathroom.
Alright, that's fine.
I'll be right
Alright,
back.
that's fine. You can, yeah.
Here's the chat stream if you want to look at it.
He's leaving me alone with you guys. I'm nervous.
I'll be right back.
Sorry, I'm looking through the questions. Yeah, as far as I know, yeah, the trash bag was mostly focused on starting from number 12, because it was, and I was glad of that, because we did show it a few times before that, but I was glad that people hadn't really noticed it too much until then, or at least number 11. How did you design the puzzles, and what were your inspirations? Mostly just to the ARC videos for Marble Hornets, because again, up to this point when we were starting the series here, I at least had not seen any other. I had seen a few other ARGs and Unfiction series that involved puzzles, but I hadn't paid close attention to any of them except Marble Hornets. So that was the main inspiration there. Okay, I have to pause here on the police lights, and this is something that Stefan was pretty much entirely responsible for. He picked up those lights, he rotated them around, and one of the best looking effects that had no business looking as decent as it did, at least in that shot. I expected it to look so much worse than that, but it looked all right. I think it was actually passable for real police lights, and you see them again there for a second. This was still when the series was... We didn't need too many practical effects, and so we could focus pretty hard on each one when we did it and needed it. Same with the fake blood in the previous episode, that I thought,
Wait, that was fake?
Okay, well, I wanted them to think it was. It was like I was hoping it wouldn't look too ridiculous, and I don't think it did. Another little thing, when we filmed this right here, this line of lights, we had no idea that we would ultimately return to that location, and in the end we did. And I just think, if I can say anything for this series that's like, like we're boasting here, like we're speaking too much to our own credit.
We're bragging.
We're braggarts. I think that it's just the number of little things that do come back from the early videos, including.
Although I mean,
these lights
there are exceptions.
There are definitely exceptions to that, which we're not going to talk about because, it makes us look bad.
Yeah.
This was one of my favorites, was that the storage units, and not that you can necessarily tell that's what these are, but that does come back much later. There was somebody who tracked down our general location based on the landmarks in this video. One of the mods in the Discord.
It's a good thing that's your house, not mine.
I know. And I wasn't ever afraid that someone would come to my house. All the Discord mods were like really nice, and I knew that he was just doing it out of like curiosity.
How precisely did they get the?
Oh, they knew my address.
That's hilarious.
For like 10 minutes, for like 10 minutes, I was like, maybe I shouldn't have done this whole
Well,
thing.
I mean,
And then
it's
I was
funny.
like, yeah, whatever.
People on the internet are always like freaked out about like knowing people's addresses when like our parents all grew up with their addresses in the phone book.
I know,
and you can just
yeah.
look it up. It's like they live here.
There were times also that they could have looked up license plate numbers before I blurred them too. It's like, no, every time you hear about someone doing something stupid like that, like going to a real location, there are a billion times that it doesn't happen.
The phone booth used to dox people.
This is important. I have to pause it. Yeah, it was Zeus. Zeus was the one who found my location. Zeus, how could you? Sorry, I'm trying to look at that. Here, you can take this back.
Okay. Okay.
If you've been following this channel for the past 2
Here's where the
months,
story
I urge
really
you to watch
actually
this.
gets going.
It is important that you know exactly what you've been watching.
So
in
this
that
is
time.
like
The truth about the
you are
videos. many of you
definitively
have
and
been
officially
enjoying.
involved
My name is
starting
Anthony.
now.
Yeah.
And I will
well,
relay
clearly
this
someone's
information
screen.
Because
in
you're
a
on
way
the
that I
screen.
experienced it
If
myself.
you couldn't tell.
Yeah, that was actually about like 75
On September
pounds ago
6th,
now.
2020, my 7-year-old
And,
brother, Jordan,
I made you do this a number of times, didn't I?
he'd gone to
No,
play
not too
outside,
many,
just,
a couple.
just in our backyard, and he,
There were a few specific
Never came
lines
back
I made
in.
you do.
Oh,
six
no,
times.
you did. You made
that
me do this one a
afternoon,
million
my parents
times.
and I
At least a
searched
few
for him out
specific
there.
lines, but like the
Couldn't
whole
find
thing,
him.
I made you do 2 or 3.
After
Yeah.
This
half
was
an
the
hour
most,
of searching,
arguably the
we
most
called police.
important video in the whole series.
Like,
They
and
helped us search
I
the
remember I
property
had to
more
like,
thoroughly
set
and
up my
then
phone in a
neighborhood.
specific way,
Yeah.
and I had to like
It's
stack
been
a bunch
almost
of books
2
and do a
weeks,
bunch
and the
of.
police
Oh,
have
hell
not
yeah.
yet find Jordan.
And you know, among other things,
But what
like
they did find,
I was
in the
hoping that
shed
it would look
attached to our
feasibly
small
like
standalone
your
garage.
house could be in my house, which was supposed to
Film
be your
equipment.
house.
Yeah, right.
Not much.
I don't think no one ever
actual
complained
camera,
about that.
but
I think it was
a
fine.
tripod.
Yeah,
Too
it's
small.
a house.
But
Yeah.
Like I can tell, of
Cinema
course, but
lens.
yeah, I don't think it was fine because I
There were
made
no
you
fingerprints on
sit in front of somewhere that was like a nondescript.
Right,
wall.
that was actually a
I
pain
had
in the
a
ass for me
suspicion.
because I was like, I gotta
Yeah,
find.
yeah.
It was
So I had to
unlikely,
go.
but
Yeah.
I had to see.
Yeah.
Just in case, I scoured the internet.
This it took
He searched
Probably
trespassing
filming people in their
on
houses.
other people's.
I was like, I don't know what to look
Dude, that
up.
search history is gonna look so bad.
I was like, what would he feasibly look up?
He ended up
Like,
getting the
this little
keywords
YouTube
exactly
channel.
right.
I know. It's
documented
like,
someone
how could he
staying on
have
mine and my
found it just
family's
on a
property
hunch? So I was
for
trying to
2
make that
months,
as realistic as
undetected.
possible. That's arguably one of the less realistic
murdering
things
my
about
7-year-old
this.
brother.
That he could have just found it on all of YouTube.
Filming, he googled in his
Film-
search histories, filming people secretly.
This is the street I live on. That's my house on the
Oh
right.
man,
This is the larger of our 2 garages.
this
This is the rain
Never
barrel that
again
stood
did
behind
I
our
go to
garage
as much
for long
trouble
as I can remember.
in post
This
to like
is the
make
man
something
inside our basement,
this
our living room, and my
Yeah,
parents'
yeah, you
bedroom.
intricate,
sort
like
of,
documentary.
And after what
style.
he did to my brother, here he is fleeing as the police arrived that night.
And this was back when I still put the
Closely
video
lights.
title
He slipped right by
every
them,
time that we cut to
just
some
as they got to my house.
previous clip.
It seems like he tried very, very hard to make you think that this was his house, but it wasn't.
Can you take us
He
through
was trespassing
like
the entire
your
time.
attempts at
Notice that he
conveying the
typically showed
character's
himself
personality
inside the
this
garage
first
or the
time?
basement, where we go.
Yeah, you know, I was
relatively
trying to be
frequently.
like, I wasn't sure if I was going to be
He
like
slipped
super
inside
angry. And I'm also not a
If he was
particularly
ever
trained
anywhere
or
else, he was
advanced
clearly
actor,
late
so
at
like
night
the
when we were all
nuances were
sleeping.
tricky. But like,
The one time he entered the house,
Especially not for the screen. You're a
I
stage
remember this.
actor.
yeah,
It was just a month ago.
and
Was this the
I,
first time you'd
Left
acted for the
Lowe's by
camera
a
really
generator.
in any?
yeah, pretty
Power,
much.
yeah.
And like all I've ever done are musicals.
He had the house to
which
himself.
all you have to do is like
Except for
say
our
your
cat.
lines and be a really good singer, and
Right.
you're good.
Right.
If you want to, you know.
I don't think he could have possibly spent all this time on our
And
property.
some people, but
It's
here's the
not
thing:
like we
it was
never
intentional.
went into the
A
garage
lot
or
of the
basement, but he was clearly there often.
we've been over this with each
We
other.
never,
a million
ever
times.
saw him.
A lot of the like
one.
woodenness of your performance was intentional.
That was entirely on purpose.
And
At the end.
people are like, of course, naturally,
You know,
people thought that it
why?
wasn't. Like, and why wouldn't they?
What was
Yeah.
this? What was this
But
for?
and luckily,
Judging by that
those who
10th
stuck
video
with
he
the
posted,
series for a
he
few
was
more
not
videos,
mentally
by and
sound.
large, I think. I mean, people who just didn't
Get a
like it at this
doctor or
point, they just stopped
psychiatrist or
watching,
something.
which is as much as we could
That
have
wasn't
hoped
good
for.
enough
I
for
think
me.
realistically,
And it's not good enough for me.
rather than they just like
Why did the
stick around and
motherfucker
they're like,
do
this
this?
sucks. This is
Specifically.
bad. But
People
That's
do
why
that.
I'm here
People
now.
hate watch shit all the time.
oh,
I want to find out.
There were some hurtful comments
We're all going to
specifically.
find
I
out.
recall on 2 videos, 16
I
and
guess I
37.
should mention now. if
We're
you're
not gonna
wondering
scroll
if I'm
down and
uploading a
look at
video.
Oh,
from
I
this channel,
did not care about
We'll
it.
go into
No,
much
no,
detail.
I did for a
It's not
short time,
difficult
and I was like, well,
to gain
it
access
means
to a
people are
YouTube
watching.
channel if
It's
you have
great.
enough patience. And honestly, given the circumstances, I feel that I am completely at liberty to use this account as my own.
I thought that was
The
good
videos were filmed
justification
on my
for why
property,
you were like, I want to
Well,
post here.
I
Because
knew what
like
I
it was
had
on,
to
it was
do
filmed
right
on
away.
my property,
In the
so this is
videos,
basically
he
my
was
channel.
sloppy.
Yeah.
He covered his face, but he didn't mask the rest of his head. That was enough to go on. to make an educated guess. I looked through the online records of people at large are missing in
That
my
was
home
such a
state.
silly picture to use.
With the missing persons.
Yeah,
map?
I was like, I don't know what to
Hollis
put there.
Coogan, a 23-year-old citizen of a town about 20 minutes away from
135
mine.
pounds.
Do you actually
Look
weigh
at it.
135?
I weigh
Same
more like
person,
145
no
now.
Jeez, man.
No doubt in my
Are you
mind
actually
at all.
5? You're not 5'9".
The doctor says I am.
The
I always
doctors-
thought I was 5'8".
the
but
doctors
Parents filed a
lying.
missing persons
Doctors lying
report
to make me
for
feel
a
bad.
little over 2 months ago.
You're not the only person
There's
to say
very
that.
little
I'm not
verifiable information
entirely.
about him online.
Oh, your
I
record's
can't
so
Hollis
bad.
Coogan, an old
He
high school
can't be
Wait,
good
is
at
that
tennis.
9/11?
It
You
is.
made it
Pretty
9/11?
uncommon
Not on
name,
purpose.
so
No.
Oh my god.
The thing is, that was actually my record in my senior year of high school.
Your record in your
Was
senior year
9
of high
and
school?
11,
Oh
yeah.
my god.
That was good enough to make the state tournament, guys.
How'd you do there?
I lost very badly in the first round.
Otherwise, no information and no online presence.
Hey, there's the
Facebook,
real Hollis Coogan
nothing.
from 1940.
Aside from this YouTube channel and its corresponding Twitter account, of course.
That's a behind-the-scenes look.
Now, the videos comprehensively tell some kind of story.
I do.
about how
I'm
Hollis
happy
Coogan
that
was
we.
being
I think
watched
this
and followed
strong
by some
Christian, are we
along-
being too loud?
something.
Are we?
People,
Are we, guys,
supernatural
do you all
entities.
think we're being
I
too
don't know.
loud? Because we
I live in a
like,
superlatively quiet neighborhood.
oh,
There are no
okay, yeah,
people
we can-
nor
we
any
can just-
entities
we
living
can turn the
around
microphone
here
down
who would be
really
looking for a
quieter. I
23-year-old
thought you meant
kid
like for the apartment.
or want
like,
any harm to
No,
befall.
no, I know. I
I
just
think
don't.
Hollis
I want
Coogan
people to
knew
hear
he
the
was
thing.
going
We
to
should
do
turn
something
this
bad.
up.
Or maybe he had already
Eventually.
done something bad and wanted to drum up a little sympathy for himself as long as he could.
Is that okay?
It's the kind of thing a sick person would do.
We
On the
live to
Twitter
serve.
account, he went on record saying that these videos were not meant to convey a coherent message to the audience, after all.
I guess we
Instead,
need
they
to
were
talk
focused
to
on
like as a
catharsis.
contrast too, so they know.
That
what's
is
loud
where my
enough.
theory stands now.
Why is my head? I think I just
I
got out
need
of
to
the
know
shower.
more. There's more to find out,
Possibly.
and looking at the old videos will be a start. Obviously, there's some cryptography to be done. That blue rain
I have, like, a
barrel that's
different
been behind my
face
garages for as long as I can remember.
It's
That thing seemed to intrigue
I feel
Hollis
like you
for
look a
some
little
damn
bit
reason.
different in this
Enough
video.
that he
even in
represented it
comparison
with
to
a
others
shitty
in the
little
series.
symbol.
Oh, yeah, because my
sometimes.
hair's wet. Probably.
And it's just
And that
short.
doesn't seem
You're
to
a
be the
little
only
short,
thing.
yeah.
But that's where I'm going to start.
Yeah, so we get.
I
Can you hear
I
it
don't know
now,
if this
though?
needs to be said,
How's
but
the, yeah,
my
this,
parents
this
do
is where it
not
gets
know
really
about
wooden,
this.
and that was on purpose.
nobody does.
it's interesting
Except
because it's
me.
like there's
I'm not
real
gonna-
emotion in the character.
My parents are
Because like
still
he's
holding
very
out hope
without giving anything away.
that Jordan will be found.
He's very intent
That he'll
on
Giving
fulfilling
anything
the
away
back
for
to
a
them?
series they've already seen?
Yeah, but we can't give away concretely like what
They are
the
not going to
answer
know what
was.
happened until
Well,
I have the
I
person
will at some point in this
responsible
stream,
at my
but it's-
mercy.
I mean,
Then I'll go
I'll
to the
kill you if
police.
you do.
Then I'll tell.
But the thing is, there's real
hope you all
emotion
didn't
because
get
he
too
does
attached to
genuinely
him.
care about his objective
Or
very
if you
much.
did, don't
Yeah.
mind having me now.
Yeah, but it's not.
Right,
It's
it's-
not.
he's
It's not a real.
displacing of
It's
what
not
the
real
source
emotion.
is.
It's more just
It's
like a
not
cold
free
drive.
will.
I
It's,
sort
it's
of.
like you had to strike a balance of some
I
kind.
sort of viewed it as a cold drive, and that like
Right.
every attempt at genuine emotion was going to look fake because he's not really capable.
Right,
That's the whole
Right.
thing.
and that's the thing. And at the end of the day,
But he's not. But he's not so charismatic that he's just a great seller of it, like a real like psycho.
at the end of the day, Anthony is the true.
Was that picture a young Max? We should talk about how he did the Jordan picture.
Yeah, let me.
That was
before we get
not.
any
That's
much-
not. It does look like me. It's kind of creepy, actually.
So I'll talk about this. It's not a real person. It's not a young Max. It's not his real younger brother. It's not. He doesn't have one. Well, you don't have a younger brother that young.
Yeah.
You do though.
Yeah.
Gosh, yes. That was just thispersondoesnotexist.com, which just is an AI face generator.
Have you seen the AI Seinfeld?
I actually have.
It's
I
so
think,
funny.
Recently, yeah. That's what it is. That picture of Jordan, that was the third picture that I generated. That was the third one. I expected to have to be there for like half an hour, just like what looks like it could be his younger brother, what looks like third one I generated. And then I kept going just in case for another like 20 minutes, but I ended up using the third one. And everyone did always think that it looked like it could be a real person, and it looked like it could be related. He could be related to
Yeah,
you.
you nailed it on that one.
Well, the website did.
Yeah.
This was if you put together the little squares that are flashing here, it's a picture of my face. The first time that Hollis Coogan intentionally reveals his face.
Well,
Because why not?
I don't
at
think I
that
need to tell
point?
you this, but
'Cause
that
his
last
face
video
has been shown all over.
Oh, I think
Yeah.
that shirt is like
Wasn't-
the last shirt I still have.
I don't know how
It does
Hollis
not
got
fit anymore.
access his channel
Well,
again.
that's
It doesn't come close.
I
But
can-
like,
when most people
I
say
can
that, it's in
try
the wrong,
to get
like,
back.
bad way.
But that I still have that shirt. I wore it to
But
sleep the other night.
He
Actually.
didn't try to change
It's a
his password
monkey.
on me. Or
Yeah,
anything.
pretty much.
That's
Mm.
awesome.
You know, it's
Yeah,
actually the
keep
shirt
posting
of
videos.
like it's like merch from the
But,
captain we
you
go
see-
fishing with down
Oh,
in the
really?
Florida Keys.
I don't care either.
It's his his
I know what he did.
line of merch.
I told
that
you
may as
not
well have
to
been a confession.
either frame it in such a way that you don't see any logos
You
on your
didn't say anything
clothing.
that
or
was
don't
well.
have
That's
any.
that. All of my
That's
shirts
fine.
back. You know, I have so many non-graphic tees now.
So,
and
If
like
he wants
this,
to leave me
yeah,
anything
this
that will
polo,
give me clues to his intent or his
but
whereabouts,
this was actually a real pain in the ass
That's
because I
fine
used
with
to
me.
dress terribly.
so go ahead.
So
Elvis.
I used to wear just
Mock
like
me.
Both of
Mets
I guess you don't
t-shirts
care
and,
if I
like,
get something out of your
Ranger
little
stuff
codes
and like
symbols.
LSU stuff
I
and
care.
UConn stuff and Connecticut
I want to know how
College
you
stuff.
think.
And you do wear a Connecticut
Give me
College
anything.
hoodie later on, but
Yeah.
at least that was
I'm treating it
subtle,
like a
that was
clue.
subtle. And it was blue, which was thematically.
Of all the little
Everything,
breadcrumbs this fucker's left,
everything.
two that
like,
really
I had
aren't
was
very
graphic
subtle.
tee, and that was the
two
least
symbols have appeared
graphic of them.
repeatedly
Yeah.
in these videos.
And I made sure
One
not
of
to
them
turn
very
around because
clearly
that's where the
signifies
real logo is.
vaulting. The rain barrel that's been sitting behind my
We both
garage
had
for
those
the last
difficulties
25
of
years.
dressing, but they were
Hollis
different.
often showed it and
I had to
explicitly
wear the
spoke
same
about it too.
outfit every time, or one of two, because Hollis was on the run and had all you know.
I had to do that at the end too.
You did with
We'll,
the
we'll,
later
we'll,
Things
we'll
shirts.
get
open.
we'll get to that when we get
Of
there,
course,
but that was a
so
pain in the ass. 'cause
It was never very
Yeah.
clear
That's
about
when
why
later
he
on was
wanted
when it
to.
became like we have to wear the same outfits for
Very
continuity.
curious as to what could be inside. To my memory, this barrel hasn't been opened in my lifetime. My family,
in his lifetime, like
His-
I
I
was
just let
like
it sit
21
there.
years old.
So
no reason to do anything
let
else
me
with
explain
it.
what the barrel like.
No reason to think you
The
could
barrel
possibly
basically
hold
is what it is in
anything
real
important.
life. Like that was just it's on my it's
But
my parents'
it's
house.
the
It was
most
it's been there as long as I
obvious
can
lead I can
remember.
find in these
We never
videos.
opened it until this series.
So I'm gonna open
And-
it.
There was nothing strange in there. I was expecting
Maybe
at
the
least
fucker
find
knew
like a
something
dead
I didn't.
animal or something.
Maybe there's a good reason he
I was
wanted to
expecting
decide that
the
thing.
water to
And
be
why he couldn't
toxic,
just
but when I drank it
open
and
it,
5 days
you know?
later I was fine.
I mean, it probably wouldn't have been that hard to just open it. at
But
some
yeah, it was
point.
like, and
Given
we for a
he was around
time, for a short
2
time,
months.
I was unsure that we would be able to open it. I was like, oh god, it's like so old and so like
Well,
the
technically, I
caps
should
were
use some
falling.
kind of
This was all
These
voiceover.
gloves are so
I
old,
filmed
they're
it or I
practically dissolving.
recorded this
So I'm
all
just
from
gonna
my
try to use
house.
screwdrivers to pry them
Yeah.
open.
And
In case
you
there's
opened
something
the
something
bad.
barrel.
inside.
Yeah.
I only want
I
to
actually
open the
recorded it
gloves.
at the same time as I filmed that other video, that last video.
You did,
Yeah.
you did. And
So this voiceover is basically I did it right after finishing filming that.
I was constantly afraid that people would call us out on like, oh, that's clearly not really him. That's someone else
feel
doing
it.
it. Nobody, I don't think anyone did.
Yeah. Also, that's just
There.
like suspend disbelief. That's a big theater thing. Is like the props are preposterous, so they're not
Yeah.
realistic.
Yeah.
It's like you're using a sword and it's like a foam like sword from like a
Yeah.
a toy store or
Oh,
something
there's a nail in this one. Fucking A.
in like Macbeth.
It was also a shame that we couldn't actually take the entire top off the barrel. It would not come off.
Did you? Why are you wearing gloves?
Because I didn't want them to think that it was my hands.
Oh yeah, because you have little.
I have little baby hands. It was really like it was convoluted to like make it light in there. so you
Okay,
could see what was in
well,
there.
Well, this looks like old water to me. I hope you can see that clearly on the camera.
It was so
It's
hard
old
to,
water,
to
definitely
act.
full of algae. I mean,
I
There
even
doesn't seem
even
to
I was trying to be
be-
robotic, but even when I was trying to be like normal, I'm so bad at voiceover acting because I'm not there.
Well, it's like it's not that you're bad at it. It's
No,
that
it's like,
anyone
I'm
would.
bad at it.
It's in the end. I feel like it was arguably more difficult doing
there's
it.
nothing
this
else
way.
besides.
Well, it was more convenient.
It was more convenient, but
No,
at the same time, it's
I-
harder to get it right by a long shot.
Yeah.
Because like,
I mean,
how do
I
you
didn't think there
know
would
how
be
how
anything,
to
but still.
you deliver the line when you're not there in the
Why-
moment?
Yeah,
That's why it
did
took
you
so
get
many
in
takes
for?
sometimes.
That's-
It's just inevitably.
that's sort of the problem. Is like, it's impossible to really do. At least for me.
And there were times when we just couldn't get it perfect.
That's why voiceover actors, like real voiceover actors, are crazy. It's unbelievable that they can do that.
I know. It is, seriously.
Like Phineas and Ferb.
I mean,
Yeah.
not
Show's
in
coming
the-
back.
But does that mean
There's
there's
the little-
no
Yeah, see, look,
logical
that
reason
shirt-
behind his
That
moves
shirt
at
was
all?
tight back then, and it
I mean,
literally does
that's
not even
how
come.
crazy
It's
people
That's a
are.
bargain.
yeah,
I didn't
seriously,
think.
it was tight. Like I mean, that's
Maybe
that's,
there are
yeah,
some
that's
strange internal logic within his
Yeah, that's
motivations, but it should still
that's
be
not great.
something that's
Eh.
comprehensible, something that makes sense
I think
from
you're too
some
hard on
perspective.
yourself.
And is he crazy?
I mean, obviously,
Really?
it worked out.
Well, we're putting a pin in the rain barrel thing for now.
Yeah, we're-
I
we're-
do. I
find
told
out.
you to get up and walk
The other
around,
prominent
like
symbol of these
appear
videos has
disheveled
been
and upset,
this.
and then you
This one is
just
more
cut to
difficult
you
to
like,
decipher. What is
Giving
it?
up on the rain
Giving
barrel.
up,
I don't know yet.
putting a pin in that.
Hollis certainly
Literally.
never makes
That's
any
so
explicit
meta too,
reference
because we
to
just
what it
like,
is.
fuck the rain barrel.
It's clearly of import.
I know it only ever
Him
was
at
like
least. Shows
a
up
nod
multiple
to the
times.
past. Whenever
There's
it
also
showed
the
up.
icon in the bottom right corner of every video.
That you just.
All right, let's move on to this
The only
other
words
symbol.
attached to the
because
symbol
the barrel's
across all
obsolete.
videos
Let's
on
move
this
on to this
channel
other thing.
are, how do I close you? Immediately before this, in the same video, he says, how do I open you in regard to the barrel? Which seemed to be pretty literal.
People,
I guess
think
I'll
something that
assume the
people
same
did
could be
like
said of
once
this
you
object
became
for
a
now, but
character
who knows?
was that
But
they
it might
had
not even
time to
represent an
interpret things
object.
themselves, but
And
then
instead
if they
some
couldn't
kind
get
of
it, or if it was just
abstract idea?
eventually you would explain it anyway.
I don't know.
Yeah.
So it's like
I'm
Oh,
we'll
just
figure it
human
out.
He's the
exposition.
fail-safe.
Even if it takes
Right,
me
exactly.
video
You're
after
Mr. Your
video of
exposition
my own
man.
to penetrate the mind of this person and find him, you won't see me getting all defeatist about it. I'm going to embrace this fate to change that of Hollis Coogan. Fate is trying to let him off for murder,
This was.
and I'm going to make sure
This
it
was.
doesn't.
I rember when
I
I
think
read
this-
this, I was
all
like,
the
that's
time I've
that's
spent
way too
poring
like
over Hollis's
almost
videos on this
Shakespearean.
channel.
You would never talk
I've had a
like
lot
that.
of half-formed ideas,
know.
made
And
a lot
like-
of observations,
I should have just
thought of a
rewritten
lot
it.
of questions that shouldn't really be in their own
Okay.
videos.
Because it doesn't. I don't think it matches
compiling them
my
all here.
voice or Anthony's voice.
That's
There's-
you're,
if
you're,
you
lot
said it,
more
if
there.
Hollis said it,
you're
would
hitting
be
you're hitting on a
perfect.
big problem,
If
which is
it's
that I
written
had a
on the
lot of
Twitter
trouble
account and in video comments.
writing different
Again,
dialogue for the
I don't know
different
what's
character
important for my
voices.
purpose.
Well, I mean, a lot like
So,
a
I'm
lot of
just
people have
making
that
notes.
issue. George R. R. Martin cannot
Here we
write
go.
for children.
This
by the
may or
way.
may not
like
be
when
the
he
first
writes
of multiple
POVs as
videos
children.
like this.
They're I'm like,
I know, they
like,
sound too
some of them are good.
sophisticated.
Some,
Yeah.
but I'm like,
Hollis has
who
not
the
only
hell
gone
is
on
this
record
child?
saying that the videos he's uploaded are for his own emotional catharsis. He's also
I
stated
guess it's
that
better
he has
that way than,
artistic
like,
inclinations
everyone
and
sounds
likes
like an
making
idiot.
films.
I
This
mean, look, I'm
supports
not
my
complaining
already
about it.
stated
He
assumption
will
that he
never finish
uploaded
those
on this
books,
channel
but, like,
in the
that's
first
different
place
problem.
just because he finds himself compelled to make videos.
Oh, I'm out of
This is
here.
better than a
Of
Song
course,
of Ice and Fire because
he's
we
lied
finished
directly.
it.
Yeah, we
about
finished it.
assumptions, namely that my house was his house.
That was
Maybe
Anytime
anything
somebody
else.
says it's not better, I'm like, oh yeah, is it
Yeah,
finished?
is it finished? Well, it doesn't count.
Now, this is something that unsettles me
That's
quite a bit.
interesting.
and
That's-
I have
Yeah, I
really no
agree. I
good
think this is
explanation
better
for it.
than Mozart's record.
Hollis
Well, that
continually
technically got
images
finished.
of my
but
neighbors as his profile
not by the
pictures
right
online.
person.
no.
This YouTube channel's profile picture
There was
is of
the
a
other
neighbor
instance of
walking behind their
filming someone
fence,
without
and
their
it's
consent.
taken from Hollis'
I'm gonna like
second
go to
video,
YouTube
Blue
jail for
Barrel.
admitting that probably.
The current
I did
Twitter
not
account
do
is a
that, or
blurred
was
image
and I
of
was
another
not involved in
neighbor
that,
leaving
nor
his
do I
house.
condone it.
It's taken from the ninth video,
Windstorm
Windstorm
Fortress.
Fortress.
Stefan always said
I
that
don't know what
title
he
was
was
so
doing here,
silly.
other
and I
than maybe
kind of
mocking
agree,
us.
but I do
Is
like
that
to
still the
think
something
profile
like-
picture?
You don't
It
know
is-
who
we
I
should
am.
have
It
changed
could
that
be this
very
guy or this
quickly.
guy or this guy.
Because
I
it
don't
has
know.
nothing to do with the series. It should
It
have
does
been me.
disturb me though.
No, it should have been you. It should have been
It's
you.
funny that we never
Often Hollis
ever
just
ever
rambles
end up
incoherently about
changing
being
that.
isolated.
It should have been Hollis. It should have been
Video
Hollis.
It should have been something.
Blue
other than
Barrel.
I
that.
think it should have
He
just
seemed
been
to
an
think
image
that
of
the barrel
Hollis
had
in the
something
garage.
in it, and that
Why
if
did
it
I
didn't,
choose it to be that?
that
in the
wasn't
first
good.
place?
I
I
don't
could
know.
not tell you at
Contemplating
this point.
sadness, terror, and ostracization, he talks about having a responsibility that might lead to nothing
I
good.
completely forgot about questions.
In the
My phone is
unsimulated
going to
nightmare
die.
description,
So I gotta
he
go
just
get my charger.
lists
Unless
a bunch
you
of
wanna do
disjointed
it,
words
but
and
no.
phrases,
I will.
but some words are capitalized.
I
and
could, and then
capitalized
I would be
letters
like
spell out,
peering into the phone.
"It's
Like,
happened."
Well,
and
look,
there's
you have a
nothing you can
key.
do. I
No,
saw
unless
could-
you
I
want to
could
get
work on
unless
this
you
one,
want to
of
get my
course.
phone charger for my car.
What he
I
did to
don't know
Jordan.
where you even park.
Oh,
You have to
yeah.
get it.
Four.
I know.
Yeah,
I
you have to
get
get
it.
it.
There have been
I
some,
try to make him do
I
things
don't
for
know.
me again.
Traditional
I've done
typographic
some things
images
for
and
you.
No, like
comments
when
in
I
these
make
videos
used to
at
make
times.
you go get. We
In
used
the
to.
video,
so-
it's not my fault. There's a sequence
Let's
of
start talking about things that have nothing
different
to do with the
colored
series
blinking
now,
dots.
because you know.
The kind and
We used to
helpful
go
people
get
on Discord and
McDonald's
Reddit
food
who have
from,
helped
like, an
investigate
Uber
with me
Eats,
determined
And I would
this
do it
code spells out
because
Well,
Max.
I would order it. I would order it,
Yeah,
and then
so
he would
the
get
least
it.
I could do is go pick it up.
three colors
then we
of
would
the
just read
dots correspond to a
creepypastas.
0,
It was
1,
great.
or 2.
It's
and the
humiliating.
guys
number of
did
times
great.
each dot flash
We-
gave a
listen,
second
you guys
detail.
don't understand how fun
This
it
link
was.
That was
each
before.
dot to a
That was
letter of the
before I
alphabet.
started working out. By the way,
I have
And
to
that was-
I
assume
feel like those things are
this linked
related.
each dot to a
I was the same, and I still don't work out. And this was really
Well, I
hard.
mean,
to-
honestly, that comment had nothing to do with the McDonald's and everything to do with the sitting in my room reading
Yeah.
creepypastas.
Yeah. Which, hey, I mean, listen.
Let
There
her
are
be
worse things. If you're gonna sit in your room, there are worse things to do. It was hard to explain this puzzle when there was a
I
transpositional
have to
error
assume that
in it
Hollis
in the
was
first
referring
place.
to defending himself against his entities when he said this. But if he was willing to use force
That is one of
against
two
them,
instances where there was a
and willing
puzzle
to
that we
use
made
force
that had
on
a
a
mistake
child.
in it, and I'll get to the other
Well,
one later.
I guess I'll have to be ready for him to
It's
do
not
the
too
same
far
with
from
me
now.
if it gets to that point.
We should have fought in this. Well,
There have been
we should've just had a
strange
duel,
visuals,
a
too.
giant duel at the
Take
end
this
of
one,
Magic.
for example.
I thought
At
you
the
were gonna say
beginning of
we
the
should have
11th
fought in the
video,
Civil War.
Lay Me Down to Sleep.
No.
These images surely mean something. I've heard people say this looks like Hollis with his camera equipment, and others have said it
that's
might
very
be a
obvious
2D
that it looks like
representation
Hollis with
of
his
Hollis's
camera equipment.
entities or
People
apparitions or
figured that
whatever
out
they
like
were
within
supposed to
5
be.
minutes of that video being
If anyone has
uploaded.
any other ideas or sees any parallels to this image elsewhere, I'd love to hear about it. 5.
The parallel of that image was the entirety of video number 5, where Hollis is like mimicking both the filming a dead body and then play acting as the dead body too.
These apparitions, we've already discussed this, of course. They're not real in the way Hollis meant them to be, and I think the 8th video is testament to this fact. This is where Hollis noticed
This was
they
like-
appeared outside the garage and on the sidewalk.
I was
but
getting pretty
look
tired
at the face
already of
here
like
after
having
knowing what
to
Hollis Coogan himself looks like.
go ahead and do all
That's
this
him.
editing work, this
I
work in
expect the
post
person
to
walking on
like
the
carry people
sidewalk
through the
isn't
narration.
Hollis, but
But luckily it was
probably just a
always
person who
like
lives
we knew
around
it
here
would be a
taking a late night
temporary
stroll.
thing because soon enough
I don't
things
know
would
who
start
Hollis
like
thinks he was
happening in the
fooling
real
here.
world and not just Anthony talking.
6. Right around the time Hollis did what
But I do
he
think
did
this
to
was
Jordan,
necessary to carry people
he had a
through
kind
like
of
boring
breakdown on the
narration
Twitter
sometimes.
account. You sent out some jumbled letters, probably anagrams. According to the subreddit, one of these spells out,
Twitter.
"Don't follow me," probably referring to Hollis's flight into the woods, and the others could spell out
so we
multiple
should
things
actually
or
we should
the
lower the
unsolvable.
volume of the videos.
After these,
okay.
he
No,
tweeted out
I
some
think we went
text
overboard.
renderings
We
of images.
overcorrected on that.
Okay.
Some of these
Well, now
are
it's in
discernible
between
to
where it
me.
was in the first place. and
This
where it
looks
was.
like my
just
garage.
just keep
Just
letting
keep
us
telling
know.
me,
I've
keep
We'll
telling
spent a lot of time,
you know,
clearly.
regulate
These
it
look like
as we
kind
need
of that
to.
symbol I've been trying to glean something from. The rest? I don't know.
Those are tall wonder people.
And last for now, 7.
They
There's
look
the
like
question
chopsticks.
of why the audio in the
That's what I
last
thought
of
it was
Hollis's
at first when
uploads
you
is
showed
cut
me the
out.
symbol.
Until the
You
moment
remember
he's
that was
escaped
very
into
good.
the
Yeah,
woods.
I was like,
There's
why,
no
why is
sound.
it chopsticks?
I'm hoping you all have some
It is
possible
the
reason
bag
for
is
this
pretty
because I can't be
ridiculous.
sure. But I will
Yeah,
say
everyone
this
thought it was an
much.
onion.
The fact that the video is only silent until the woods strikes
Yeah,
me
that's
as odd. If Hollis just removed the audio entirely, I wouldn't
This-
ponder it so much, but
Me and Stefan
why
went and
bring
filmed
the
woods
audio back
right
in
there video
eventually?
13.
We're on
there has to be some sound
I
he
know.
didn't want us to
We're
hear
hauling
until he
it.
gets to the
We're-
woods.
yeah, we are. But
Maybe
they
it's the
remember they
sound
get
of
a
the
lot
police
longer
sirens.
now.
Those obviously would have been audible as the
I'm
cops
gonna
pulled
be
into our
tired of
driveway,
this.
but
I did not.
I remember that sound last
I
time
couldn't
they
sleep. I
took
couldn't
it.
sleep after finishing Schindler's
Hollis
List.
keeps
It's-
the audio cut
I'm
until
serious.
it's
It was
a long
too sad.
time and a
Well,
long
it's not
way
just-
away
it
from
wasn't-
the
too
house,
disturbing.
It was very. It
I don't know.
was sad, but
I think there has
hopeful.
to
It was
be more
very,
in this
very
one.
stirring. It was
Yeah.
stirring.
Yeah.
Could not sleep after
Well,
that.
as I
watched-
learn
watched
more, I'll
football for
document
like
more.
4 hours.
Anyone who's helping me out in
Definitely.
deciphering all this,
I-
or even if you're just giving me some moral support,
I was able to get to sleep surprisingly
Thanks.
early.
it is much appreciated.
There's the subreddit that no one
When
ever
we find
used.
this murderer, Hollis Coogan,
That's a
it'll be
pretty
all our
embarrassing
victory.
picture. That was taken at Dr. Tanner's apartment. And this was filmed at Dr. Tanner's apartment. The artistic I don't know what you want to call it. Basically the effect that I tried to achieve here, which is like the rushing, flashing textures, and they also appear to be slowly zooming in. This was inspired by an experimental film by Stan Brakhage, I think, called Black Ice, where he just painted on the film stock, and it looked like that.
Painted on it, and that was his film.
Yep, that was just like, it's like, this is what you see if you like
Was
pass out because you hit your head from slipping on black ice.
Did he get? First of all, it sounds like it happened to him.
Yeah, it's apparently allegedly.
Second of all, did he get more praise for that than we did for this?
Probably
We
retroactive.
worked so hard on
Probably posthumously, yeah.
Oh wait, did he die on the ice?
No, but then it really would have been posthumously.
Well, then how would he
Praised.
make the film?
Yeah, you're right. That was somebody else died and then told him what it was like after they died, before they died.
Dude, I died on some ice. Let me tell you about it.
Yeah. This was this was the first of many videos filmed at the apartment, Dr. Tanner's apartment, which is Elijah's apartment. Artistically, like sound design wise and the way it looks, I do think this one is pretty cool. I think it's one of the better Hollis videos. And here he comes. There he is. It felt a little weird to start showing my face, but even though I have a history of doing that in other videos, but it had been a while. It became necessary to start introducing more characters, and we had decided Dr. Tanner would come back.
We've sketched out a lot of the rest of the story at this point.
we were
At least the
certainly,
strokes of it.
we had everything through Act 2 planned video by video at this point, certainly. In fact, long before this, even.
God, I'm gonna have to walk across the street. It's gonna be so cold.
Your jacket's still on the
Okay.
floor.
My jacket did
I'm
not
not exactly
stay.
sure how much time we have here. I don't know when
This
they're
is your
leaving.
big... Do
But
it after this
let me
video,
try to
which is
explain
your
why
big
I can.
moment.
now.
As you saw in the video, Hollis uploaded
Yeah, there's
recently.
some
He's still mocking me,
Yeah.
threatening me.
And later it's a Connecticut
Told
college
me
one.
in
People
scrambled
wouldn't have known
letters
which
to look over
I,
my
college
shoulder.
was
you
the
know,
one
I,
that
I
actually went
actually
to.
haven't
But
looked
he also
at
said that
photos
there are things
myself
I
too
can't
much from
hide,
before I lost a bunch of weight.
things
It really
Is
does
it,
look
is it,
different.
is it
Barry,
like,
look at
you
the
don't know who you're
word
looking
Barry.
at?
No, I
It
do,
blinks.
but like,
I
Or
think
do
he
you
was trying
see
to draw
something
my
I don't
attention to that word.
no, it's
Hollis
gradual.
certainly
you
pays
don't,
attention to
You don't
detail.
have that.
I
Sort
cannot
of,
imagine that this
but
was
it's-
Some people
Injury.
say if they get
And
like
so
if they get like
it got me to
surgery,
thinking.
I've heard
That's
people
because
say
I
that's
noticed
sudden. That's
Who
right
sudden
when it was
change,
uploaded.
right?
exactly.
It
But,
seemed
like,
like such a stretch
so crazy.
at the
It's kinda
time that
crazy.
I never mentioned it.
I imagine so.
But look at
I
this
can't.
moment in video number 13.
I couldn't tell you first.
Oh
As
god, I
Hollis
used to
begins to
hate.
run
I
away
remember I
from
used to hate
behind my
like, doing a little
garages.
walk
There's
in the
a little
later
patch
seasons.
of dirt.
Now
It
It looks
was-
like
it was
was
annoying.
recently excavated, doesn't it? And that's what it still
This
looks
was
like
the
back
first
there
one
now.
that we actually
I mean,
met in person.
Grass back there has always been kind
Yeah,
of
we filmed
yes,
like
this
3
is in
videos
your
that
house.
day.
Spot
but
looks
this
We
is
couldn't
the-
keep getting away with it
disturbed
being
recently.
No, we couldn't.
And this
We could
detail
not.
is more closely
This was
related
the
to the
first
word
one
Barry than
sequentially.
anything else I can find in the videos.
And it's
So
good
my
because you
plan
can
is to
tell
dig
it's all
there.
filmed with the same camera starting from now.
And hopefully I can do it when my parents are
At
gone.
least for the most part.
So
That's
I
why we
won't need
said
to
so many
explain.
mosquitoes during that shoot in the woods. We got
I was gonna
the
say that,
whole series. Anytime we did anything, because we did most of this in the summer.
Yeah.
In that summer between, we got lit up by mosquitoes. There were like some of the shoots later at the storage unit were so bad that I had as I drove up and parked at the storage unit, I had mosquitoes in my car from that shoot biting me on the way home,
Yeah.
and I couldn't like swat them because I'd get in an accident. It was awful.
There were some really bad instances.
Oh my
Anything
God.
that involved woods was really awful.
Even the
There-
storage unit.
Storage
was
unit was
terrible.
bad. It was.
I thought I was gonna get malaria.
because it's kind of on the edge of a little stretch
I
of
mean,
woods.
the whole
anyway.
Cromwell basically is honestly, except for that nice diner.
Yeah, it'd be amazing.
We'll talk about that at some point. See, I still have good calves though.
Great calves.
I still have good calves. My calves are much bigger now.
We need to just start like praising our legs and everything.
Well,
for
we
now,
should-
and
yeah.
not talking about the show.
Well, we should just remake it with, like,
We were talking.
I don't know
what
how
were
deep
we
something
were gonna
would be,
remake it
but
just. But the
I got
whole
nothing
thing is
yet.
just like stupid.
Yeah.
Is that what we would always talk about?
that and me, like, just with my new clothes and everything.
Yeah.
Now that I dress like an adult. Because that was that's preposterous. Who dresses like that?
Well, a lot of people who don't have a fashion sense, but that's most people.
You can develop it though. Because I
yeah,
mean, maybe.
I tried to.
I just do it.
Like senior year of college.
I do a lot of shopping. I like it. I just think it's fun. Oh my god. Look how much stuff is in my pocket. My phone's in there, my wallet's in there, my keys are in there, I have headphones probably.
I was gonna say something relevant to this discussion. I don't remember.
Shit kept falling out of my pocket too. Yeah, dude. Like, because I put them away at a certain
Oh my
point,
god.
right?
Flash drive.
This is 19. Yeah.
It's the closest that
On
we
some
can,
level,
I think,
I just
to like
didn't
a
necessarily
significant
think
plot
there'd
point
be anything.
ultimately not being
I mean,
relevant.
here's stories
But we
about.
did tie it in the end.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's right. We did tie it in.
Ultimately, we did.
Yeah, we had to scramble a little bit.
I don't know if I want to see
But I
what's
mean,
on there.
ultimately, like thematically, it's just to increase the amount of visual and physical evidence that they're playing with in their political meta story.
Yeah, like
Political.
They're bizarrely ideological.
Yeah. A lot of people were like, "Oh, Epic Gamer keyboard." This is also the first instance of like a really, really obvious little oversight that we made, which is that when he clicks on the video and we watch the video, you can very easily see the time, like the timeline, the bar at the bottom
I
of
mean,
the screen.
it's whatever it is.
And then the sound
needed
of it
to see
keeps
it.
going on longer than the video should.
There was never
That's
really
what they said. At least it's not the classic Zelda shirt cargo shorts comp. What's Zelda? No, I'm serious. What is it?
It's a video game.
Oh, I don't really play
It's
video
it's
games,
possible
like-
that person is is that Stefan saying that?
No.
Because it could have been, and he would be referring to me. Speaking of Stefan, he was the person in that. It's not fun.
I know.
And that's okay because in the
This
story it
this
actually
was
is.
so hard. This was impossible. I could never get this right because
It's very hard.
I was never looking at anything, and I'm not a good enough actor to fake it. So remember what we tried to do?
It's always. I mean, that's the thing. The on the DSLR camera, the screen does not flip out. We could not see what it looked like until after the fact.
So what we tried to, but I remember what we tried to do to generate a reaction was we tried to we watched like jump scares to try to get me to actually freak out.
Yeah.
And I watched so much horror at this point that they just didn't work.
I know.
So I was like, fuck it, this is just gonna
But there
be
was
terrible.
that one thing that you would not let me pull up.
Oh my god, yes. So
Which is that one scary video for
it's-
slamming your head on the keyboard.
Yeah. So there's this video called like top 15 scariest videos on YouTube that compiles like whatever. And when I saw that when I was like 15 years old in high school, I watched the whole thing, and that scared me more than any horror movie ever has. It was just
goodness.
I don't know.
It is creepy. It is creepy.
Well, I've watched so much horror movies and read so much horror that the things that scare me in terms of visual media
Yeah.
or media in general are so weird now because they have to be different than the stuff I've already seen because I'm desensitized to it all. So I don't know. I don't
It
know.
happens.
And I because like otherwise I would just be in discomfort and I'd forget to do whatever I was doing.
What's-
That's why I wouldn't let you show it because it's creepy, man.
What's good, and people did complain about your performance here, but the good thing is
the other thing is it's totally fake.
every time exactly, and that's why it does work.
Anthony's faking it too, but like I tried to get it genuine so that we could push the facade a little bit in this, and then at a certain point when I realized I wasn't gonna be able to do it, I was like, let's lean into the
fakery.
let's lean into how like this face particularly that you're seeing on screen. That is so it's
ham-fisted.
It's
totally.
that's the point.
Yeah.
Like I was
That's the point, guys.
I was
Yes.
no, but seriously, I was trying to make Anthony a like just there's it. I wanted it all to seem extremely suspected, fake, and disingenuous, and robotic, and all the stuff that you guys picked up on.
That was a big question as we were writing it or brainstorming for it. It's like, is Anthony suspicious from the beginning, or does he become suspicious over time? And we figured it was more important to establish that dynamic between Anthony and Hollis, like who do you trust, who do you not trust, earlier.
Yeah.
And so that's the approach we took.
Yeah,
in
this
the
is
end.
super. Like, I mean, again, like, I was like, oh, are we gonna do it genuinely? And then remember, I was like, no more jump scares. Let's lean into this sort of that angle of it. Can't show the video because there is no more of the video.
That's right out of Marble Hornets too. We're gonna say there was violence and not show it because YouTube doesn't allow it.
Oh, I have the stream on.
Okay,
Oh, wait a second. That isn't the same thing that I... That's funny. Maybe I have... My desktop background is still an image from hiding in my home, but it's not that image. Anyway, sorry. That's just me being...
Why was that buried in my backyard? Okay,
This was also super
Same
robotic.
thing here,
That
yeah.
had to be Hollis. Oh God.
I do...
Oh God,
Something
I
we were
can't have this
thinking
here.
about,
They
or at
can't
least
see
it was
this.
on my mind at this point, was like, how do we make the videos seem more tense in the moment? And like, there was supposed to be like the pressure cooker situation, and the stakes were raised because like you didn't want to be seen by your parents, and you had to act for Anthony's parents, and you didn't want to be. You had to like try to avoid people in real life here, so like the stakes on a micro level seem higher.
Yeah, you made me run, which I hated at the time.
Yeah.
What should I
I do
do?
it on my own now.
What would you all do?
What a difference.
This is
I'm sorry.
crazy. I don't understand. All I know is that Hollis led me to this. He told me
And I also
not to
did think
bury
it was
something.
effective
I don't.
how you could see the day getting darker over the course of this video. It felt like, okay, things are happening in real time in real life now.
This is a very uncomfortable position. I leaned too far back and it hurt my back.
Anything outside ended up being uncomfortable. 'cause
Yeah,
it's like,
we don't
you're also
like-
sitting on like a stone, like ridged stone, little square.
Yeah.
We also start to see just how bad the camera gets in low light here. We were fighting against the sun. So that, like, because if we even were like 15 minutes later with some of these shots, you wouldn't have been able to see anything, and so it does.
You had to
look
rush.
like it's pretty crap sometimes. And that problem would only get worse at times later.
said I can't bury this. Me. He did it, but he...
It's also like you're coming to a
Wants you to
revelation
think it
by
was
yourself,
me.
so you have to kind of like narrate it.
Yeah, it's also
And it's
like,
like, alright.
sort of a canned revelation.
Yeah, exactly.
Thing.
That's what he was doing here. The whole time. He killed a person before.
Alright, I'm gonna turn it up significantly here.
And he had to hide the body.
Unless,
That's why he was
That
trying
might
to
just
get that
be-
barrel open. It has to be.
no, I don't think that's too loud for this
He
moment.
wanted it all here.
Let's find
He
out.
wanted it all on my property.
Blowing your ears out, sorry.
I just didn't see it.
There.
I didn't even see it until now.
Right.
Hollis knew there was nothing in the rain barrel. He wasn't trying to open it to see what was inside. He was trying to open it to put
It is
something
weird to
inside.
think back on the snuff film.
The guy's body. That's why he
Expertly,
was so careful.
expertly
He had to do it under cover
portrayed
of
by
night
Stefan,
at
by
the
the
very
way.
least. But even then, if someone
Yeah.
saw
Did a
him,
really excellent job being a
yeah,
limp
it would have been
corpse.
over.
But again, it is.
But where
it
was
wasn't
that body
originally, like, originally
the
it was just
whole
because
time?
he was
I
the
mean,
only one who was available at
Where
the
did
time
he keep it?
to fill that role. We didn't have anyone else who could like be a dead body.
See for yourself.
But in the end, it actually was that character, so it did work out. And again, like trying to facilitate real-time revelations here, so it's not so
It
like
was
the
always
emotions and
there.
stakes feel higher.
That's
Like,
surely
this is
not big enough
supposed
for a
to
whole
be like
body, but
Anthony
he absolutely
figuring out the trash
eviscerated
bag
that
thing
man in
in
the
real
snuff video.
time. It
That's what was
technically
left of
isn't
him in
real
there.
time, but it was supposed to have
It was
that
always there.
effect. It was supposed
In
to
the
kind
garage
of appear
and-
that way.
After Jordan. When he went to hide in the shed, he brought it with him in there too. And
Are you gonna go get your phone charger after
After
this?
what it
At
was.
some point,
See?
I have
What percentage is it?
Even the
12.
yellow
I'm getting
handles
down to
that are
single
there.
digits, though.
It's
he wanted to close it.
we're really.
Is
Close
there a
the
way to
whole
leave the
thing.
door
Close
unlocked?
the
It
case,
took me
put
forever
an
to
end to
like,
it.
do the thing.
You mean
Pin
the
it on
front
someone
door?
else.
Yeah.
But
How do I
You're
get
gonna
never
have
quite
to.
got
You're
the
gonna have to
chance.
just. I'm. Oh God, actually, that's.
see it there too. He had to run with it, and that's
this
why
is
he
a
cut the
tricky
audio.
Situation.
You
He
just
didn't want us
buzzed
to
me
hear
in
that damn
shit.
bag while he was carrying it away from
can't.
the
I'm gonna,
house.
I might have to disconnect the camera for.
He
a
put it down in
second.
the woods.
Oh,
so
that's on the phone?
He didn't have to
Yeah,
cut the
it
audio
happens on my
there.
phone.
Oh.
Then he showed it.
You
I
guys
mean,
see how
did he just
professional
fuck up?
and
Or do you
prepared
think
this
he
is?
passed
Well,
off
yeah, I
as
meant to bring my phone
kind of
charger
litter
in,
or
but I
something?
didn't.
Holy shit. Jordan.
Oh, that's the other
Jordan,
thing.
regardless.
When he was talking, every time Anthony talks about
It might-
Jordan, it's
might
just
be in there,
so
too.
robotic.
It
That
is.
It's so robotic and disingenuous, and that was very much important for the story.
It was.
That was
It
very
was.
important for the story.
Anthony is a robot and he's a psycho and he has no emotions.
Your house is so hot all the time.
I know we don't have air conditioning. Well, we had one air conditioning unit in one room.
Yeah, oh, is that? I was sweating the whole series. when
Yeah, we don't
filmed
even.
it.
Anytime after like September, we don't even have it installed. We don't even put it up anyway. Moving around like that does, even if the weather's
nothing.
cold, you will get hot.
Yeah, but like,
We
And
turned
we
this
have more to
place
say
upside down
on
when
that,
Jordan
more
went
so
missing.
like once we get to the storage unit stuff.
oh fuck me. Are you?
I know.
Dude, why are my steps like that? Do I? I don't think I walk like that anymore. Do I?
How would you describe your gait at this point?
I don't pick my feet up. Oh my god, my parents have been saying that to me for years.
Pick your feet up.
Yes, they've been saying exactly that. Well, because I like drag gravel and shit. Oh my god, yeah, okay.
Wow. You know, yeah, you kind of did, didn't you? I
Yeah,
remember that now.
jeez, they were right. Welcome to growing up. Your parents are right about everything, unless they're you know like bad. My parents are good, but
Yeah, mine too. This is Anthony like trying to decide what to do. Does
your
he
mom
just-
had lines.
She did.
We'll get to this.
She did have lines, yes. Never when she was she was either shown and didn't speak.
I love how
But
he's just
He's
spinning.
spun it around.
I don't know what this is about.
We were this was arguably the longest
do.
single shoot day, in fact, because we did 3 videos and it was like past midnight.
No, it
practically.
wasn't.
Or was it at least close to midnight?
No, you're right. It was late, but
was
I don't
late.
think we started early. I thought we started in the afternoon.
We started at like noon.
I think the longest shoot days were later.
That's very possible. As much as we were doing.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't remember.
No, I don't remember with.
Can I have
concretely?
a real talk?
This was the first one to come out after
It's
the
been
Inside
a
Line
while
video.
since you and I
This
been
was
together in
filmed
the
like
same
3
place.
days before the Inside of Mine video.
And I think that you could use some advice.
I regret
Now,
so badly using
speaking
wingdings
as an
for the
impartial
clue.
You
It's so
use wingdings.
facile. It's so
You
facile.
seem unsure of what to do right now. And arguably,
This is me
every move
trying
that
to
you
be
make
awkward.
is putting you
Don't
in
have
a
to
worse
try very
position
hard,
than you were
huh?
in beforehand. The
But yeah,
good
he refuses
news
to look at
is
the
that
like the
with all
intention
of that
here is that
taken
he
into
refuses
account,
to look directly at
I would
the
say your
camera
next
until
move is fairly
the end when he
straightforward.
makes a really concrete point or
It's
something.
what people do when
Does
circumstances
he look
are
at does he
outside
look
their
at the camera when he
control.
says go to the police? I don't remember.
Go to the police.
Yeah, there he flashes a glance at
To
the
be
camera.
completely honest with you, I don't understand why you didn't go to the police before now.
Any excuse to use the cinema lights
Is it
for like
so important
fancy
to
lighting
shield
effects?
your parents from what may have
Because especially
happened?
going forward from this
That
point,
you
that
would be willing to
opportunity
put
came up
yourself
less and less and less.
in
So I really
this
wanted to like make it look fancy.
kind
Sort of
of
just started going outside a
We
lot.
did. It ended up just being like run and gun,
Go
just
to the
handheld
police,
camera,
Anthony.
no lights, no fanciness.
Oh god, I hated holding that camera. I was so
And-
bad at it.
Another thing that we
I never.
should
Well,
discuss.
it's partly because I never taught you how to do it because I felt like that was a waste of time that we didn't have. But maybe I should have.
It's not becoming to make accusations the way you did, Anthony.
Wow, what a
There's no harm done. Everything will turn out
what a
all right.
pretentious douche.
For what it's worth,
Who, Hollis?
Hollis.
I would like to
Yeah,
make
yeah.
an impromptu claim
He
of my
thinks he's
own
very
right now.
He thinks he's very. But the thing is, you find out that he's
This,
actually less sure
in
of
fact,
himself than Anthony.
contains the
is.
items
well,
you see in
Anthony's-
front of you now.
Very convicted.
Some have expressed their sympathies to me, you know. They
Well, that's the
recognize
thing,
that
in
it
the
hasn't
real
been
story,
easy to travel so lightly
At this
to a new
point,
location.
they start kind
But
of.
it's okay, Anthony.
They're
because
not
I'm
on the same
actually
page
traveling lightly.
once Hollis ends
I
up
have the
in
truth
Dr.
with
Tanner's
me.
apartment.
And faith and
Right.
resolve.
That's when they start
That's
kind
why
of
I know
going
I'll
against.
be okay.
Anytime you see them going against each other from this point, it is semi-real.
Well, in the story, not
In the
us.
st-
Yeah.
right, yeah. No, we read each other's
Hollis and
stories.
Anthony do not actually exist.
Words.
They don't.
No.
Oops.
Words
made
are
it up.
funny. They really are free agents, aren't they? So often,
Hollis is the pretentious
There.
artist.
sent forth into the world
Because
with
I'm
a
the
specific
pretentious artist.
charge from a specific speaker, and then they accomplish the exact opposite of the original purpose.
Yeah, so that right there, him like coming to that little revelation that's supposed to be thematically relevant. I think it's a little bit oblique, but it is supposed to be thematically relevant that you can interpret like manifestations in multiple
I've-
ways. That
I was
is-
doing
trying
a lot
to
of
get the
thinking
Pulp
lately,
Fiction
You're-
poster out
It's
of the
evident
way.
that
People
Hollis'
loved that
intent
that gun was
what
pointing
he
at your
actually
head.
can do are two
I
different
love
things.
that it was pointing at your head.
I do not appear in the video of that guy being murdered,
Yeah, we planned
so
that.
Hollis cannot frame me as a murderer with that footage alone. So, I mean,
That
what do I have to
blur,
worry
like,
about, right?
graying out of my arm was very hard.
The
to
worst
do
that can
in a
happen
self-film
is that
too.
a
Took, like,
subset
2
of this
hours.
channel's viewers don't trust me, and
Wow, 2 hours.
not to be
I
rude or
know.
ungrateful or anything, but that's not really bad enough
This is
to
the last
discourage
one
me
that was remote,
from
right?
going after
where
this
you
guy.
filmed it at your place.
At this
I
point,
don't know if it was the last one. It
I've
certainly
made
wasn't
peace with
the
the
last
skepticism
thing I
around
did
me.
remotely because I did a ton of
and
voiceover.
after Hollis's last
But
video,
I don't know.
I think it was the
I've reached an
last full
understanding.
video that was.
I need to rededicate myself to this whole thing.
At which
Look,
point afterwards,
even
we
if you're
started
not convinced
driving,
that Hollis did
2
anything
hours
wrong,
to where
and
we were gonna be.
it's
Yep.
unlikely that he didn't, then it's at least indisputable that he's involved in some way. He was at my house for months, after all. He hasn't explicitly refuted my accusations against him either. I gotta find him. So, why don't I go to the police? Because my parents cannot find out this way. And at
How
this
good of a
point,
justification do you think that is?
I don't even know what they themselves would be
It's
stumbling
bad,
upon
but that's the point.
if they did find out.
Like, of
With
anything
every
we
passing
could've-
day,
of
every
anything he
passing
could've
video,
said, I feel like that's the most
It
believable.
just seems to get murkier.
Yeah, but it's still thinly
It is
veiled.
still, of course, it's still
Thinly veiled and
Don't
Nobody
know
would
my
ever
parents.
really do that.
intentionally suspect.
I can't put them through this. Not at least until I know where Hollis is.
And it's like, and
I
like
have
everybody was
conclusive
always
evidence
calling out like
that he's guilty.
those your reasons for not going to the police
Everything
are
needs to
terrible.
be on the
They're like,
table.
yeah, they were
That's-
awful.
that's-
His
yeah.
reasons for not going to
I haven't
police
gotten there
were
yet.
ridiculous. Like,
It's
that's-
important to realize
well, it's
I'm not
real
in any
reason.
direct danger.
pretty good reason
Not
not
at
to
the
go to
moment,
the police.
I know.
Hollis has threatened me.
Committing a
but
crime is a
hesitation
pretty
to
good
follow
reason
through
not to
with
go
any
to
of
the
it.
police.
And that's
He's
why
hiding from
we
me.
did try to make
Why
Anthony look
exactly?
as suspect,
I don't know.
suspect
But
as
the person
possible,
who's
as
most
early
at
on as
risk of
possible. So
harm.
hopefully people would notice
I
and
think it's the
realize
person
that.
Hollis is staying with
Yeah,
right
he
now.
clearly is not.
This
going to
has,
police
of
for some
course,
reason he's not
been on our radar since
Right.
video
Right.
18. You can see this guy in the background a couple of times,
I understand that
silhouetted,
some people.
and as someone pointed out to me in the comments of
I do
video
understand
20,
why some people
there might be someone off camera in that
were
one.
impatient with that.
Who is this person? If this place where Hollis is staying belongs to whoever it is, then the guy strikes me as a fairly normal individual, right?
Super
I mean, he
normal.
lives in a small apartment.
Yeah, yeah.
Minus
That's
the
family member
hiding
of
in
Hollis's?
his home.
I wasn't able to find out much about Hollis online, but
What we were
I found even less
hoping to
about
achieve
relatives.
was like what I think is
I guess this would be
really
my
what I
assumption
love to
for
see
now.
in like a mystery
But
story.
Imagine
is
if it's a stranger.
The,
Some good
the
Samaritan
author
who's letting
or
Hollis
the
stay there out of the
creators,
kindness of his heart.
They keep up with
We all know
the
what Hollis
viewer's
might do to
intelligence
strangers.
level, and anytime
And
that
if
the
they didn't know
reader
each
or
other
viewer
before now,
audience
or
starts
hell, even
coming
if
up
they
with
did,
a theory or notices
I
something,
worry about that guy's safety.
the characters, or it also
Whoever
becomes
he is.
it is brought up almost immediately.
Probably knows
after
nothing
in the
about what
story
Hollis is
anyway,
involved
so
in.
it's like, oh yeah, they are.
If he did,
like,
I mean,
that's not the ultimate
he would
answer
not
because
let
they're
him stay
already
with
thinking
Woody.
about it now.
Tracking
halfway
down
through the
Hollis is
story.
about Jordan.
And so
It's always been about Jordan, and it
I
will
wanted,
always be
as
about
stupid as
Jordan.
Anthony is at times,
Doing
I
right by
wanted
him.
him to
My parents,
like
myself.
he notices Dr. Tanner and he
It's
notices
become
he
clear
thinks,
that it's about
you know,
other
where is
people,
Hollis
too.
now? Like he's questioning
When I
that
find you, Hollis Coogan, it will
almost
be
right
for
away.
Jordan. It'll be for the
I
main
was hoping
character
that was
first.
enough to tie people over.
Tell them how you
identity.
thought of the name Hollis.
I don't even know.
Coogan.
All right, so
And I'm willing to bet
Hollis
it'll be for your
Coogan.
new potential
Hollis
target too.
is
This
named
is why I'm
after
not
an
getting
experimental
up
filmmaker named Hollis Frampton.
When you're doing things for
An
other
experimental
people, instead of
structuralist
self-preservation, you
films
resolve
where
them
like
over
there's
again.
a
Oh, and
almost mathematical
by the way,
formula that informs
guess
how
I'll
the
bring
movie
this
is
up,
made.
because you surely wouldn't have shown them if you
Hollis
didn't have
likes
good
himself
reason.
a little
But
filmmaker
what's
like
with those
that.
handcuffs in
And
the
then
bag, dude?
Coogan, that
Why
was
are
just
they
a
there?
name that it was just
Did I
I
keep
thought
them
that it
chained in the
sounded
garage or
snappy
something?
after the name Hollis. So Coogan
Anyway.
has nothing to do with anything.
Finding Hollis
But
is going to
Hollis is
be
named after an
a
experimental
drawn-out
filmmaker.
process,
Anthony,
no matter what. I mean,
um,
it already has been so far.
Not really named
But
it. That
the way I
again, that
see
was
it,
just a name.
The first
that-
step in figuring
it
out
was
where
just a
Hollis
whatever
is
name,
gone is
honestly. I wish that there was a
question
better
all the people he's been in
explanation for
contact
Anthony,
with
but no.
on these online accounts of his.
Dr.
As you know, they're
Tanner
my
is named
accounts
after
now,
somebody.
so I can
Dr.
see
Tanner is
everything
named
I've sent to
after
people.
the
And
the
actually
school
maintained quite a few
psychologist in the
conversations with
creepypasta,
people.
the world's best school
This
psychologist.
That's
could've been
right.
August
Yeah,
1st,
yes.
September 6th, 2020.
Not that there's any like that
I've been
character in that
systematically going
story
through
is
his
like
old
cool,
direct
and Dr.
messages on
Tanner
Twitter.
is
And on Instagram as well, of course.
well, he's like
There's
a
a
messed
surprising
up
number of
evil
people.
guy.
Hollis stayed in
But-
relatively regular contact with him.
I don't know why. I just like the name.
Looks
and
like
I
these
wanted
are
to
all
name him
just
after that
normal
guy.
people who reached out to him to ask him about what he was doing,
You need to
why
send
he
me
was being
another
so
list of
mysterious about
creepypastas
everything.
to read, 'cause I haven't read any
Not like he knew any of them before.
I have like a
everything.
top
But
50 list.
If
that
he
I-
established
need to see
any
that.
kind of
I
relationship
actually,
with
when I
anyone
released
online,
the
then
creepypasta
possibly he
narration
revealed
video
more
on
to them than he
Halloween
ever
last
revealed
year,
publicly.
I also had a whole like
could've
write
spoken
up
with anyone
of like
about
I'm gonna
anything.
do like my top 50
I
creepypastas,
need
and I
an
never
email or
released it because
something.
it was probably gonna be too boring.
There's no way
You
of
have to
knowing
send me
unless
that list.
I will send
I
you
try
the
to
list.
ask
Mostly
all these
just for,
people about
like,
it.
Yeah,
research.
for, yeah.
This process will span a
that's-
while.
You should never
and
admit
I'll
that.
update
have
you
that
all as it
list of
continues.
people,
Yeah.
though. Never say. You should put
Maybe
that
it's
in your
not
dating
guaranteed
app
to
bios.
get me anywhere, but
I have a
it feels
list
like
of
there's a
top
lot of
50
opportunity.
I'm
reaching
gonna
out to
I'm gonna
people like
I'm gonna
this,
do a dating
I am
app, and I'm
optimistic,
gonna be Hollis.
which is more than could be said for how I felt
What's,
after that
all right,
first
everybody.
meeting.
What do you think is Hollis's
So,
ideal
with
dinner
that
date
in mind,
setting?
keep
Uh,
track of
Anthony's
these
home.
Hollis.
Okay, well, yeah.
Hey, everyone.
Well, all right, yeah.
There's
That's
something important we
that's
need to do,
obvious, isn't it?
but I'll update you on the previous video.
All right, I'm gonna go use
These
the rest.
Twitter and
You have to,
Yeah,
I
I
have to
was
entertain
gonna
you.
do- I was
Just
gonna do
wait
my
30
phone.
wait 30 seconds. And then
Dog, I have, like,
separately
no
entertain
battery.
the
in that
audience.
time that I've been waiting for people to get back to me, it's been just consuming me mentally. Question
My
is,
hair
have I found
fluctuates in
anything
length
out
quite a
yet?
bit during this series.
I can't say for sure. I haven't come to any concrete conclusions or anything, but having looked through these old conversations and asked people more about them, I can say definitively that nobody's given Hollis an email or any other contact information, at least not overtly. The process basically became a matter of looking deeper into the mundane conversations. See if
Yeah,
anyone
Christian
who acted
ran all
like they
these
didn't know
accounts.
Hollis
Free my, free my man Hollis.
is some kind of subtle code. And when questioning people, trying to catch catch them in lies. But from that vantage point,
Yeah, it is really
they didn't
hard
come away totally
to keep
empty
up with
handed.
having the same appearance.
There are 3 direct messages
yeah,
on the hiding
it's
my own
pretty
Twitter
tricky.
account from back when Hollis was
The
controlling.
facial hair stuff
3 messages
was
that Hollis
tricky.
had
That's
responded
way
to.
better maintained
When I
now.
tried to reach out to them,
I sort of take
they
better
didn't
care of
respond
that
to me.
now.
On the face of it, there's
Usually I would
nothing
just
weird
let
about
it grow
these
out like a
messages.
couple weeks and
But
then get rid of
Read
it.
it for yourself.
There was we'll talk about this later when we get to the storage unit, but that's when we really started paying more
See,
attention
It's hard.
to
It's hard to know what's relevant and what's not.
you know what we're wearing, what we look
These
like,
people
just to try
speaking
to
Hollis with
try.
complete
I actually
innocence and
I
or
I shaved when I
or
wasn't
because from the
supposed
very
to.
beginning,
During
we
that
all obviously
Is one
know.
of the series,
People
yeah.
thought that this
No, I was just
YouTube
talking
channel,
about
the
when
Twitter account, the whole thing was a
I
web
shaved.
series
We were talking about
in
like
ARG,
physical appearance and how
where
they
apparently
maintain some
people can
series and like.
inject
I was
themselves
telling
into
them
the
how I
story
shaved when I wasn't
and make up
supposed to in
false
the
leads.
storage unit, so that when we
I don't know
opened
if
it, I
there's
was
more to these
clean
messages
shaven. We're
than
like,
meets the
Yeah.
eye.
yeah, they let him
Little
shave.
continuity error there.
They're like, they let him.
They are
Yeah, they
straight.
let him. They didn't let
See if
him
you
leave the
discern
storage unit.
something
They let him
more.
shave
They let him shave
for his appearance
The-
inside of a storage unit.
They had
With that out of
some
the way.
a degree of
Here's the main
humanity.
thing
That's also how we
yeah.
explained how you didn't have
I've been
like
holding this chip
a
back for a little
a
while
waste
now, but
bucket.
I decided I just
They let
gotta
him.
get on
They
with
let
it.
him go to the
doctor.
bathroom and shave in like public bathrooms like
Psychiatrist.
once a day at
In
least.
video 10, Hollis played us a voicemail from his
This
psychiatrist
this is
who was
Whoopsie.
concerned
This-
that
I was
he
not
missing
supposed to do
appointments.
this was where it was starting to. It was getting to the point where the
Think
regional
all
protectorates
the
became
things
part
he
of the
can hypothetically
story.
Tell us about
The
Hollis.
the syndicate,
Of
the
course,
company,
talking to this guy was a difficult
shady
prospect.
little business,
In the voicemail video, Hollis put
and
distortion
we had
on the
endless
doctor's name
discussions
and
about
his own.
this.
At a glance,
you
there
know,
would have been no way to
how
contact him.
thoroughly
No way
that
to
should be
figure out who he
integrated into
is.
the story, how prevalent
that
it
now.
should be.
Yeah, this
I
may have been
don't
my
know.
fuck up because I was like, let's put it in
So-
the story.
No,
Before I
you're
started
remembering
filming,
wrong. No,
I
I was the
Googled the
one who
mental
was,
health
and you
clinics
were
in the
like,
area
no,
where
it
Hollis
has
and
to
I
stay
live,
about
or
Anthony
at
and
least
Hollis.
where Hollis
And I
used
think
to
in
live.
the end, you were.
No, that's
Well, you
right.
were right.
That
You
no,
were
like
right.
you're right. I
think
totally
I
did
think we
that.
both had a
No
point
practitioner
because it's like.
listed.
Well,
at the end
no,
of the day,
because-
how
because-
much can you do with a cat and mouse
Closing
game
Hollis'
between two
father
characters
is
forever?
enough.
But
All
also,
various
it did.
clinics. And
I do think
if
in
I
the
got
end it's
wrong one,
possible we went too
I just-
much.
Well, I guess
away
my
from
point, my
the
point
main
later
So
that to
appointments
sort of
after all.
reconcile my
Yeah.
mismemory.
I hit bingo.
Like I guess
I
like
called the main line at a particular
once we
clinic.
established that they were going to be
They
part of the
said the
story, I was
name
like, all right, let's
Hollis
make
is
them a big
psychiatrist.
villain, sort of like the
His
Jurassic
name
Park
It's
dynamic
Dr.
Yeah.
Elliot
with
Tanner.
the T Rex
his
is the
office
big
is not too far.
T Rex is
Well, I
the
still
big
have a
villain
little
at the
adrenaline
beginning,
pumping.
and then the Raptors show up, and then the T Rex comes back.
Yeah.
But like the Raptors become like the big antagonists to the second half of the film.
And that's fun. Like you can
I-
switch. You can have those transitions, as long as there's still some amount of cohesion and consistency.
Yeah, because they're
With a
both
main
dinosaurs. That's the thing. That's the thing I missed when I made that analogy to justify it. They're both dinosaurs, and to the viewer, it's pretty much the same damn thing.
As long as in this story, I'm pausing it here because that's another fake person. Obviously, that's another AI generated face. The original Dr. Tanner picture. But
I'm gonna call him.
if regional protectorates
Now,
and those
you can't
characters
just talk openly about
had
it.
been, if they
So
were
I need to do this
used,
right.
and we were saying this
I'm
at
gonna
the
have to
time, if they were
reason that
used
nines
to
and sevens.
facilitate
But I
the
do have a plan
conflict
for
between
that.
Anthony and Hollis, but they
I'm not
did
gonna
kind of
crash
have their own agenda, then it was fine. But, and we did try to do that, and technically I think we did, but I think that it was pretty oblique and impenetrable at times. Like, it was hard to see how Anthony and Hollis were kind of trying to fight against each other,
Hello,
or
this is
in
Dr.
opposition
Tanner.
to each other.
Elliot Tanner.
I think it was the clarity
It
there
is, yes. May I help you with something?
could have been better at times,
My name is.
even if it
Robert.
did hint at the truth of the
My son
theme
Hollis,
and
I
story
believe.
earlier
is
than
patient
we
of
ended up
yours.
doing that.
Oh, yes, Hollis. Yes,
Turn it
I was
up.
not actually on the phone with Elijah
No, I
for this, right?
Hollis.
That's correct. Yeah, this was all done. I did Elijah's lines, and this is like the first instance of.
Oh, that's right. You were yeah.
It was
you
like the
read-
first
you read
instance of
his
us
lines.
dubbing it in post with the real
Yep.
voice.
Unfortunately,
Elijah does a good
Yes,
job
that
of
is the
voice
reason.
acting.
A
I would
lot,
say.
yeah. Oh my god, he's
I-
so much better at it
the
than I am.
voicemails
It's
left
crazy.
on Hollis.
His
Although-
voice
although-
acting, he gets the
Thought I'd give you
tone
the
without
courtesy
having to
of-
see any
He's
interview
so.
on it.
He's like. That's why you keep
Hollis
casting him as villains and things.
has to
He,
wear
Christian
the
was gonna do a senior film
was very
project for
sudden.
school that got rained out due to
underlying
COVID.
drug
but,
Yeah.
addiction of some kind.
And Elijah was the evil serial
Had to
killer
serve
there.
such-
yeah.
And he's the evil criminal mastermind
my
here.
wife-
Yep.
Because he's just a really weird,
It's
evil
been very
guy.
difficult for us.
Well,
Yeah.
Well, he can certainly make his voice sound like it.
Yeah, he can. He's really good at that.
He should play like the Riddler.
I don't even know who that is, and if I don't know who, well, no, I do know who that is, but I've never seen
Mr.
Riddler in
Coogan,
anything. And
terrible.
Elijah definitely.
He's
is.
not like the Riddler and the Batman, which
Batman.
is so good.
I would like to see that.
It's oh my god, you gotta watch it. Like,
Is it better than the Dark Knight?
yeah, it's so much. No,
The Dark Knight.
One of the most
no, it's
motivating
not.
people
But it's
I've ever
really good.
met. I'm just so sorry. That's
I do think that things like this ended up kind of going on
Thank you,
too
Doctor.
long sometimes
That
in the
really means
series.
a lot
Like,
to me.
just
And
we
I'm
just
sure
let a
you'd be
whole
happy to hear it as
conversation play out over the course of like
Hollis
4 or
He didn't
5
exactly
minutes.
talk with us very openly about his sessions, but
But I
when he did,
was hoping that
spoke very highly of you.
I was
Said
hoping
that
the subject
you felt
matter
better
here
in
was good
general.
enough. And it's like
And
this is
I
like
noticed
okay, like
improvements
what can
in the last
Anthony
few
do
weeks.
before he exhausts all his options and
well,
has to go out into the real world like with a lead that he doesn't have yet.
Progress.
I thought this was a pretty decent idea for something he could do, which is like figure out who the doctor is. And it's plausible he could have done that just with enough research.
Yeah, well, you helped
And
him
if
as
you don't
much as
remember,
you
you're
could.
posing as Hollis's father here.
Yes,
know.
I do remember that.
I know these things are difficult.
What was like? Did we name that person?
Unpredictable.
Robert Coogan.
Something like that.
I think
Something to
I
that
think
effect.
so.
Appreciate that. That's thank you.
Robert Coogan.
Oh, you
that
remember?
is so stupid.
You remember we had the thing I
I
sort of
really
brought up
thought
though
that,
is like no therapist is gonna start.
Yeah.
How do we get around that? No therapist is just gonna divulge all this information without express consent from the patient. So how do we get around that?
It's like so everything has to have everything that happens has to have
I
2
agree.
layers of explanation.
At least from my position.
One, what's really going on, which is that Dr. Tanner is supposed to be in
I
on
mean,
it.
like,
No, and
like
but
you said,
it also has to have the layer of like
he didn't go into
what does
detail in
Anthony
the
want to
session.
convey as realistic to the
You
audience,
said,
which is that
sorry,
he tried to get Dr. Tanner
vilify?
like off guard by like Hollis is dead.
Oh,
and
that's right.
so Dr. Tanner's like, what? I think
oh,
we're
that's,
making
yeah,
progress.
no,
like,
that's right. That's right. That's right.
So that's how it's supposed to seem realistic.
yeah, and he's gonna be like, well, shit, I can tell him now,
Right, exactly.
which is
Letting me know
probably
when I-
not actually
best
realistic.
wife right now.
But
It
I don't.
isn't.
I have no
Dr.
idea.
Tanner.
We tried to make it even a little more realistic by once Dr. Tanner realizes he messed up, he also gets off the phone almost immediately. He's like skittish. So in the end, I don't know if it's realistic enough to be actually plausible, but we try.
All right, it's time. I'm at.
All right.
Wait, what's? Oh, it's Abilify.
Abilify. That was there was something. Yeah, that was the drug that Hollis supposedly took. And in video 10, there was a little puzzle on Twitter beforehand that had an Abilify pill in the picture somewhere.
Dude, I have to stretch so much. Like
You can get it. You can do it.
No, I just feel like I'm getting old, man.
You are. You're like
Ugh.
23.
Oh my god.
You're ancient by like
Hiding in my home.
1450 standards and hiding in my home standards.
All right.
Oh
I
right,
need
this
to
is just
track into the fucking wilderness. I gotta get.
yeah. So I'm imminently. It's gonna be weird that I'm gonna have to like try to answer the phone while it's also recording us.
Yeah, I gotta get my phone charger so I can just keep reading the.
Hi guys. There's all right. Yeah, no, just twist it. No, not that. You twist the little thing on the knob itself.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
See you in
I'll be
20 minutes.
wait. Yeah, I'll see you in 2 hours. So what's going on here is Hollis is talking to Dr. Tanner, and there's a whole little transcript in the comments. Somebody transcribed it very accurately. It was an excuse to just try to find fun visuals in the Dr. Tanner apartment. This is probably the first instance that something really there was some material or manifest consequence, or sorry, not consequence, but like the weaponization of something between Anthony and Hollis, and Hollis shows Anthony, or then the audience, that there is footage of Anthony on the camera Hollis was using when he was at Anthony's house, if you follow all that. And so, in other words, Anthony had to know Hollis was there when he was on his property. Again, it's like, how do you come up with weapons and attacks when, the 2 characters can't be actually in the same place at the same time?
You were right. It is here.
I'm trying to see if there are any comments that we missed. I feel alone with you guys. Yeah, Hollis Frampton Films. Those are things that I learned about in college. Yep, that's Anthony's hand right there, alright. I'm trying to remember, like, we were still in the flow state / riding the wave of the Inside of Mind
So,
video at this point when
a lot
23,
of
24 were
things happened.
at least like 21
Have
through 23 were coming
Been
out.
happening. For one thing,
But soon
Hardy
enough it got
showed
to a
us that
point where it was
footage.
like, we have to just
I guess
hit
he's
the
trying
ground
to say
running
he needed to
again.
get to that shot, meaning that I had his.
And here goes
camera
Anthony
to
trying to
move.
explain it away yet again.
It's pretty smart, actually.
Um,
Not hard to fabricate that.
so yeah,
not
this
hard
is
for someone like
24 is where the
Hollis.
story really starts to, like,
I'm willing to bet that when I
again,
find him
get
in his
out
laptop,
into the real world, and
there'll
that's
be an
once
extensive After
establishment
Effects file making that
with
look
regional
nice and
protectorates has
real.
actually been made.
Let's cover his tracks.
The
a little
puzzle that introduced
Maybe one of
you
these
to
entities told
the
them to do that.
liaison character, at least, and the
But there'll be
company,
plenty more
that was
evidence
throughout
against
videos
them either way.
21, 22.
bit. But then, of
There was
course,
a little puzzle
you remember
where, and you're
in
seeing it
my
on the
last
screen
video,
here, kind of.
I
You
showed you
could
those
get a
Twitter
little
messages.
code out of these Twitter DMs,
well, it
and
didn't take long, but
if you got the
people in
right code, it would give
my
you an
home
email address, and you
Discord
could
did
email
find something
regional
in it.
protectorates.
3 sets of characters
Which
that
a good number of
put
people
them
started
together
doing in the
to
end,
email
and it was an
address.
attempt to organically
They sent emails to
integrate
it, and they got responses
the
from someone who
the company
well,
regional protectorates
someone
into
who
the
actually
story, so they
part
wouldn't
of
be
some company.
too jarring
Regional Protectorates.
once they became a
They
prominent
basically
part of the
asked people to
story.
send anagrams on Twitter, most of which are still
so-
unsolved. Nobody
And of
really
course,
knows
every time we
anything
did
else
something
yet.
out of game, like or out, it was in
I don't
game,
know,
but it was
this
out
is-
of
this
the
is
main
so
story like
far
that, some
removed from
supplementary
anything I've seen
interactivity.
so far.
We had to
I was
review
still
it in
under
the
the
story
impression that it was
here,
someone,
so that anyone who didn't
some
take
new
part could
person
still
trying
get
to
a
hijack this whole
comprehensive
thing as
idea
their
of what the story,
after seeing the messages in my video.
you know,
I mean,
what
come
was
on.
essential to the
Regional
story.
Protectorates, some mysterious organization. That sounds pretty ridiculous.
How did it feel once you guys gained all the traction from
But
Inside
then,
Mind? It was
2
very
days ago,
exciting. I still remember the day
I
that the
got a
video
message on
came
Twitter.
out, November 9th,
Some guy
2020.
told me to email him at his address.
We were secretly, of
different
course, hoping it would happen,
Not the
something
code
like
email
that,
address.
but we didn't think
Whoever
it would be
this
that
is,
soon.
He said he knew someone
Certainly.
who could help me. Now, I
It
don't
was.
know
It
if
was.
this is
We
really
redoubled
connected
our
to
efforts
first
after
email
that.
address,
Definitely,
but
we moved
it
up
doesn't seem
shoots
like
because
it.
we were excited.
It seemed completely different, so I emailed
Yeah,
him.
it was. It was
Now,
really.
I'm not going to show you the email.
It was a really
because
good
he asked me
time
not to,
and
but
a fun time that I
he
certainly
said that
have
he'd like
great
to meet in
nostalgia
person.
for at this point.
Whoever this is,
It's
he
funny
must
that it
live
was
fairly
over 2
close
years
by
ago
or
now. It doesn't
close
feel
enough to
like
drive
it,
to
but
me, because he asked to meet me in a public park about a half hour from my house.
yeah,
He didn't ask me
he's
where I
preparing
live,
to
and
go
I
out
didn't
into
tell
the
him.
world.
Oh,
And
he
people
also
did
said this
totally
wouldn't cost me any
make a
money,
lot of
what that's
fun
worth.
of the fact that he
I asked
brings
him what
like
we were going
a
to talk about, of course. If he
stupid
had the
little
information,
paring
he'd give me
knife
right then
for his
about
own defense
Hollis
to the
or
meeting.
anything. And he said he didn't. He's just going to put me in contact with this other
This
person.
is also the first instance
His
of
employer.
we had to
He'd like to do
reshoot
that
something.
person.
It was video number 24.
I mean, I thought about hiring a private investigator
It's
from
the
kind
whole
of
scene with the
person,
liaison's
but it was just some
introduction.
random person.
We had to film that entire
How's
scene
that different
twice
from going to the police
because we filmed it in like
What if this
October,
person
the
knows
same day
something
that we
about
filmed
Hollis?
video 19.
Something that I don't know.
And
Something that police wouldn't
in the
know.
end, it got released so much
From the way the
later
guy
than
talked
we
to me
intended it
and
to.
He
That
does.
the fall colored
And
leaves
see,
and everything, and just the atmosphere,
just
the
it.
what it
I know
generally
exactly
looked
what you're
like in
thinking.
that
This
park.
sounds
It was just so
unbelievably
clearly
sketchy,
not December, which
what
is
if
when
this
this is
guy-
actually uploaded.
What
So
if
we
he
had
knows
to
something
kind of,
crucial?
panic, meet
just
back
saying.
up in December to
All right,
reshoot
hold
this
on. I'm meeting
scene.
him tomorrow. I've thought about
And
this
honestly,
for
I think
a
it looked better the first time,
It's a
but
public
I mean, we'll
place.
see.
There
It'll come up soon.
are going to be people nearby.
We're not quite there
If
yet.
anyone tries to do anything to me, they'd be hard pressed to do it unnoticed.
Some of these shoots
And
with just Max
if he tries
talking
to
to the
follow me
camera,
home,
they do
well,
kind of blur together for
I'll
me
be
slightly.
expecting that. I'll go to somewhere else.
Especially in the mid,
Public
middle
end.
part of the series right there. There were a
If you
ton of
won't leave
them.
me alone, then I'll call the police. It'd be worth it at that point anyway. I know this might not be a
Peeps.
good idea, but
Putting it off and saying I will call the police.
I haven't
but
made any
doesn't.
progress in finding Hollis any other way. I know it's a risk, but at this point, it feels like a bigger risk not to do it. I'll bring a knife, just in case.
A bigger risk not to do it.
Just in case anything goes wrong.
Constantly trying to think of decent justifications in the script.
He told me to be here at 4.
Oh, and you know what?
3:30 now.
You'd be
That's
surprised
what it
just how convoluted the cars became, and having to, depending on who was there and present at a shoot and at what time and what cars we had available,
Well,
in the end, Stefan's car, who played the liaison, his car in the story was Anthony's car. And in the end, Max's car was the liaison's car. And, there was some... I think it's because in video 12, Stefan's car was visible in our driveway, and of course in the story that would have been Anthony's car. And we didn't think about, or I didn't think about that at the time. And so any time in the future that we needed to show them driving places with their respective cars, it had to be switched like that. And that posed so many...
Alright, I'm back.
Oh, you just got it.
What I got. Yeah.
I didn't even have to do anything.
Nice.
I was telling them about the cars. Remember the cars and how convoluted that was?
Did you keep going? Because I hope you did.
I did.
Okay, yeah.
No, we're on 24 now. We're about to start the conversation with you and the guy, the liaison.
Oh, remember the conversation that we had about this?
Yes.
Oh, wait, no, you're talking about the cars?
Yeah. Do you remember how convoluted that was?
Yeah, that was a pain in the ass. You also remember the mounting the camera?
I do, inside the car. That was never easy.
Alright, I need a... Do you have a wall thing?
Yeah, unplug the lamp, unplug the white
No,
thing.
I mean like another one of these. Bricks.
Oh, does it matter, like, what kind?
No.
Because I actually do.
That's a USB.
Yeah, there you go.
Alright, cool, thanks.
Yeah, I actually do.
Whoa.
Believe it or not, I'm prepared. See, I thought that it was kind of cool. He waits for the liaison, and it's all tense, and it's like, which one is he gonna be?
Oh, which car?
Yeah, and it's like, well, and then
Yeah,
it's
and
better than the
then
actual
we talked
scene
about the
conversation.
face thing, too.
The face thing.
We wanted it to be weird and creepy.
I mean, in the end, it's arguable that it just looks stupid.
I wish it was creepier.
Yeah, but like, I don't know what else I could have done.
No, because I remember when you did this, and I was like,
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, at that
That's like,
time,
I'm over it.
I was too, because it was so. This was
As
the
you know,
most
I'm here on
tedious
behalf of
editing
my
that there ever
employer
was in this
and your
series. Was doing
potential
these face
future
coverings
clients.
because I had to go frame by frame.
overdrawn
This is
lifestyle
like a
so that you
4-minute
can
scene with this conversation. It took
Right.
probably
yeah, that's excellent.
3 to 4 hours to
Really
just
appreciative
edit
of
that scene.
his offer.
Just that static over his head.
So does he?
Does he?
Of
How does
course,
he plan to
it
help
also
me?
paid the extra.
Does he know anything
it also
about,
had the extra benefit of
Hollis
we didn't
Coogan?
have to match up his lines.
I know you
with
said
his-
you don't
with his
personally.
face,
But does he?
which gave us a little bit more wiggle
Did he tell
room.
you?
Uh-oh.
What? It doesn't work.
That's a huge problem.
What?
Hey,
Then it doesn't work.
Well, it's not that bad. We can bring up.
No, it works.
In this case, you only told
But-
me
That,
the
I don't know.
connection
I need my
that's
phone
so
for
true.
reasons.
I don't know anything
But-
about
No, it's...
We all need our.
the person you're dealing with.
Dude,
Well,
it's
I can tell you
dude,
my
it's like
employer's
a
in
black
charge now.
mirror
There's a
break
lot
that we
of
keep in our
investment
pockets at all times.
Much of it in a similar
Isn't that
vein to yours.
dystopian?
I expect
Yeah.
he wouldn't
Technology
make
is
you an
terrible.
offer
That's the whole
if
point of it.
He couldn't provide you
Yeah,
with
yeah, that's
some
right.
real
Which is
help.
a thing I truly
Investigative
believe.
work?
I think that we need to go back
Like
to the
a
Stone Age.
private
Except for
investigator?
medicine. Medicine's good.
Is it specifically
This
detective work that he does?
right here, this is taking place in front
Yes.
of public bathrooms, which is, I
This is
think,
his phone number.
you know,
Do you want
I
it?
think that is relevant because the series is shitty.
So a phone number. Do I just text
This was
him and he'll
very
respond?
hard to
Call
do.
him. He'll
'cause
pick up. It's a secure
It's
line.
like,
I thought we
Now,
did okay.
when you
oh, I think we
do,
did all right.
you'll
But
first
do you remember how
come
you
to
had,
the
like, I had to hold the camera, but you had to deliver.
Oh,
you were
right
standing
over my
shoulder.
shoulder. And I was right over your shoulder. Yeah,
Yeah.
because I didn't. This was before I started memorizing lines for
Yeah.
this because I was lazy.
Okay, wait. Hold on.
This was all in
Payment?
December, right?
I thought you
This
said
was
there
in
was
December.
no money involved.
What are you talking
The
about?
first time we did this, it was in October. Remember, also we reshot
And
this.
one other thing.
Oh no, because this I took
You
that
can
semester
expect
off
to see
because of the
level
vid. So
courtesy you exhibit
Yeah,
toward him reflected in
It was tough, and there were like
efficiency
multiple
of your
cuts that we couldn't make quite seamless here.
yeah, the drive. Oh god, the drive. And then I had to teach him how to, because my car has like a weird like.
Sure you didn't hear anything?
That's like a
You can't help
weird
yourself
mechanism
at all?
for like
Don't think I
putting
can.
it into park and putting it into
Sorry
drive
about
is
that.
different from most cars.
Yeah.
It's where it's,
I have to. It was so you see the reflection of the static ball right there in that car window, and right there for a second, because anytime there was a reflection, we had to do that.
like
it's
that's
like
his actual that's his actual.
I
face.
exported that video.
That's actually
probably
stuff.
2 or 3 times, not noticing every instance of that.
Fine, let me give the game away. That's his actual face.
Yeah, and when he shows his supposed real face later, that's actually
Yeah.
the CGI. I do like
You take care.
there's a moment here. I'm gonna turn it up for this. Dude, turning up the volume for this one.
Oh, did you answer that? How did it feel once you guys?
I did, yeah.
That was actually
Yeah, you give your perspective on that.
that was wild. Because like I thought like at the onset I was like, oh, we could get some viewers because this is a pretty good idea, and I think we could do a good job of it. Because I think one of the things that we're the bar for internet content, any open source art, not just internet, like any open source art. You go to an open mic night for comedy. This is the case as well.
Yeah.
There's a low bar. You can clear it.
It's pretty low. It is.
And so I thought that we could do that and maybe get some viewers. And then when that happened, I was like, well, I felt like we, just not to be egotistical, I felt like we deserved it.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it was crazy because I was like, oh shit, like we are actually maybe doing something right.
It was good validation in that regard.
Yeah, but like I was honestly hoping that we would get like more of that stuff when the series ended. No, I mean
we gotta
like,
get into this. I know it's
specific. Well, the reason
yeah.
I preferred that is because like we told the story, and so you can analyze the full thing.
Yeah.
For what it actually is, because like you could say like, oh, Anthony's like so robotic. It's like, I wonder what's up with that. And like, well, hold on, wait up. Why isn't Anthony going to the police? Their reasons are terrible. Hold on a second.
It did feel like we did constantly have to think to ourselves like, just wait,
Yeah.
if you are concerned about that.
That's why, and so it was great, and the traction was awesome, and the like seeing somebody pick it up was really, really cool and all that. I just wish that it happened even more afterward. And there have been people that have done it, and I'm glad about that.
Yeah.
Because they did it at the right time. I just think that's the right time to do it, like with any story.
Yeah, I mean it is, and it's still possible it could happen at some random point in the future where just somebody's like, "I'm going to go back to this now. It's been over for a while." You never know. Stefan says incoming cringe about his character.
Yeah.
Mostly because of the way we filmed it, as opposed to the delivery of the lines. I paused it specifically. This line, I like this little moment.
Hey, listen, I'd appreciate it if you could blur my face. Like you did with that other guy.
Yeah, I can. Hey, but I didn't blur any faces. Right.
That was
It's like,
Hollis who did that.
yeah, like he doesn't quite get. He's not quite privy to like exactly. It's so convoluted.
Oh, you don't
that he doesn't get it.
understand. You don't get it.
Yeah, it's like like everyone thinks this is Anthony's. I can't even explain why I think that's clever. It's just like, oh, there was a guy on a scooter or something. Everyone thinks that Anthony is the one who has the channel, so everything that was edited on the channel he did, which is actually technically true, but he doesn't want anyone to think that.
Right.
I can't even explain it more clearly than that.
And this was a pain in the ass.
Surprisingly,
Oh God, I'm wearing sweatpants. I don't wear sweatpants out anymore, ever.
yeah, I don't either.
Like,
I used to.
I
a long time
refuse to
ago.
do it. Again, I dress way better now. Like I refuse to do that. Ugh. See, like now I'd be wearing like corduroys, or my nice jeans. I have a lot of black jeans now. It's like I'm going to a Paramore concert.
I think I forgot how to start Max's car every damn time I drove the thing.
Wait, why are you looking at the chat? I can look at the chat.
Oh, you saw? I thought your phone was not in your hand.
No.
Yeah, you did forget to. There was something weird about starting the car. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's different than a normal car.
Stefan had to do in the end a lot of acting that involved driving while either delivering lines or just like being on camera, which
Oh, remember that whole sequence?
I do,
Yeah.
which obviously that's a lot later, but that's difficult. I couldn't have done well. I could have probably, but it would have been nerve-wracking and difficult. He was also there for this shoot. Me and him, we filmed. We went out and filmed. This was a kind of miserable shoot in the end. You weren't on this one, but this is just one Hollis just walking around in the woods.
This is Is this our only snow shoot? I mean, not mine, but I wasn't involved.
It might be, yeah. It might be.
It doesn't snow in Connecticut that much anymore because of the untold,
Yeah, because
man-made
of-
horrors beyond our comprehension.
Yeah, exactly.
But wait, is that my car?
No.
I was like, what? Where'd you?
That's
get-
another random
I was like,
house.
Did you guys steal my car?
We were just trying to go out and find like semi-interesting things in the woods for this. But I also I was just, because it was authentic to the character and to the moment in the story, I had to just walk around in like thin little shitty shoes. Oh, and
Put
see,
the
look, I
blood
really
on
cut.
it.
Do you see that? I really cut myself on my finger. The sacrifices I make for this stuff.
Yeah. Well,
I had to get.
we'll
hurt.
talk more about that later.
Yeah. Because there's a shot at the end where like Hollis is trying to drum up sympathy for himself, and he's like, oh, he has to warm up his little feet that are cold, and like I tried to actually make my feet cold by not wearing nice boots.
Whoa! Oh my God.
Yeah.
Is this behind the park?
Put my life on the line for this. This was in the back of the local high school.
Oh, because I was gonna say it looks familiar, but it's all the woods anyway. So. Oh, I remember this video with the snow in there. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, keep in mind that's not. Oh no, it is.
Actually,
it is, isn't it? I'm not remembering. Yeah, right. He puts the note in.
Yeah.
Yes. And you see, it says EHS on it.
Yeah. Wait, where's EHS?
EHS is the second name of Regional Protector. It's once
Oh, right.
Anthony
yeah.
brings attention to them, so they have to change their name to stay secret.
That's right. See, I honestly did not watch most of these videos.
Well, honestly, I have, but only because I edited them.
Yeah, like.
And I was getting bored of doing like the creepy edits. I was like, whatever.
Why are you doing the chat? I can do the chat.
I keep forgetting this. Anytime I saw people, I wanted to film them to make it seem like a real lived-in world. But of course, I had to film them secretly. I had to be a little stalker voyeur.
You
There they go.
You can't do that. It's illegal.
I know it's not legal. It's not. It's in a public place and everything. Yep, here it is. Hollis has a need to make people like him. And the only way he knows how to do that is by...
Untying his shoes.
It's like we should be like... we feel this visually represents Hollis's need to be liked, and we felt that the visual composition really reflected that pretty accurately.
You sound like their film podcast.
Exactly. There he goes. This video is too.
How does he charge the camera in the woods?
That's a good question.
Oh my God! I just exposed the plot hole.
And also, how does he upload them? Like, if he doesn't on his phone?
Well,
in my
there's
head
an
canon,
explanation for all of that.
in my head canon, he was supposed to he goes to like a Starbucks and like uploads things or something, just somewhere like.
Well, if he has the cord, that
I
actually.
mean,
makes
he's
sense.
supposed to. It does. He's supposed to be wanted. He's supposed to be. Or well, no. I mean, no. What are we talking about? No, what are we talking about? No, he lives here. He's in the Dr. Tanner apartment.
Oh no shit.
Later on, once he leaves the apartment, that does become a question, though. It's like, where does he go? And the implication is that he is just basically like running around, like stealing into people's houses really quickly, or like public places really quickly. But at this point, no, that's not a question. Hey, there it is.
That was actually a little creepy.
I think so. He has to have a different symbol than.
Sounds like he's about to announce something about World War One.
This right here, yeah, it does. It does. Yeah, it's a fireside chat. That's World War II. These subtitles there are real words underneath them, and people did figure out what they
He
were.
uses that McDonald's Wi-Fi. That's right.
He does.
He goes
does,
in
yeah.
and he houses 45
Yeah.
McNuggets once
And
a day.
yeah, he does. Yeah, he's like that guy who only eats Big Macs for like 30 years.
My hero.
And it's that's
That was us almost for a little
that's
bit.
I don't know, and we can appreciate that because that's how we practically uploaded these videos in McDonald's, or we could have.
No, remember how ridiculous Remember how ridiculous our diets were though when we did the I would get like McNuggets.
Well, I
a
tried to
Big
eat
Mac.
healthy at the dining hall, but when we ate the McDonald's,
Yeah,
we went off the rails big time.
big time. Oh, dude, their hash browns are so good.
I know.
I miss that
Don't
stuff.
make me want to go get McDonald's.
I will not. I refuse.
I could. It's 3 minutes away. Well, there's always one 3 minutes away.
Yeah. Welcome to America. I could not. I can't.
Since
I don't think my stomach. I haven't eaten that stuff in months.
They say once you get out of it, it becomes like kind of it upsets your stomach.
I imagine it would, because like I've been eating like fish, vegetables, chicken, and all that, and real food, like real food, and like. Although I have I eat like protein shakes. So I eat a lot of nonsense as well, like protein shakes, protein bars.
I eat utter nonsense.
Protein water, protein. You guys got to get that stuff. That stuff is awesome. It doesn't taste good, but it's very effective. It's low calorie. Anyway, teaching guys how to build muscle.
These subtitles here were real words hidden deep down under there, and somebody figured it out, and now I don't remember what they are. But it was just some blasé interaction between these two characters. Oh, and here are the laptops, the introduction of the laptops. In fact, yeah, let's talk, because this is the first time we see the Dr. Tanner apartment in any comprehensive way. And Elijah's apartment is just full of interesting and very strange little knickknacks. And we really wanted to lean into that, because Dr. Tanner is an interesting, weird guy. The Master and His Emissary. Anyone who hasn't read that book, that is basically a book on psychology and neurology and the way that the human brain works, and kind of disproving the left brain, right brain dichotomy that people always talk about, which I felt was very thematically relevant to this whole thing. Like, you have left brain, right brain, like i.e. Anthony and Hollis, and they're two different methodologies of whatever they're trying to do. But in the end, they're actually kind of one and the same and working together. Oops, I spoiled it.
Oops.
But yeah, just Elijah had that book lying around, and he told me that's what it was about, and then he gave it to me ultimately if I ever wanted to show it again.
I can't believe that the CBS Sports app does not show the 5th League of British Soccer.
I can't believe that either.
I watch soccer now, a little bit.
The MLS?
No, I watch 5th League of British Soccer.
My dad's favorite team was always part of like the 4th or 3rd or 5th.
What's his favorite team?
Leeds United.
Oh,
they're in the they're
in the Premier League now. Yeah,
now they are. For a while they were not.
Yeah, no, I know a guy who's a Leeds United fan, but no, my team is Wrexham.
Wow.
Yeah,
Don't know
they're from Wales. They're owned by Mac from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Ah, there
and
it is.
Ryan Reynolds.
That's what it is.
Ryan Reynolds. You know who Ryan Reynolds is?
I do, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, who do you take me for? I know every actor.
So literally, it's Mac and Deadpool own a 5th League British soccer team, and they made a documentary about it. And
I can't believe
it's charming. The characters, not the characters, but the people. It's and they're good because they spend an inordinate amount of money on it.
That's true. That does make sense.
Yeah. Up the town. Go Wrexham.
The laptops. Another thing that I felt hard pressed to bring back in a really plot relevant way. But yeah, this is just all the stuff. This is like Hollis kind of looking into the regional protectorate's business.
I'm getting roasted for calling it British soccer. They need to know what it's called.
Uh-oh.
It's called soccer.
Soccer.
British soccer. That's right.
Okay, so this is an important one, right? Because if I had to guess, this is your favorite shoot.
Maybe.
You don't remember? Yeah, you don't remember the numbers, but you'll see.
No, I do.
No, but you'll see when we get there.
I do not remember the numbers.
Like that little location tracking effect there. She's walking. And this is all just boring. But eventually we get to our nice little location. Hey, it's not that location.
This is one of my favorite shoes. Easily.
Oh, another person.
I think it's probably my favorite. Did we go to the diner before this?
Before?
Not after, or after.
We went right in the middle and then we went back out and filmed more.
No, because just the vibe around this. It was also the first big location shoot. Beside, like we went to the park, which was an event, but this was like this was like Christian showed me this park before I even filmed a video for the series. As like,
because me and Elijah would take walks around here.
Yeah,
I was like, oh, we have to film there. We just have to. It's so creepy at night.
Right, and so I was looking at it, I was like, this is awesome. I'm so excited. And this was like, because we were talking about this before I filmed a single video. And I was just waiting for the series to get real, And then when we finally got there, it really started feeling like, like we were really in the thick of it.
It did.
Which,
I do remember that shoot very well.
And I remember saying that a million times. Like, holy shit, like, we're here. This is the part when I was looking forward to. And then we got to the end game, I was thinking about that as well in the same way. But this was a great shoot.
And something that's really great about this, and I knew it would be beforehand, early on in the series, maybe because of the railroad spikes, maybe not, people were talking about, like in the Discord and stuff, people were like, are there railroad tracks near your house, Anthony? And like on the Discord, people were like that, and like, and I was like, knowing that we would eventually show this location. Not that the fact that it's a railroad like has anything to do with anything, but people were like, I don't remember why they asked that, but they were curious as to whether or not like there was a railroad nearby, and I knew eventually we were going to show one, and I was like, all right, people are hopefully gonna like that. Then they're gonna be like, whoa, we were right or something, knowing that we would have this shot like 5 months later.
Yeah.
All the audio in this video, it's just like if you take the whole audio track and put it in a spectrogram or a spectrograph and make a spectrogram out of it, there's a message that I don't remember what it is, honestly. I don't. But this whole video is largely important to just set up a location that becomes extremely important at the end. And I think we did that knowing. I think we filmed this video knowing that this location would be the setting of a big part of the climax. And so we had to establish it earlier on. This brick building, which is abandoned, the bridge, which is right there, and the railroad tracks, the tunnel, all this stuff I wanted to set up because, like, not just the location itself, but the positioning and where the characters are within this location becomes very
that's
important.
such a cool shot.
And
then with the water, what a banger. I love it.
The only thing would have been better was if we could have actually gone in there.
Wait. Was something moving in there?
It's just more water. It's
Oh,
a mill. It's an
I
old
thought
mill.
it was a bunch of rats.
That would have been good.
That would have been awesome. That's unfortunate that we didn't get that, actually.
Yeah, it's a mill, an old mill. I love the waterfall though.
Yeah.
This is easily the most picturesque setting.
You know, it's funny. I was telling him about this a million times too. Like, I just wanted to fish there the whole day. I was just like, can I just take a break and just throw
I
it
know,
on
we
out?
should go back and do that.
We should. I have fishing stuff in my car, but it's freezing. So, but I do.
Yeah, nice summer. Oh, blood. A little bit of blood. It was tough to figure, like, I felt like pacing-wise, it was important to show certain locations in a certain order here, but it wasn't actually the order that we filmed them, and that taking a circuit of this place, like, I edited things, or I put things in editing out of order as opposed to how we filmed them, hoping the geography of the place would seem like it matched up. The railroad track question came from the graphic. Yeah, I think that's true. I think that's correct. It was early on at some point. It got, yeah, as you can see, it got really dark here with this camera, because it was not pitch black at all, but it almost looks like it is. But yeah, we had to have our really powerful flashlights, and even then it didn't really brighten things up too much. Isn't there like a don't trespass sign coming up? Yeah,
There's here.
no trespassing. Oh no, turn back. And I have to say, the blood in the tunnel here looked way worse than I wanted it to. Because it wouldn't like adhere to the stone as much as I thought it would. We like poured out the whole rest of the bottle we had. and it still didn't really
Didn't
look
we
that
shoot
good.
Anthony and Hollis? We shot Anthony and Hollis's scenes from different videos.
Whoa, what? Yeah, this is the most conventionally like horror film type video that we ever did. I'm sorry, I don't know what the answer to that one is anymore.
I mean, you can just rearrange it.
It was something more than it was something more. It's probably more complex than that because that's the thing. These people, these savants we have in our Discord and are watching them, they figured out every puzzle in like 30 minutes.
That's because we're not smart.
No, that's the thing. It's mainly because I'm not smart.
Yeah,
enough
you
to
did
make
all the puzzles. If I did,
there was only one puzzle that ended up being, and we'll get to it, but like every puzzle was either way too easy or there was one that was impossible to do without help.
Christian, in the past 2 months, number 27, which is the next one, is someone standing across the street in silhouette at 105? I mean, I guess we're about to find out.
We're about to find out in less than 2 minutes. My instinct is to say no because I don't remember doing that purposely. But it's always possible that either I'm forgetting or there's someone that we didn't even pay attention to.
Yeah.
This was delayed because and by the way, we also had to reshoot some of the shots from that previous video. There were a few that were just too dark, and so me and Elijah by ourselves just went and filmed them again in January. Most of it was still the same though.
Christian, was it fun watching people try to decipher it?
What the hell was that?
I mean, not for me because I had nothing to do with the
It
creation,
was
but-
fun, but it was also nerve-wracking because I was like, oh no,
garbage.
what if people solve it too
First it was
fast
Twitter,
or
then
can't
it
at
was
all?
then it was
Which both did
email,
end up
then it
happening
was
at
phone
one
number.
or another.
I mean, why can't I just get help? God.
I think that
I mean, like, what is this?
it might be necessary to do
What
that.
the hell
That's probably
is this? Like, is it some sort of
Okay, good.
dark web thing?
So, we're looking for 105.
Yeah.
Alright. Gotta keep our eyes peeled.
Oh, that was a creepy look.
That was.
I remember doing that. I remember taking a couple
I'm
takes to
doing
get that
this, I
right.
just
Oh,
can't
so
sleep
we're-
is all.
So outside, huh?
That's
105. So it's like right around here.
um.
So if you're looking at, I don't know if you can. I think you can see my cursor here. No, well, can you? Okay, so there.
Let me. No, they can't.
They
Well,
can't.
wait. Hold on. Try it again.
This is
Oh,
so.
I'm an hour behind. Try it again.
great. This is so.
Yeah, they can see it. You're
Okay,
good.
okay, good. So basically, right here, that's a tree, that's a stop sign, that's a like telephone pole and lamppost. There's nobody silhouetted in this shot. I hate to tell you.
And if there were, it would have been purely by accident.
It would have been. There are times when there were like people in the background, and we wanted it that way, like in video 6, all the way back then. Remember that back couple months back?
Yeah.
And yeah, but not here, not
I
right
feel like-
there.
Like something bad has happened
We did show the cat again, though. We showed Simon again
Right.
because it had been a long time.
now.
Where is
Do
he?
any of you guys ever
He's
feel
coming.
like that?
There he is.
You know what I'm talking
The
about?
cat is like a symbol
My
of
house feels
something, and I don't know
so
what.
small.
He's like the watchful eye that
Like there
watches
wouldn't be a
over
good place
everything.
to hide. Someone can't
And-
break in.
Oh yeah, I had to make my mom do that.
Now back to that creepy look I did at the end of the last video.
back to this great acting job I did.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
I made a point to do a lot of those throughout the series just to show you when a couple of moments when the facade drops for Anthony
you don't
and
know
you
what
see
I'm
what he
thinking.
really is. He's
Yeah,
just
you see it in his expression.
he's just cold.
There's some darkness on
Yeah,
there.
he's cold, dark, like
Was it
laser
pretty sure it was
focused.
It definitely happened. It
Emotionless.
definitely happened at some point.
It felt nice to have somebody who's.
It probably happens
seen
again
it
at some point in this because
There are I do it
I
like
have
several
no
times throughout
idea
the series,
What I'm getting into.
you can definitely tell.
Eh.
Looking back, once you know
What's
what
the
he is,
and I made Christian take multiple takes for some of them.
and yeah, I'm still tired of it. No, it's like
Player.
I think we tried to litter the right clues in
Since that
at the
video
right
post.
pace.
Yeah.
That's all we can say.
Yeah, it was
Video 25. Do you see where I'm coming from?
Here's an interesting
When I say
little
that
tidbit.
video
Well,
is disconcerting
I think
more
it
than
is.
any other one. Hollis
originally
has
this was going to be
done. I mean, Up to
video
these points,
25 or 26, one of them.
I've been confused by the things
We ended up
Alice has
rearranging
done,
the order of videos here
I had
because
something
it was getting a
to go
little
off of.
predictable, and some people were
But
saying
what was
this. They were
that?
getting on our case about this.
What was
It was getting a little predictable, like the
He walked
Anthony
through the woods.
Hollis
Wrote
repeat.
words that start with E.
the
Pattern
pattern
of uploading.
of the-
So we
yeah.
uploaded 2 Hollis
You don't
videos in a
need it.
row
You all saw
just
that
before
shit.
here to make
I
it look
am
like he
done
was
with not
kind of
getting
getting. He was
Whatever
putting Anthony in a
Hollis is doing,
corner sooner.
I do not feel good about it.
So sore, dude.
At
You should
all.
get up and do calisthenics.
Between
Oh,
direct
That would be more
messages,
entertaining.
these
Entertaining
people,
than this garbage.
words on the paper.
Hiding in
person
Mike
he's
Yoga
staying with.
studio.
What the hell was that about, by the way? When he left the apartment?
This is definitely Anthony is meant to be getting more paranoid here.
I need an advantage. I need help
Wait,
through
here's-
somebody who knows what they're
Here's an
doing.
interesting. Do you
This guy's
think
been
that
missing for
Anthony
months,
is
and
purely
nobody's
play
turned up
acting as
anything.
paranoid, or do you think that any of it is real paranoia at this point?
I think yes, but I don't think it's the I think there is a touch of real paranoia. I just don't think it's what he's trying to convince people it is. It's different. It's paranoia that like this. Look how fake. Look how
much he's trying to drum up sympathy. Both of them end up trying to drum up sympathy for themselves.
Yeah, I know, but this
And
one's
win
more,
people
that
for
one's
it.
way more sinister.
It is that one's very obvious. I think Hollis's was more subtle than that. I actually like the lighting of this shot because it's like the nice blue contrasted with the orange. The blue of the phone screen contrasted with the orange or yellow behind. I think I made that. Didn't I make that the
Hello?
thumbnail of the video? I think I
Is
did.
this,
That's a good little shot.
I met
If I may say so.
Oh, I
told
remember
me to
this.
call you.
Yeah, this is the.
Yes, I remember this. You read that in your just normal voice.
And I
Sorry,
messed up real bad on this puzzle. There was a moment where, like, to bring the audience
Terrace
into, to make them
Your
complicit in
employee
Regional
told me to
Protectorate's
call
criminal activities, there was a point in the email puzzle or email little side game
Yeah.
where everyone was
Yes, I
asked
am.
who emailed in.
You can help me.
They were asked to put anagrams of things on Twitter, and one of them, and they were those 3 locations that were listed in that Dr. Tanner lists there,
You really?
and one of them I
so
missed
you know
a letter.
everything that's going on.
And
Are you serious? Yeah. Oh, that's right.
it was-
I remember
it
you were
was,
like.
what was it? It was either Davenport Road or street. It was something with the word street in it. Whatever one it just was. And I missed like a T or an M or something, and people could only unscramble it as
Yeah.
C.
I
Martin
understand.
231,
Oh.
and that's why in the end, Dr. Tanner's name is Martin because I messed that up. That's why
Wait,
Dr.
so that
Tanner's
was
real name
supposed
is
to be
Martin.
Davenport Road.
It was one of those locations. It was
Yeah.
meant to be, and it was meant to come back here. And it's like if people unscrambled them successfully, it was like, whoa, we were complicit in the fucking whatever it was, you know. So that's kind of part of the, like, look what getting caught up in this YouTube series can make you do. And you're
Right.
kind of a criminal too. But yeah, in the end, I messed that up. So his name just became Martin. We agonized over the voice.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. You know why? Because I think I had just watched a.
It's quiet, but I can hardly even tell that's what he's saying. Yeah.
I had just watched a crime show. I forgot whether it was Criminal Minds, Bones, or one of
30
the
minutes
other
away now.
crime shows that suburban white people love.
Oh yeah, they love.
I've been
And
waiting
they
2
had
weeks.
like a serial killer. See, then I got a haircut. They had a serial
Never
killer
felt worse in
call
my life.
them with that
It's
voice,
just-
and I remember being super creeped out. And I was like, "That's it. We're putting this in the video."
Yeah.
And we did, and I was a real pain in the neck about it.
We neither of us wanted it to be like a cliched, like, oh, it's just, we tried to give it a little bit more like rasp to it than a regular, like, you will submit your payment on this
Yeah,
date.
yeah.
Like one of those.
I just wanted it to be creepy.
Yeah. I wanted it to be creepy in a way that was unconventional, or at least not cliched. Is your phone still charging?
Yeah, no, we're good.
At some point, like, it's getting so dark on there, at some point I want to turn the lights on so we can actually see us.
You can do that whenever. Oh, the
Your
lamp.
phone's, it has to get plugged in there.
Yeah, no, I'm at like 15%. We need
Okay,
more.
that's fine. We can wait longer. It's still light outside, so it's not as bad as it will become. Oh, and also, yeah, there's the picture in the background here. we made sure to put the picture up so that people would see. It did get a little confused when the picture was on the wall and when it wasn't. The picture of everyone's favorite two characters. Okay, good. We're caught up with questions.
Every negative emotion possible in sequence.
I thought it was
20
too.
times each.
I mean, honestly, looking, I was afraid that like there you can see it's clearer the picture. I was afraid people would be able to tell exactly what it was before we wanted them to.
Even that wasn't half
But
as
I think I
exaggerated
was a little
as
paranoid
what
now looking back on that because that's just like a bunch of dark
Getting it from
blobs.
my parents, I've constantly felt like this.
Yeah.
It's a really stupid looking
College.
picture. It's like it's amusing, that picture.
Whoever that is,
When are
is
we
with,
getting out of school?
it's always been
I
about
don't know.
building a case
Maybe it's
against
too
me.
late for that.
Hollis couldn't get that body in the barrel to implicate me. But blood in a tunnel in the woods,
The walls are closing.
those
in on
handcuffs
me
he
at this
keeps
point.
showing, like he broke out of them. I can't deal with another thing.
He's in way over his head.
It keeps getting worse every time.
Hey, he's looking at the picture there.
Yeah.
Was that? I guess that was intentional.
No, we
Consider
did
there's
that on
nothing
purpose.
bad or dangerous. Just let it be quick.
When did we take that?
I will never do another
It was at
bad
some
thing
point when we were filming
if it
Elijah's.
just makes them stop.
It was like the last thing we did before.
Yeah,
we
we,
left.
yeah. It's actually a pretty good picture.
It's a funny picture. I do like the picture. It's just very silly.
I forgot to put the call on speakerphone.
Yeah, that's because we forgot to when we were filming.
Hello? Okay.
Okay.
that was pretty funny. Oh boy. So yeah, this is the beginning of the actual like main story inclusion of
Alright.
the company has
Sure.
them do like strange
Whatever it
little, anomalous little things that play into giant crimes that they could never anticipate. I do like that idea. That is out of the creepypasta The Devil Game, which this is so obscure people aren't going to know about this. But
I know about it.
It's-
You told me about it.
well, you've read it. You totally read that one.
Yeah.
But there's like a little tidbit in that story where it's like, asking people to do seemingly innocuous things like scribble 10 letters on a wall in a public place or like file a piece of paper in a certain place in a public library. And I always was fascinated by that concept of
It is a great concept.
something really innocuous and subtle that furthers a really elaborate criminal scheme. And so that is what Anthony is doing here. And of course that plays into the story not too much later than this.
What the hell is my phone?
The thing
it's
is that
fine.
that charger, that block, it might be like old and crappy.
No,
It might be
it's
going
just
slowly
taking
because of
a
that.
while.
Well,
yeah.
that might be why. It's because of that block. This right here is a church near the Dr. Tanner apartment, and it just doesn't really look like one because I don't think it always was. It certainly was not. I don't think it was built to be a church. This entrance part looks almost just like the lobby of a school or something, which is I think in the story what we said that it was. It was a school. But yeah, and it's very important there before we end. It's very important for reasons that I hope become clear much later that you do not see Anthony's hand put up the poster. I told both of us and Elijah were here for this, and I told you specifically, and we knew you could not show your hand because you
Yes.
had the camera for this.
I did have the camera. Yeah, I remember this
You
being a
cannot,
pain. Yeah.
you cannot show yourself put the poster up because that is too concrete of evidence in the end.
Yeah.
We show that you see it in the periphery here, what posters are on there, and then you put it up and you turn back and there's a new one up there. But it's not quite clear enough, I hope, that that's exactly what you did.
Right.
It's plausibly deniable, and so that is important to the plot and the themes. I
Yes.
hope it's realistic.
That is
that's-
very important to that.
Excuse to not have to say. After this, it had been a while since like a short cryptic video that was just a puzzle, so we did the next one. It was just kind of like a... I wanted to upload something, and it was gonna be too long before we had to upload some other thing, so... This is the last the whole video is just a puzzle. It's the last one of those for a while. I do think the effect here is pretty well achieved. It's like... It looks like Hollis is like walking around with Anthony in the room, but all the shots are totally separate. It looks like... See, look at that. It looks like I'm doing circles around you. See, look at that. It's funny.
We should have really actually done that.
Yeah.
No, it's not City Hall in the video. It's just a local church.
Right. I think we did say it was supposed to be City Hall.
Hi, Hollis.
I thought it was a school, but it's
You know, I'm upset this shirt doesn't fit me anymore.
I get it.
What is it?
I was scared too.
You got to the Red Wedding, right? Oh yeah.
It's Game of Thrones.
Yeah. Hold on, I'll show you the shirt.
It will fade.
It's like an artist.
Fear isn't about the unknown.
Just like this is like my nerdiest element.
You once pointed out the difference between horror and terror.
Other than that, I'm not that nerdy, but.
It's not
no.
About
this like well, I mean, I would just do
about
this like
the dawning comprehension of
like
something.
Well, it's fear. It almost kind of works.
And what's
that for this video to be the one where you're wearing that shirt, because this is like this is in a way the one where you like where Anthony how would I put it, like draws blood for the first time. He really strikes in this one.
Yeah. Anthony's yeah. And so anyway,
Anthony goes ham in this video.
So it's an artist in the who does like, you know, Ice and Fire art, obviously.
Yeah.
And she makes t-shirts and stuff. They are fantastic.
It's just a wolf, right? It's a
but it's got arrows in its head, a bunch of blood,
right.
and it says the North remembers.
Right,
It's a bang. It's an awesome shirt.
Yeah.
I actually think I need to get another one, because that is an XL, and I am now a medium. So it's not.
that comprehension settles?
Good shirt.
It's a night.
But I'm not cruel.
Yeah, it's wet. Yeah, it's 50%
I'm not going to keep you in suspense and drag this out any longer.
Her name is
I do have to ask
Rixian.
one thing.
You gotta look her up if you like this.
What did you leave here?
Merch and shit.
Of course, when you left here, you left your tripod and
I got a
lights behind.
Stannis one too.
The police have had those for a while.
Stanley.
He's right.
Did you forget anything
he's
else
right
when you
about
left
everything.
that?
He is the king. This one. Do you remember how in this video I made you rub your eyes to look like you were overtired and like deranged?
Yeah, we should have filmed that now because I'm exhausted.
When you left that night?
Ready? We have
no, I didn't get any sleep. I slept for like 2 hours last night. 3 hours, whatever. Math. Bad at it.
This is the one where I see the series. Well, you're gonna get excited. Okay, you're gonna get excited because from here the series just keeps on accelerating. This to me is the one where like it was a slow burn up to this point, and after this point, it keeps.
Yeah, this is when the series. Yeah, the plots. Not the plot starts, but the plot accelerates.
The plot thins. You know, this is something we talked about a lot too. It's like, is it?
Oh yes,
there it is.
The fact that I have to hold this.
Is it plausible that
I have to hold it, talk
he
about
could
it on
act
camera?
like he could get DNA
Punishment
off that thing when
from
it had
fucking
been
hell.
like 5 months or more?
It's plausible that he can act like it.
Like, is it realistic that he could could
I won't take
he
credit
realistically expect to convince people that he
Linking
could
all these
get
videos
DNA
together.
evidence
That was my.
off that
I don't know.
like,
People
after
don't.
so many
People
months?
don't know anything about
Allies
science. I mean, I don't.
That's true.
I
Like,
don't
that's
know.
that's
I
like
don't
what
know.
we're banking. That's what we're
I would just believe them.
You see it
Yeah.
here in this bag,
I got
so that it doesn't get contaminated from this
testing
point
kits.
forward.
Yeah,
And
I
my
got
ally and
these
I can
chimps will
confirm.
buy it.
You and I already know.
Well, I mean,
It doesn't look like it did
I would
back in
just believe it.
September.
Yeah, I would too.
Back when you, Hollis,
Hello.
He just
used it for
gesticulates
that
with the
loathsome act.
railroad spike. I liked that.
Unless you cleaned it very, very thoroughly in the last
when?
few hours you were in my shed,
Right there, he's like
Hollis.
pointing at Hollis.
used it for that
Oh, I
loathsome
thought
act.
he waved it like a grandmother.
I think he does it.
Unless you cleaned it very, very thoroughly in the last few
He's
hours
so
you were in my
content to be
shed,
holding on to that railroad
I
spike.
can link you
It's a
Yeah.
the
and
murder
Jordan
weapon.
together with this
That's a big deal. It's
one
the murder weapon.
object.
Yeah, and he's
And you know what?
with it.
Yeah.
Look, he's
Oh
very
yeah,
sorry,
he is
Hollis.
comfortable with it.
I know you
This
probably
is,
don't
this
know
is the
what you're
most
doing
comfortable
when you
Anthony's
do
been on
awful
camera in a
things,
long
but
time.
you ruined my family's lives. And you'll get what's coming to you.
And I'm trying to think if anyone had noticed this.
Oh, I remember dropping it, and it was kind of heavy, so
nothing
it was
to say to
awkward.
It is heavy. How are your recommendations today? No, bad. So, this right here is a dark horse candidate for my favorite one in the series.
Hold on, I gotta give a quick shout out to Umiko Productions' friend Alice. What's going on? What's going on, Alice? How you doing?
Alice.
Yeah. How you doing?
Is that someone you know in real life?
Me? No, I'm.
Oh, well, no, that's just someone you joined.
No, it's a shout out.
Oh, okay.
We were asked to do a shout out.
I got you.
Yeah, no, I'm happy.
Yeah, shout out. Let's shout out anybody. Anyone.
Hope you're doing well. Hope you guys are doing well. I've never done a shout out before. I'm not good at it.
That's why I'm leaving it to you because I'm not even.
Oh my god.
A shout out. Ah. Yeah. Yeah. This is arguably my favorite one.
I was not involved in this whatsoever.
No,
That's
aside
why.
from a few voiceovers.
That's why it's my favorite.
This is
No,
the
I
one,
did do voiceovers. That's right.
Because there's a moment where you Anthony supposedly gets out of bed and then starts talking on the phone with the liaison, and so you do need your voice for that. But this is in this video at different times. I and Stefan both like stood in for where he was been. But yeah, this one. I'm not saying this is a great video because it's too dark and it's hard to get a sense of where the hell Hollis is because
He's
the
outside.
first. That's very observant of you. This is like in the house. It's hard to get a sense. Oh, hey, the barrel. We haven't seen that in a while.
It's still blue.
It is. It's hard to get a sense of like the layout of the house in real time, like where. Yeah, like if you go from one room to the next. And that was very important because it's like, oh, Anthony's in this room and Hollis is hiding in this room like 2 feet away. But I think it could have looked worse in the end, certainly. It was very ambitious. And there is one of my very favorite moments in the whole series coming up later on. Yep, and this is one of those ones where I enlisted my parents to help too with shutting the lights off at the right time. It was the most ambitious shoot up to this point, I would say.
It did not end that way.
No, it did not end that way. As always, it's a little slow. It was kind of we should just like bring up like other people's analysis of the series. And just like,
Yeah.
hey, just watch this
it.
instead. Let's listen to this guy talk about it. Yeah, he climbs in through the window. Is it fair to say the window would have been unlocked? Maybe.
The windows are unlocked all the time. I know that because I leave my windows unlocked all the time.
True. That's an invitation for anyone watching.
Well, I live in here, so.
Oh, yeah. I didn't really climb through the window. That was all movie magic. As you can see, it looks so great, all black screen. I totally tricked everyone that I really did it.
You got him.
It's like, this took rigorous editing because, the raw footage was probably like 20 minutes of me just like looking around, like looking through shit. He's looking for physical evidence here. He's trying to steal the railroad spike back, in the first place at least. And he's just looking around. He has to be looking around for everything. And I tried to do a bunch of cuts in such a way that it isn't really too jarring because the rhythm of them is like consistent. While also showing that he actually is doing a comprehensive
We were
check of
instructed
the
to
house.
show them your stunt double.
His parents would see it. Wouldn't even be in the kitchen.
There he
Oh,
is.
there he is. Whoa. When did you get here?
Yeah. What stunts did I even do in this?
I did a stunt.
You did a stunt, and we'll get
It
to
went
it.
very poorly.
I did a stunt other than getting my shoes soaked in water, I didn't do any stunts. Maybe I did one stunt. I don't know. I'll know it when I see it. I feel like I did at some point.
We're already there.
I know. But this is when they started. This one, do you see how long this one? This one is 12.5 minutes. This is the longest one I think up to that point.
I would say we're about halfway through the runtime of the story.
I think so.
Probably,
I
right?
think so.
Yeah.
And this has been going for how long?
Well, that's
Two and a half
yeah.
hours. So we're on track for 5 hours.
It's super backloaded. This
It
series,
is.
time-wise.
It is. And that's not necessarily a good thing. Hey, Mario Kart.
Oh, I don't think it's that big.
Everyone was like, Hollis is a game, or Anthony's a gamer.
Yeah,
But really, it's mine.
I'm not a gamer at all. I didn't even know.
No.
What was the thing from earlier? That I
the
didn't
gamer
know about?
keyboard?
No, like somebody said something about a TV shirt.
I don't know. I don't remember anymore.
I don't remember. Some video game character. I don't know.
Oh, Zelda, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, right. I was asking. Back then, I was saying like, oh, did Stefan write that? Because that I totally did wear that combo back in middle school.
I think Stefan might have. That was, I think
I had a
Stefan
Zelda
wrote
shirt
that
and cargo shorts.
before I knew that was Stefan.
Whoa.
Yeah,
Hey,
I don't know who Zelda is.
This was continuity problems because at this point we had started painting the walls of my basement, and so in the first place when you saw the basement in those early Hollis videos, it was all gray and stone, and here the walls are all painted white.
I don't know if that's a huge continuity issue. Like,
it doesn't look that
Anthony's
different.
Parents could have just painted this.
It's true. Like for the sake of them recognizing it as the same place, the audience, it was like, ah, crap. That said, with the flashlight, I feel like it doesn't look as different as it could.
Is Zelda like a popular game?
It's extremely, yeah.
Oh.
Everyone loved it. Well, I got bullied in middle school. Not bullied, but like I got teased in middle school for it, but now everyone just kind of likes them. As you can see here, we're getting to the good parts. The parts where it's like, we're going to peek in on Anthony.
Yeah, this is a very, like, you know, oh, I can kill you whenever I want sort of message that he's sending.
Yeah. So,
of course, well, that he's
realistically-
posing as sending because it's all, you know,
realistically,
they're all working, you know, they're working together and shit. But like,
how accurate do you think this? Like, how realistic is it that this is Anthony? This is you, right there.
enough?
No way that no one would question that that's not you, right?
Yeah, no,
it's
I
actually
think-
Stefan.
Whoa,
Yeah, the back of his head.
whoa. I have one of those too.
The back of your head.
Yeah.
Not me. See, it's tough. Like, as dark as, like, I say this is, like, my favorite video, arguably. And that's partly because of this moment right here. The mom is sleeping with the picture of Jordan. And it's like, that's the moment when the audience is clued into the fact that Jordan is a real kid and he did really disappear. Because, like, there's no way that Anthony would have gotten his parents to do that for the sake of some, like, art project. Like, no, like, that's... I thought that was one of the more poignant moments in this, and that was one of the things that, like, I pictured it back when we were brainstorming everything, and I was like, we have to have that moment. Like, that is going to be one of the most emotionally... Never mind.
I was reading the...
Never mind. No, it's just that moment that Anthony's mom, my mom, is sleeping with the picture of Jordan.
Oh, fuck, yeah, we talked about that for a long time.
Yeah. Because it's just like, it's so emotionally resonant, and for the first time, it's like, oh shit, okay, so there's no question, Jordan is real and he's gone. So here, this is where Anthony wakes up soon. Oh, there's the desktop background, but I still think... See, like, yeah, arguably this does go on too long with him just searching, but... I wanted it to be like, because if it hadn't been like this, there was the potential that people would have said, well, he didn't check everywhere, so, you know, how dedicated really is he? But, so there's a little squeak in the background there. And he's trying to make it to the bathroom. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Like, I don't know. I hope that the tension of that, like, close call is well conveyed. But I'm not sure. It's hard to say for sure. Hollis is scared. And again, that was Stefan doing the Anthony stand-in right there. Hollis is afraid.
Listen, I need you to meet me
Yeah,
here
there
like
are your
now,
lines.
as soon as possible. My house. I think you can see it. I was asleep. I didn't think. The door's more open than before.
It's like tense because, you know,
Here, I just don't know.
hear me out, guys. It's tense because Anthony is now calling for the liaison to show up, and Hollis is still in the house. And it's like, whoa.
Please, I know it wasn't supposed to be now, but please, just get over here. Please. I know you're not far away.
If there's a problem with this one, I think it is the lack of our inability to convey the layout of the house. Because we've seen a lot of disparate rooms from it. Yeah, the fact that my bedroom was so childish is effective because it's supposed to be a child's bedroom. Jordan's bedroom.
Yeah.
Look at those posters.
That bedroom is ridiculous.
Oh, there he is. See, like, you're so bad. That is artificially brightened, and you still can barely see him. But it's like, yeah, the liaison shows up. It's like, oh shit, that's danger. How's he gonna get out? This is very Marvel Hornets, definitely. Like the close calls of like characters like being in one room and the other room, and they can't see each other and sneaking around. It's much better conveyed in Marvel Hornets for certain. But that was the intention here. Like, oh, look, his shadow. It's like he's so close by. Just as that time the clock was artificial. There it is.
It is a great title.
It has a lot. It's like at first, it's like hiding in my home to convince people that Hollis is it's his home in the
I
beginning.
mean, it's
and then Hollis was hiding in my home when it's Anthony saying it.
right. It's accurate. It's succinct. It's alliterative. So
Yeah.
it's a great. I think it's a great title.
And then in the end, of course, what was secretly hiding in their home or in his home the whole time?
What?
Well, you see at the end that secretly the whole time that what was hiding in their home was
The friendship they made along the way.
exactly. See, yeah, this was. I mean, I can't remember anymore, but I think that we did upload this video
So
31.
you invite me to your house, but I can't.
A day after video
Sorry,
30,
I'm
which
sorry,
it
just-
was
he was
necessary
here,
to
okay?
maintain
I know
real
it.
time.
I don't know why or how he did it so soon.
You
He just
know,
posted the video
logic
railroads
of these two videos because this
6
is
hours
literally. I like that we had an
For whatever
opportunity
reason-
to do two videos where it was from both characters' perspectives, and one was picked up
yeah,
right
he was
where
just
the
looking
other
for the
left
railroad
off.
spike,
Even there was a tiny
which
bit of overlap.
he obviously
like, the
didn't
very
find.
beginning of that, Anthony was filming
was
as
here.
Hollis was taking
exactly
the
like we all
picture
talked
in the
about
previous video.
the night before.
And we were like, we
Just
tried
trying to
to
say everything happened as
conjure
expected,
up an
but now,
opportunity to do that,
not tomorrow, now.
and we
He was
did right
just
here.
here. He must have come on foot, of course.
And
so
much
he's
later
probably
again,
still close
to be
by.
fair.
If we go now, we can find him.
So you want me to
Another
track this guy down.
Anthony
Right now,
liaison
in the middle of
conversation
the
where
night.
so much of this was dubbed after the
Yeah.
fact. And as you can see, I was looking for
What is
any
your exact
excuse to
reason
not
for
have to
thinking he
edit
was here?
its static symbol
didn't
over
see it.
Stefan's face.
Yeah.
The door.
Um,
The door.
And I
door to my
promised
computer
myself I would
room.
never, after this
Left
video,
it
I was
just
so
barely
firm
open
doing
before I
that,
went to
I
sleep,
promised
and my
myself
parents
I
were
would
already
never
asleep.
do it again. I would never
And
have to
I
do
woke
it
up
again
and it was
for
wide
seconds.
open.
At least
Parents
not
still
more than
asleep.
like half a second.
It was him, and he was just here. Because
I don't
something
think
woke
I
me
did.
up so
I don't
suddenly,
think I
right?
did before that.
What's up with the pillow near the door?
Should have never gone to sleep.
Oh, see, that's just a little. There's a little.
I think you need to go
It's just
back
because my
to
house is old and crappy in certain
Tomorrow.
places.
No,
There's
no,
like
no,
a
no, no,
little
no, no,
hole,
no,
and like there's
No.
a place where there's a draft that can come in under
If you're
the
not coming
door,
too,
right there.
just
so we
doing it
block
by
off,
myself.
That's all. That's the only reason. It's an interesting like
Well,
little things about my house
I'm
that I
wrong,
look around
and
when I
he
was
really
filming. I
is
don't
out
even
there.
think of them because I see them every day. But when other people see
Don't
them,
do
it's like,
anything
what the hell is
stupid.
that?
Like the
Just-
barrel.
Oh,
Let him
exactly.
lead you where he's
So yeah,
gonna
there's
lead
little
you.
things like that. Like yeah, those pillows. That's one such thing. And there's a little like green poster on the wall in the kitchen that's like something I made in preschool when I was 4. And it's like all about me.
I don't give a
And I
shit.
had to make sure we never showed that because there
follow
were
this
pictures of
motherfucker.
Hollis. There were pictures of me, i.e. Hollis.
He underestimates
on
me.
that.
He's
And
underestimating
we had to
me
always
from
take
beginning.
down all the
Smug
pictures
fucking
of
face.
me and Stefan that were in
I
our
know what's going
parents'
through his
house,
head. And this time, I'm not gonna.
so that no one would ever see or Hollis or the liaison
He
in
couldn't have gotten
Anthony's
far.
house.
How long was
I
that
don't think we ever
conversation?
slipped up
Maybe
there.
2 minutes. 2-minute head start. Nothing. That's not.
You're about to fall asleep.
No, I'm trying to. I'm trying to think if we. I am very tired, but I'm trying to think if we did slip up on that.
Oh my god.
I don't think we did. We slipped up
Looks
on a
like
few
him.
things,
I don't
but
know
not
if you can
that.
see.
I don't think.
Look, it has
They're
to be.
the storage units again, much sooner. They're much closer to actually appearing now.
Don't watch Schindler's List and have it end at like 1 a.m.
We're waiting for Max's second win.
Must be going back to the park.
Then it'll be fun. We'll get energized again, but you have to get a second win.
You know, I could get some of that delivered.
What, you mean the coffee?
Yeah.
Alright, whatever you want to do.
What's the mechanism for that? How would I get it?
I don't know. Well, I don't know. I've never had it done.
You've never gotten anything?
Not
delivered?
here, no.
Oh.
I don't know. You use Uber Eats.
Yeah,
Or
but, like,
scammed us in
yeah, but,
college
like-
once at least.
Yeah, multiple times. But like, what do I? How do I
Fucking
do?
robotic
How do I do it? Like, get them into the apartment. What do I?
I don't know where they would. It's
can't
only
see
like a
him.
question of where they
He's
would
been going
park.
straight for like 20
And
minutes.
it's just like a
Turn
matter
off
of
on
go
some
out and
side
meet them.
road.
How, did you get back in here? Did somebody just let you in? Is that how I did not?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that's a pain in the ass. But I need.
Do you want to?
caffeine.
Do you want to just? Well,
I'm not-
I don't have caffeine. I have food that could just give you energy.
No, that's too many calories.
Even just like a one Pop-Tart.
A Pop-Tart?
Come on.
Are you kidding
You
me?
can have a semi-cheat day.
No.
I have to talk about these shots too.
Okay, let me. The Pop-Tart is like no, absolutely.
I'm
not.
gonna have a Pop-Tart.
You
if it
can.
comes down
You
to
can
it later.
absolutely have a Pop-Tart. I'm gonna figure out how to order coffee.
All right. I can't. I don't know where they're gonna go though. I can't. Unfortunately, I can't speak from experience where it's gonna show up.
I'll just meet them outside.
All right.
I
If you order a coffee, where are you gonna order it from?
Dunkin'?
Dunkin' Donuts.
Are we 71 Catlin Street?
Yes.
Oh well. Yeah.
It's possible that we could even tell them apartments. This is so unprofessional. I don't care. Can we order me something too?
Yes, you can get a coffee.
I don't know. I know not a drink, something to eat, like a muffin or something.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I won't eat it necessarily while we're on the stream because that would be like.
We'll just do meet at door
All right,
because you can't have them.
guys. This is if you were here with us, we'd get you stuff too.
Well, I mean, yes, it's unprofessional, but at the same time, like they want to know us as people, and this is straight up what we're like.
It's true. That's true. So these shots right here in this video
It's been going straight
31,
for like 20 minutes,
where
but turn off on
Anthony
some
is
side
pursuing
road.
Hollis, this was done by me and Stefan. Both 30 and 31 were primarily the two of us facilitating the shoot. And in this case, I was in front of the camera because it was Hollis walking, and Stefan was holding the camera, and which he had not done with any regularity before this, so I had to kind of give him a semi-crash course in how to do it. And it was in low lighting, and the camera's bad in low lighting, and it was very difficult to make these shots look right. Like that one where like Hollis turns back and looks back around. It's like, was that, can you tell? And we were as zoomed in as we could be. We hoped that it was, we could kind of communicate semi-clearly what was happening here in
All
each
right,
shot.
Christian, what do you want to
Wanna
get?
get too
What must
close.
you want?
Hold on, good. Just a blueberry one. That'd be fantastic.
2.5
cool.
hours. How much longer?
Commentary. That's great.
I love how avocado on the side is an option.
For a muffin? For a
Yeah.
muffin? That's crazy. But yeah, these shots were hard to film, and this was the only time in the series I think that me and Stefan went out on the night and were like, we can't do this because we thought that just walking in semi-bright places and zooming in and maybe having a flashlight would make it easier to do. Would make things visible. But no, we had to really plan exactly where we were gonna film, what places would be bright enough to see Hollis. And so we actually had to come out the next day with a better plan in place and do it.
I remember you telling me all about that.
No, he's not in here anymore. If Stefan were still in the chat right now, he would totally corroborate what I'm saying. And this is a big moment. This is the first time that we actually see the apartment. Like Anthony's been trying to find the apartment for a long time.
The first time
Anthony has seen the apartment from.
I know where it is now.
And
finally,
it's kind of a big deal.
I need to talk to them again. Get their opinion and come back.
Get their opinion, meaning liaison, Dr. Tanner.
I know it's been forever, you guys, but I told you I'd find him, and I did. It wasn't for nothing.
Yeah, he's like, I found him.
Found them.
I promise I'll come back, and we'll see.
You want eggs?
No, I got little egg bites.
Oh.
There we go.
So yeah, this right here. This is the last video we planned in that original plan, video by video outline. This is video 32. This is the last video, what we consider Act 2, and it's a big one. And this is the biggest discrepancy in shooting and uploading that we ever had, because this was filmed in like November 2020, or at least the vast majority of it, and then it was uploaded in April.
All right, Christian, we're getting dark. Should we?
What's your percentage? Is your phone on?
It's still not good.
18.
It's 21. Hold on. Is there another outlet? I'll just use the.
Yeah, but you won't be able to have your phone on hand, and I will have to just start looking at the chat like this. And also, don't you want to be able to see when your order is here?
That's true.
So once the food gets here, we're gonna. Then we'll turn the lights on.
This is part of the hazards of being a live stream, but it's way too dark. Let's figure.
Well, here, if nothing else. Sorry, everybody. We can.
That was an option?
Well, yeah, but it doesn't really, I don't think it helps much. Does that help, at all?
No.
No.
We're so dumb. We're bad people.
What? I don't think that one works. When I tried it when I first moved in here, it didn't work. Maybe it does now for some. Oh, you press the back of the thing. Like each of the three has an underside that you press. Does that really work?
Yeah.
Wow, that's news to me because I'm telling you, it did not work when I moved in. All right, well, maybe that'll
crushing it.
So yeah. Anyway, 5 months between shooting and uploading for this one.
Oh yeah, we took a little bit of a
big ambitious video.
Oh yes, this one.
This is the one.
Yes, this is the one. This is another one of my favorite shoots because
it is a fun shoot, though it was definitely very difficult. This was the first big.
It was the first time I shot with Elijah.
It was, and this was obviously a very the blocking mattered a lot here because it was you two tussle and fight.
Yes,
for a second.
We did. That's why it took forever.
It did, yeah.
But, yeah.
And of just the blocking of when he first walks in, it's where does he go?
Yeah, we
toiled, and this was our first time having to do something totally in person.
Look at
so many people.
Look at my sweatpants. What the hell? Are my shoes untied?
Anthony is
Anthony's slovenly.
He is.
My shoes are untied.
You were a lot more put together now than Anthony was.
Yeah,
at the
well,
time.
I mean, I was just straight up like that. That's just how I dressed. It's insane.
This was
have some self-respect, Anthony.
But he picked the lock though. Anthony is a good lock picker.
I don't know how to pick a lock.
Yeah, but Anthony was a good lock.
Yeah, but I used to dress like that, and I didn't know how to pick a lock.
I know. That's the worst kind of person you can be. This one, we had just had 2 videos ago a whole video of Hollis searching through Anthony's house for like 8+ minutes. And now we have another one of Hollis, or of Anthony searching through the apartment. And it's like...
Searching in my home.
Searching in my apartment. And it's like, I really, really tried to make this go by fast so that it wasn't 2 out of 3 videos of just 20 minutes of searching. Because I was getting everyone was getting bored of that, including me.
Oh God,
editing
yeah, that was.
And so there you go. This was we had to remember like which order the laptops were in from the other video.
Yes, that was.
And we had to remember like the dates.
And I was just sitting in there. I don't remember exactly what I was doing. I was just clicking.
I think
I absolutely can't find anything on these.
And this
there are no videos.
And this was voiceover.
Nothing incriminating. Those folders, those folders Hollis showed in that video from a while back.
The folders.
They're not here either. It was a bunch of folders labeled with months and years.
They were working together. And
I thought it was on this laptop here, but
Anthony's not actually an idiot for this because but Anthony is kind of an idiot for expecting that to still be on the computer.
Anthony's an idiot. I know, especially once Hollis showed it, it's like, come on.
Right.
I don't know if he expected it to be on the computer, but he wanted to just check.
Yeah, but he was pretty indignant when it wasn't.
That's Elijah's closet. He has a lot of shirts. I have like 1/4 the number of that number of shirts.
Yeah, he's has shirts.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Searching under everything.
Did you film this or did I film that with the hand? Because there were times when
there were parts of this. I think we both filmed parts of it. The closet you filmed. When you're searching through the closet, which is like imminently gonna happen.
Yes.
There's the Victrola. Dr. Tanner's Victrola. And there's his sketch of some 1800s woman. Yeah, I can feel my own impatience over the endless searching of homes. At this point.
Yeah, it was a pain in the ass.
And it needed to stop, like, right after.
Oh, God. Oh, my God. Remember when you made me take everything out of the closet?
I did, but you had to really rifle through.
I know, but I was so bored.
I know, but you had to rifle through.
Fuck.
It was important.
I had to take everything out of that closet, and it took forever, because...
Yeah. And we didn't want to just throw it back in there into Elijah's closet, like pell-mell.
Yeah.
And so we had to put it back neatly, or you did.
Yeah, well, you made me do
There
it.
isn't...
I didn't do it.
Oh, I remember I was so hungry during this. I wanted to eat all that stuff.
I want to eat it all right now.
Yeah, me too. Big time.
I do think in the end, the latter half of this turned out okay with the actual part that matters, the confrontation.
Yes. I think it's a great video.
Fucking got rid of it.
People did like it. People responded.
It must be somewhere else.
It
must be somewhere else.
Do you remember us talking about how angry Anthony had to be here in this moment? This is the breaking point for him. He's like done. It's like he goes all this trouble, and then there's no physical evidence, nothing he can latch onto. So he just friggin' waits until anything happens.
Yeah, he does not not care about the consequences here. He's just. I mean, part of it is that he knows there aren't any, but
there kind of are because at this point Hollis left without his approval.
That's true.
He's trying to fight Hollis. It's like
and regional protectors are
they totally have their own agenda.
Also, he doesn't know.
Well, they actually don't have their own agenda until
Hollis with you,
right? But he doesn't know that the guy who
What are you doing in my apartment?
Do you know who I am?
He does. He's never met Dr. Tanner before in person
I don't know.
This moment.
Why did you break into my apartment?
Hollis has for a long time.
No, but I'm talking about.
I know. Yeah, I know. And this is the first time Anthony has met Dr. Tanner.
But he said
Hollis.
I forgot. I don't remember if he knows at this point.
Maybe.
That's
he might do just
the guy
fine.
who runs the company.
Depending on what you know.
I don't think so, right?
No, he does.
Yeah, no, it doesn't.
Why is Hollis staying here? How are you helping him?
He at least has
and where's the bag?
an idea that it
Those
is.
files on the laptop. What happened to those? Wait, hey, no!
Elijah did a pretty good. Okay, that was a really difficult thing because he cut and the cut was not seamless, and so the only option was to make it look like the camera glitched out for a second.
Yeah.
Which I don't love, but whatever.
I remember, I was trying not to level Elijah there because
Yeah,
I had a lot of weight on him.
It was. I think it looked decent, all considered, without you two getting on the ground and tussling.
'Cause
It looked all.
I think I have like at that point I had like 80, 90 pounds on Elijah. I didn't want to destroy him.
But of course, that's one thing Anthony does have going for him, is that he can overpower anyone physically.
Yeah, but he could never
like
catch
that
them. Yeah,
like
but
the scrawny donkey.
he could never
No,
catch
the
them.
running is maybe a bit unrealistic, especially when like at the end there were people coming at you from two sides. But we tried to block it such that it was realistic as realistic as possible.
Yeah, Anthony was slow back then.
Are you really fast now?
I don't know.
I'm not.
I don't know. I don't think so.
I've never been.
I haven't really run at full speed. People don't run at full speed as much as you think.
I'm sorry.
When you are a child.
If you just give me a
That's
few
true.
minutes,
I
please.
used to run at full speed.
I'll show you
anyway.
some things. There
For
are
what purpose?
videos that would explain.
Oh, yeah.
And as you
How-
grow,
Hollis did
one
something to
thing
me,
about
and
getting older is that
I need
all
to
of
find
your
him.
joy is sort of leached out of your life.
Hey, please.
Uh-huh.
I know. I can't
Increasing
defend what I did. I
dullness of
just
school and
please
work
let me show you the
and all that
videos.
nonsense, although I had a really-
Hollis
although I had a
killed
really, really
my
good
little
job
brother.
this past year,
I don't know what he told
which
you,
I had plenty
so
of
you would let him
opportunities to
stay
run
here,
full
but
speed,
he's a
but
murderer.
because they were all football
I
players,
need to find it.
and that would have looked foolish.
Please. Do you know anything,
Yeah.
Anthony?
Hollis is
Anyway.
gone.
Elijah's a trooper with this.
He left yesterday, and
taped
it's
to the
doubtful
chair.
he's
He
coming
was there for
back.
a while.
He was there for
like
quite a while.
Do
20
you-
minutes.
So you know me.
And this was
You
another
know what's
thing
going on.
Talking over my shoulder, right? We didn't
Yes.
dub this
Unfortunately, Hollis
because you were
doesn't trust me anymore.
Oh, the tapes. Remember how much
Not
of a
sure what I
tape
did.
was?
It was a pain.
Very
Very much so. No, Elijah definitely did. He trooped through this, and he did. I think he delivered a pretty
And I'm
good
going to
I,
get
I,
away with it.
I think Elijah was the best.
I think
I'm sorry.
By a
Overall.
large
I don't know why I did that.
so.
Although I mean, like,
I don't know why I.
No, you're not going to get
you
away
and
with
I were
anything.
doing like our like. There was a degree of artifice to it that makes it look worse. But, like,
Too damn
we talked
persistent
about
for your own
because
good.
they were working together and all that
Remarkably
stuff. He was
naive.
not.
No,
There was
he
no
Didn't you see
facade
what he
there,
took
so
from
he
your
had to
house?
actually sell it.
right.
He had to actually.
I
be
thought you said he
authentic
didn't trust
and-
you anymore.
instead of being
Go to the counter,
robotic
look at those
and
papers.
sort of fake.
By our
For-
standards, I think he did that fairly well.
Yeah, he killed it.
Yeah. Oh,
Because
here
like
go,
we
here's
did
the-
have the luxury of being robotic and disingenuous by design. Now there were moments where we had to not be like my yeah.
You look even keel. I
What
look-
the fuck is this? Why the?
I
Why
noticed
the
that.
fuck does this
were,
exist?
We were more allowed to.
Because when we
Where
were
is this?
robotic, it was
Phone it.
okay.
When-
It was really well, not. Well, I
Because
feel like
This
we were
didn't
allowed
happen.
to act like we had our lines memorized and appear robotic.
Why
and
is this happening to
whatever you
me?
want to call it.
Hollis did not.
now there were
interact
moments
with
like that where we
I see no
sort of
reason
had
to
to
have done so. Most recent
at least because
disappearance
you're not
probably
your
certainly
character, but
I'll need
like
to look into it, but don't expect me to
yeah,
side with you.
like. It's for me. It's the sociopath stuff. The sociopath looks, the little drops of the facade. Those were hard for me. Those were the parts that were actually really difficult.
I've heard
But
your
no,
voice.
Elijah, like it was
I
all
don't know
really
how things will
pretty
develop
tricky
for
for
Anthony.
Elijah.
I can
Yeah.
tell you that if you see
You know,
me
they-
again,
He also runs around the corner here with good speed. Like that's actually like I could believe that you would get.
That fall was staged beautifully.
It was. I think it looked. I was afraid of how that would turn out, and it was all right. I think it definitely. I don't think was.
All
like,
right, I gotta go get this food.
Okay.
All right.
Are you? You're just gonna find him wherever he is.
Yeah. I'll
Alright.
figure it out. Keep hiding in your
I'll
room.
keep. Yeah, I'll hide from the stream.
Keep hiding in the street.
So guys, so 32. At this point, Anthony is so disheveled and disturbed
He's
and
somehow
over it.
more disheveled.
Yeah, he's so disturbed that he can't even. He has to speak in text again. So
When a patient misses 2 appointments in a row and doesn't
this is
contact me at all,
this is the
it's
moment where we
way
stopped
on me a bit.
planning things.
Well, I called Hollis a few
Or at
times
least
over
this is
the
the
last
moment.
couple months.
This is the yeah. Well, you know, you might think that.
Too
This is
damn
the moment
persistent
where
for your own good.
we had reached
Remarkably
the end of our
naive.
plans from the beginning.
Didn't you see what he took from your house?
And we were able to take viewer reception and just our own ideas that we had from how the videos themselves had concretely turned out in between August 2020 and April 2021. And we were able to plan things from this point, again, from not from scratch, but from closer to scratch than we had in a while, if that makes any sense. It was we had to reach a moment in the story that stasis could be achieved. Like, at this point, like, we had to reach a point where the characters are in kind of static positions for like 3 months, because our hiatus the plan was for the hiatus to be 3 months, and it wasn't longer than that, but those 3 months are happening in the real time in the story, and we had to reach a point where Anthony kind of wanted to quit for a while, so that it was explained why he wouldn't upload. So, you know, that was necessary, and then all the characters kind of had to reach some terminus of their particular story arcs, and, you know, Anthony's was the most jarring, because just, you know, he got himself into this ridiculous situation that he couldn't entirely control, and he ends up being very lucky to not be kidnapped or captured, and, you know, that supposedly changes his mind about certain things. Hollis is on the run, and it's an interesting little dynamic, because in video 32, Dr. Tanner has Anthony at his mercy once he knocks him out with that whatever the heck it was, and by video 35, which is coming up imminently here, he and the liaison do want Anthony kidnapped and under their observation. So something changes in between videos 32 and 35. Something very important changes, and
She really lost us.
well, if you were there for 2 seconds, I thought you were gonna be out for like 20 minutes trying to find this.
No.
So something happens between videos 32 and 35 that changes Regional Protectorate's minds about what to do with Anthony. Yeah, so we got video 33 here, and so here, I'm gonna try to pause at the right moment. Make that as loud as possible.
No, I'm sorry.
That's fine. This is a good moment to talk about the Discord community, because I want to pause it on like a good...
Thanks before you do that.
Thanks. Not that guy. This was another AI-generated image right here. Arthur Landy, guy who got killed. Basically, the person who did this news report was someone we recruited from the Discord. That is Trombone Knuckles, who was one of the, I gotta go back now. That was one of the moderators of the Hiding in My Home Discord, and in the spring of 2021, we had, like, these, I don't want to call it auditions, but we did recruit a few of the Discord moderators who were willing to I guess, try out for that part of that news report. And in the end, Detective Nice did it, Mir Catnip did it, and Trombone Knuckles did it. And they all did a great job, and it was difficult to choose. And in the end, it wasn't really as much based on their performance as how well the blank wall behind them could act as a green screen for a news broadcast. I'm trying to find a good still image of this somewhere. It's like earlier on, I guess. Where is it? Gotta try to find it. There we go. That's a good one. So that, like, totally, completely fabricated news report, one of 2 in this season.
Down there, is that
yeah, whatever.
a receptacle?
Yeah, it's a trash receptacle. Cool. So yeah, that's Trombone Knuckles. He did a great job, and his wall worked very well as a green screen. On the left right here, that's like attempts at like Dow Jones reports. And that's partly why I didn't want you to be able to see this too clearly, because I didn't want you to see how fake the news report kind of actually looked. But it's a shame because his performance was really quite good, and in the end you couldn't really get the real details of it. You couldn't like actually hear much of what he was saying, but he did a great job. And yeah, that was the first of 2 fake news reports. This one, the first report on the series of robberies and then a murder that happened. Why is that? We'll find out. This code, I don't remember what this code translated to, but it was one of those ones where they figured it out in like an hour after the video came out. So, it was pretty simple.
Oh, that guy's AI too.
I think that's the last one. I think it's the last of the 3 AI generated faces.
I missed.
That's alright.
I'll get it.
So this right here, boy, this one. This is the one puzzle video that it was not that it took too long to figure out, but that nobody ever figured it out without help. And I guess I went too far in the other direction because I was just like, well, this one, it was essential to the story that it not be figured out too fast. And so in the end, it was so difficult that I needed to help people once it became necessary for the story. The expanding and contracting circles are kind of thematically relevant, but, you know.
This was a code for Anthony, right?
This was a code. Anthony made this one.
Anthony for Hollis, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it was
Because, and you can tell that because there are a few of these things that you can tell for certain are in and around Anthony's house. And that was an important thing to clue people into who uploaded this video. You'd think a coded video would be Hollis, but no, it's not, and that's important. The code in the end, well, it comes into the story explicitly. This one, I also had to edit this entire thing 2 times, and I think it's because what's important to the code is the number of frames each of these things lasts, and it was wrong the first time I tried it, and it meant I had to re-edit the whole thing, and that was really unpleasant. And I was like, I never want to do another code video ever again. The expanding...
I don't think you did, right?
There's one more. There's one more little code video after this that was very easy by comparison. But yeah, this was like the... It's like... I like that this one's artistic, as far as the code videos go. This is based on a college film that I made, actually, that was not a code per se, but it was just expanding and contracting circles like this. That one was more fun to watch, though, because the frames got quicker and quicker, so it actually looks like it was more expanding and contracting over time, as opposed to this, which is just jumping around jarringly. This also lasts forever. This is like the one time that I would feel okay just skimming through most of this. It's almost over, though.
Coffee's good.
Coffee's good? I don't think so. I'm not a fan of coffee.
It's because you don't do any substances, like alcohol.
Like caffeine.
Or caffeine.
Yeah, alcohol.
Or sugar.
What's the message? What's the code in this video?
You asking me?
I don't even remember.
It's like Hollis, meet me out.
Hollis, meet me in the middle, Hollis. I'm doing all the work.
That's pretty much what it is. So it's a meet me Hollis thing, right? When to set up the penultimate video. Isn't that it? It is. Yeah. Okay. I forgot what the actual solution was, though.
It's. Yeah, that's what it is. Oh boy. Well, now that that's over. This is the longest one in the series, so once we're through with this one, we're in the declining years or era. This right here, so this one is another candidate for my personal favorite. Mostly because I do like the storage unit stuff, or at least I like it how it begins.
Yeah, I like it too.
There are a lot of little subtle artistic parallels and nods throughout this video that they relate it to other videos, and they're contained within one video too. This is the only time that birds are ever referenced again after video number 7. I was like I've been saying, you gotta do things at least twice so that it's, not a mistake. But
just in case they forgot what birds are.
Yeah, just in case they forgot that was a blue-gray gnat catcher.
Is that actually what it is?
Yeah, right there.
Oh, yeah.
Or a Poloptia cerulean. So these birds, in the first place, they represent Hollis, I guess, trying to be free because he can't be prison of his own making. And now here, they represent Anthony is supposed to actually be free, right?
It's nice out today.
Whatever you want.
Figured
he's basically,
why not film some
you know,
pleasant things
at
out
least
here?
in perception, has disavowed the
Not really doing
the
anything else
situation
today.
and is done.
Might
And-
as well put the camera
and
to
so
good
you start
use.
with a little bit of peace. His demeanor has changed. He's a little bit less frenetic.
Yeah.
He's probably still wearing a hoodie.
Do I feel
Which, you know,
any different?
you know that you're
It's been a
you're
few
at
weeks.
a point of rock bottom.
I've been
with
going about my
photos,
days
that's what
pretty
you're doing.
normally.
Yeah.
And that's where he is.
I don't know. I don't feel like
That shot is from video number 2. Recreated it. I tried to recreate a few of these, in fact, from video number 2.
Do I feel
Again,
any
like,
different?
just, like the nods to previous videos. It's like
been a
look how
few
far
weeks.
we've come and where
I've
how
been
far
going
we
about my
still
days
have to
pretty
go.
normal.
And that itself
Takes
is
stock of
and that
things.
itself. Is
I don't
a little
know.
Bit of a
I don't feel like I
closure
did over the
shot
fall and the
this one,
winter,
that
but
shot, that was one.
That's
don't
true.
feel the same
That's
as
very
before
true.
either.
There's a symmetry.
For everything.
Synchronicity.
And the best.
I
Oh no, not
see
yet.
that apparently
You
this
react to
happened
the upload of
just a few
this
minutes
one.
ago.
This one
Still
and
check every
19
day.
were the most like
I
disjointed
guess I've been checking
shoots, where it
because
took,
I
it was over
figured
the
he might
greatest
do
number
this.
of different days.
Hollis, he still has the
It makes
account
sense 'cause they're two
information.
of the longest videos.
Wherever he is.
Yo, yeah. 19.
I watched it, and the
You
contents
only
of
did
the
one
video
day.
are
Well, no, 'cause you could play
completely
it
out of
once
left
before
field.
as
We
well.
did a lot of voiceover for it. It
I
was
don't
a
really know
lot-
how to
it was in
interpret
one
it,
day,
except
but a
that
lot of different
maybe
scenes, and then there were a lot of
Hollis is trying too hard.
pickups I had to do
Honestly.
right before.
Trying to get me
Yeah.
to respond to
It's
him
like,
with something
oh,
shocking.
I
I know I'm
how
filming
that
this
And-
right
and this
now,
was-
but it's not
this was
going
during our
online.
big filming rush that
Yes.
summer. So
I think
So I took
there's one thing
fall
I'm going to film
semester
tomorrow.
off, the
and then
previous
that's
fall. Wait. Yes.
Fall
yeah.
2020, you definitely.
I took fall 2020 off because school was a nightmare with all the COVID like regulations and stuff. Then went back in the spring. That was during our hiatus.
My dad's been working in here the last couple days.
And then so we realized that like before I went back in the fall,
It's been almost
we gotta
a year
get
since
as much
Hollis
of
started
this
coming
done
in
as we
here.
can. Not to say that we wouldn't figure it out and film during the fall because we did, but like
Still remember.
we wanted to get as much done while we had a lot of free time. And so we had multiple just super long, like I would say like five, like 4 or 5.
We definitely treated the third act more professionally by far.
Yeah, absolutely.
We had like a good 4 or 5, even 6
Yeah.
big shoot days.
That were like what 8-9 hours each.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And because it was all of these all of these for the most part necessitated all 4 of us being present, and so we had to organize it with schedules and stuff, which wasn't as hard as it could have been, but still. But also we had to figure out how long we were gonna have the storage unit rented for, and like we had to really rush. Once the storage unit stuff was done, it didn't get easier per se, but it felt like we had most of the footage collected.
Well, I
which
mean,
was
we
better.
filmed through the penultimate. Did we film the? No, because I remember doing some voiceover shots from school.
Yeah, you were
Yeah,
back at school.
yeah.
You had been back at school. You were out of your semester by the time we were filming in the storage unit and everything.
No, I
You had done that semester.
mean like the next one. Like
When?
like the next fall after this.
Very
'Cause
little,
there
but there
were-
were a
there's a
few.
little
It was
bit, yeah.
mostly. It was all voiceover for you, and a few
Until we filmed the end.
That was mostly because it wasn't that we hadn't even done the lines yet, because you actually had done them when we were there. I just decided that they weren't good enough. Like it was, we needed.
Yes, that's right. That's right. Yeah.
This is my favorite This is my favorite of those artistic parallels. I love. He's closing the garage door here, where the story began. He's deciding to kind of like symbolically close the door on that part of his life. But at the end of the story, he's in a storage unit, and other people are closing the door on him.
Yeah.
I thought that was really clever.
He would not
Hey,
stop
everyone.
it. Now we'll talk about
I
that.
don't even know why I'm doing this right now.
He would not
I've
stop
gone through
talking
phases
about the door closing.
I
feeling like I
always
should
had
be
to bring it up
filming
because
and
I was so
phases
proud of
feeling like I
myself.
shouldn't.
Anyway, that
I'm a
shirt.
genius.
Now Christian
I know about
made
the
me
videos,
wear that
but
shirt.
I've
And,
refrained
that
from
exact
responding
outfit
because
for
it
every
just feels
shoot
like
we
Hollis
did
is trying to
in-
bait me
in
into
that
doing it.
summer.
Because what are
But
they going to do? Let him change?
to get
go
to the
back home and
point,
change his clothes?
I mean, they let him
Hollis
change.
posted a community message
about
and a
go back home
tweet
and
telling
change
me to
your
watch
clothes?
the Channel
Yeah,
4
but they
news
could
at
just
6
keep-
p.m.
No,
It's
it
very
made total sense, but
direct thing for him to say.
Yeah.
There was a news broadcast in one of his recent
And he had to
videos.
be like,
dirty. I
yeah.
didn't
Is that
watch it.
connected
one
to
that
tonight's?
one that you were okay with letting get.
I don't want to get
Yeah.
baited into doing
I mean,
whatever
honestly,
he wants me
I
to
literally
do,
don't
but
own any of those clothes anymore.
I know I
so
won't be
in
able to help
hindsight,
myself.
I was fine with all of them getting dirty, but I also
Nope, there's a cat again.
I also picked out a white shirt specifically so it would get dirty and look dirty.
It was a good move. Oh, 48.
No, there's two points of symbolism there.
There are. Yeah, do you want to say them?
Yes, one of them is accidental, one of them is on purpose.
That one right there is important.
Now, so the teddy bear, keep that in mind. Keep the giant teddy. We use the teddy bear.
The symbol has shown up a fair few times.
Right, and so that's the teddy bear in the symbol. That birth, that sort of not in a meta way, like in the story. That is the teddy bear
That's
that
what
inspired the symbol for Anthony and Hollis, and 48 is the number of episodes or of entries we ended up finishing and doing.
Exactly.
Now, was that accidental, or did you?
No, that was purposeful. That said,
oh no, because we had it planned out at that point.
We did at that point. We had written everything. By the time we were shooting Act 3, it was all planned out.
Yeah.
But did Anthony know that it was going to be 48? I don't think so. I don't believe so because he was trying to prolong it as much as possible.
Right. He thought it was going to be.
He thought it was going to go on forever. He thought it'd still be going on to this day.
We could always just do a plot twist. Psych.
Psych. It was still going, bruh. This right here is our mutual friend George. He did his big news anchor cameo. At first, I had
the video audio is a little louder than us again.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Not much, but a little bit.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, Doug. Keep checking back on that accident. Right now, I want to let you know of a
Oh my god.
strange development.
This one had to look a little bit more professional than the other one. Originally, I had a couple people from college do
multiple homes were
both of the
broken
news
into and
segments.
burglarized in sequence.
Who's
Now, one of these incidents ended in the
It was,
tragic death
I don't
of
know.
Arthur
I mean, you knew who
Landy,
they
sole
were,
resident
Grace
number
and,
86, by strangulation, according to police. He was
their real
60
names,
years old.
maybe.
Police investigated, but came away with nothing that could point them in the direction
But
of a
anyway,
suspect.
but it was really
Earlier
busy.
today,
They were like
the Summerstown
graduating
Council
school, so I
collectively
couldn't, in the
came
end,
forward
couldn't do it.
and
was
pointed
like,
to an
well,
unexpected bit of information at the town hall.
And so we just had
A
something
poster
to
for a
Discord
fire
do it.
safety
But
open
George was
forum
always available, and
pinned
it
to
makes
the
sense
bulletin
because
board
like
near the building's
he's done
entrance.
this for real.
Now,
anyway,
according to the Summers
so
Fire
he's,
Department,
like,
this
the
funeral was
natural
never
choice.
actually scheduled to take place.
Um,
and what's truly unsettling is the series of numbers at the bottom
He did a
of the
good
page.
job. Like
Yeah,
I, you know,
Notice that these numbers match
he
up
really
exactly.
did. He did it in like one or two takes.
He's also he also acts. So he also did. He and I have done theater together. He did a
50,
great job.
54, and
I was prepared for it to take a while, but it did not.
No, I like
They checked
he
unsold
like
security
he's
footage of
worked
the town
in
hall's
news,
entrance.
so like
Now, it's a
it
bit
was super
fuzzy,
easy for him.
but it looks like the poster was pinned up
It was
in the
time
early
even to
evening
put
hours
this whole
of
news
January
thing
24th
together. This
by
news
this
segment.
person. Take a look
We
at your
had to
screen.
specifically.
Police
You
say the
had to
suspect-
come
Look
down.
at how much of an idiot he looks like filming the thing
does.
walking in.
Male,
But I mean,
about
of course, it makes
5
sense
foot-
because of the series and because they
This
film
person,
everything.
take a
But
look
look
at
at
your
it to the average
Police say the
observer.
suspect-
Notice he does. Notice he points the camera the other way,
Yeah.
like in the
Male,
video.
about
Yeah.
5 foot.
Well,
You had to
made
come
me-
down. You had to come down to Elijah's just for this shot.
Yeah.
Just for that one shot.
Yeah.
That was 2-hour drive.
Yeah.
Both directions, in fact, right?
Yeah.
Just for that shot.
That's right.
The sacrifices we all made.
Yeah, but that's why I made us go to the diner. Well, look, every time we did a shoot,
Oh, we went to the diner.
We would go to the diner.
It was a great little.
I loved
It was
it.
a reason to live. Yeah.
I loved going to the diner because like it's just like we sort of got the chance to decompress, talk about whatever, but also sort of reflect on like the day of shooting and sort of plan things ahead a little bit. It was just a way to, like we would go to one.
We could take stock.
Yeah. Just it was very relaxing after like what was hard shoots, except for this one, which was easy, but. It was super nice.
In this one, getting the camera positioned on those stairs so it looked like security footage like going down, that was kind of tough, but it only took like 30 minutes total.
Yeah, those diner trips though. They're so, oh my god, they were so fun.
We can do another one after this.
We are going to do another one after this.
6.
Let's put the videos on 3 times.
Puts the poster up and leaves
No, this is ultimately just another content
camera.
It is, yeah, I know.
It's the same.
Now, this is all the information we
I know,
have
and in
at
comparison
this
to the
moment.
shoot
Some of
days,
you may
this is
see
going to be like
this
half the
situation as a
time.
bit of a stretch.
I
As
had
they're
to
not
change.
as
I did like.
at this
It
moment.
was
Some of you may see this
EHS. That's the
situation.
first reference again to EHS from after or since Hollis put the piece of paper in the tree. So that's Stefan's phone number, and to this day, it comes up as EHS in my phone.
Does it really? That's
does.
hilarious. You should keep that.
As they're not
I have no reason
necessarily
to change it.
connected
I
to
know
the
what it
burglars.
Hello?
Anthony, are you watching the news
news right now?
Yeah,
I was hoping the tension here
Just
would
wait till you
get
get
pretty palpable. because
Yeah,
it's like,
I'm
oh
watching
my
the
God,
news.
Anthony sees it's
You
not
are
on
too.
the
Anthony, are
news.
you seeing this, bro?
And then the phone rings, and it's like,
How?
Oh, remember
Why
you
are you
wanted me to
calling?
first film that at
How did you know
the
I was
library-
gonna
at
call?
the library of Connecticut
well, I thought that it might be
where we went to
necessary, and
school?
thank
Yeah.
God it wasn't.
That would never work. There.
Well,
people are.
I
Vineyard fine shit.
look. I need you and your boss to help me. Can you
What's more,
please
like,
do
being
something?
in the stores
Anything?
or the-
I love Vineyard Vines.
Can you come over, please? My parents are out. We can discuss what to do then.
Yeah, and what nobody knows, we really did keep you in there.
They're professionals.
Yeah, that's how I lost
I
all
thought
this
they
weight.
made everything safe, and after all this time...
Never mind the plot hole of me still having it at the end of the series.
Yeah, we filmed that video like 3 years in advance, but not these ones. Last time you see Simon in the series.
Come on, how far away is he?
See, like I said, this is one of my more favorite videos, and it's also partly for that reason that I was talking about back during number 19, which is like things happening in real time, even if, you know, it's not exactly action, it's like heightened tension and like waiting for people to show up on a time-sensitive
remember when we made him drive my car? And the whole time
it was just complex and complicated.
Well, no, we were sitting in the front. I was sitting in the front, and we did multiple takes, so we had to take the same loop over and over and over and over.
I do remember that. It's coming up.
Have you called anyone else?
No, I only talked to you. Who else would I talk to?
And people are probably questioning.
We need to figure something out.
His face this time.
I think people are going to be looking for me, for the person in that footage. And
Oh, that's right.
the thing is, the worst part, is that they know I filmed it. They'll look for a video somewhere, just like I did with Hollis at the beginning of all this. I don't know if they'll find it, but some people know about the channel at this point. It's not like someone couldn't.
I said this in the Night Minds Trailhead document too.
What can we do? Is there
By this
anything?
point in the series, 90% of
Any
the
way you
editing is
can
audio editing, and like
give me
10%
protection?
visuals. And like just
I know
making
there's
sure
the
that
payment.
audio
I
matched up
I
with
don't.
setting. Like if you film, if you recorded a line of voiceover dialogue outside, but the scene was inside or the other way around, you couldn't do that.
Right
I
now,
made you not do that because you could
you're
tell.
gonna
it's
go get
too
a
obvious.
laptop.
And it ruined the
And you're gonna
immersion.
come back down here,
And some of my the
we're gonna
worst
leave.
things that I think ended up in the series were like instances of really obvious, terrible dialogue, voiceover dialogue like that, where you could just tell it was recorded after the fact.
There's plenty of it.
And
There's
like
a little bit
it
of
makes
it.
me cringe to hear it now, partly why I'm trying to talk over it at all times. But I thought he looked
Okay, so where are we going?
creepy.
Let's just get in the car.
He
It's a very Marble Hornet shot, like just a figure standing in
silhouette.
silhouette. Yeah,
It is.
it's basically the foundation for that entire series. But like,
Also notice that he looks down right there, right before he leaves the house.
yes,
for the
that
last
is
time.
important.
Purposeful. That was purposeful. So here's the great part.
I mean, can we... Why are you acting like this? The least you can do is tell me what the plan is. If you haven't realized, it's you and your boss that put me in this position.
It was hard for him to do this while
Like,
driving.
what the fuck? You
And in some way
knowingly
that you
implicated
wouldn't
me
see,
in a
like,
burglary and a
accidentally.
murder!
We were
I knew-
driving around.
I knew
very
you two were
nearby
part of
to
some
my
criminal
house.
organization, but oh my god! Is this seriously what you're...
Shut up.
Yeah, I don't blame him. I was being very
You have
annoying.
absolutely no clue how much trouble you've made for us. Things you don't even realize
Yeah,
are
there
your
were
fault
ruined
because
tapes
I
and
felt
videos
bad
like,
for
oh,
you.
shoot,
Made my boss,
we saw
your
the
ally, make
sword
exceptions
used too
for you.
soon into the speech. Or
Not
we
least of which is
accidentally
our
took it, we were
name.
driving a circle
You know,
around my
Regional
house, and we
Protectorates
saw that,
is now
saw our
Emram
house
Holger
against the
Sustainable because of
So-
you.
But he was a trooper. He did a lot of
Entirely
he did,
new
like,
branding
3 or 4 or
and
5
methods of
takes this,
communication.
and
All because you put so much
The
attention on
performance
us when
was-
we first made
as-
contact.
it was better than I even dared to.
But
hope,
100
to be
people
honest.
emailed us trying to look into the business.
Even if it's robotic or whatever, like it was still way
For
better than
months
I
now,
dared.
most of our clients' payments have involved just spreading awareness of the changes and sending
It is,
messages
yeah.
between people.
Which again, that's kind of the character.
That's totally the character.
Christ. The camera there too.
Yeah, like Jim from The Office.
Yeah. It's like, what the hell is this shit? There they are. Nobody thought we would return to that place. Mostly because we didn't think we would return to that place either.
We are getting to some of the most interesting shoots to talk about.
Definitely. Oh, easily.
Are you guys keeping something here?
It's like it's like I remember vividly being here.
No, seriously, me too. This is crazy.
When
we get to a particular shoot,
there's
coming up that my car is still affected by.
To this day.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I'll show you.
I can't believe.
Well, you're getting in my car.
I'm gonna see it firsthand.
Yeah.
I
okay,
this
so
happening
what's
at night
here?
For some reason.
Let me see your phone.
I forgot to tell you, my front passenger door doesn't work, so you're gonna have to climb in.
Well, wait,
you
what?
Into the other car
What's this?
Yes, I did.
No, I get to do it. So
he sees the mattress and like, no, like seriously, what are you doing?
What?
So
come on, about the pillow.
We were, this is easily, of course, the most like involved in the we had. And so we were afraid that number one, it would be way too expensive, which thankfully it wasn't. And number two, that we wouldn't be allowed to film here. Like inside the thing, obviously, like who can stop us, but outside in the alleys. But as it turned out, thankfully, it was never really a problem. Nobody ever stopped.
There's just.
I mean, we didn't film anybody else.
Are you saying?
No, I don't think ever.
No, we made sure.
It was just.
Are you saying
us and the walls of units?
You can't do this. There has to be something else, some other way.
Listen, Anthony.
Also, the light. I did like the lighting.
In a
here.
few minutes,
you'll
at least get the explanation you're looking for.
Like inside the house at times, but
let's just
no,
wait for the boss to show up.
It's perfectly visible.
Yeah. No, the lighting actually worked.
It doesn't make for the most interesting visuals after a while. I will say that much.
I disagree.
I mean, I love it. I love this place.
Yeah.
But
Nothing you say can change this.
It was tough to figure out how to make this part of the series dynamic.
You have no.
There he is.
What?
He's
that was a good entrance.
Why is it
villain? Oh,
you?
He's so good at this.
He is.
Yes,
He's really good with this character type.
You might be surprised.
Just so much
honestly, Anthony,
of having to go into
surely you could see this coming.
Because every time, because I'm holding the camera,
predicted as much.
because it was just too difficult for Max to hold the camera, for you to hold the camera,
Hollis,
and while
Hollis was a client of yours too.
Yeah.
We're not about to have
because any of you were not familiar with the camera, so it was me,
especially
and so we had to dub over the lines with your voice. And
truth is, we've been preparing to do this for some time now.
Two characters kind of talked over one
Here's
another.
where
That
you'll
was
stay,
really hard.
at least until we've covered
Because it's
our
like
own
you had
asses.
like my voice was kind of
Now, there's a reason I had your break
slightly in there.
Yeah.
How could you?
And these are
How could you do this?
Cut in the middle of.
You were playing us off each other.
Like when we whip the camera around quickly,
or
or put it up against a wall so it goes black for a while, and then we can. That's a convenient place.
These are my decisions to make, but frankly.
But everyone was
I
well
would've stood
prepared.
away here
Everyone
even if I
had their
could've.
scripts and they memorized their
We
scripts.
memorized
You were
the
memorizing
lines, yeah.
everything by this.
What
point.
did he ask you to
Everyone
do
was.
for him?
And
hide
it was
from you.
Everyone did. Considering no one got paid.
So
everyone did.
are you assuming that he's trying to
good job and was
undermine your operations right now
If
somehow?
they hadn't been, the shoots wouldn't have gotten finished, but they always did.
Well, if he is, then that could be the end of things. Can't be too careful, can we?
I just highly doubt that's what he's
Shows up,
doing.
He says nothing.
I mean,
for like 4 minutes.
why?
Oh, is this the? No, this wasn't the shoot Elijah.
What makes you say that?
That was the.
I'm just
I
saying
think
that
that was the
it
last.
seems
that was
unlikely.
the penalty.
He's one guy and obviously doesn't want to go to the police any more than we do. He's still a missing person.
So yeah, it's like For those who don't
I mean,
remember, it's like Anthony needs
what am I
a
gonna-
storage unit because
what am I
he's
supposed to
interested
do in here?
crime of-
Right.
Like I was saying,
Facilitating
there's a
the
reason I'm
robberies
going
and
to
the
bring
murder
you
that
your
were
laptop
in the
from
news
time to
reports
time.
by putting up that poster in Video 20.
While you're waiting things out in here,
And so,
you'll be doing us the favor of
really,
helping
Anthony
to
is
find
fine
Hollis.
with this because he wants to
need something
prolong
from
all this as
you,
long as possible. So if he uses
contacting
that
your
storage
audience,
unit in order
we
to
need you
achieve
to post
that,
something
well,
online.
it's Hollis that doesn't want that.
We'll do that.
But of course, Anthony has to
Well,
act like he's
goodbye.
actually afraid and
Again,
act
Anthony is truly a psychopath, so he does not care.
Wait! This doesn't make sense.
Anthony,
You're keeping me as a prisoner? Why now? You've had opportunities to do this, even after you knew Hollis was gone again.
That show came out.
What happened in the last couple of months to make you do
I'm a
this?
sucker for
Can you
prison
explain that to me? Come
Oh
on!
my god, you would love this show
would.
then.
Okay.
The first couple seasons, the rest are terrible, but like.
someone in high school told me that same exact thing.
Oh
So-
god, it's really good. Everybody in the chat probably loves
Hey, look.
That was
With this
surprisingly
laptop,
difficult
I
to make
can't
sure
edit
that
videos
we
like I
could
can
get
at home.
was
It's not
if
powerful
the
enough.
car, if we just for
Can't
fine
blur your
necessity had the
faces.
car parked outside, we had to like back it up and make sure that it wasn't in the shot. And in this case,
In
it
the
made sure
real
it was in the
world,
shot because it was right
Our
there.
faces
God,
weren't
my
seen
car
by
is
people
so
who could damage our
much cleaner.
organization.
Oh, dude, I have more. I have
Certainly
a couple
don't plan on
points in
being
it
seen
that I
by the
don't- that I
police.
don't,
In any
that I
case,
didn't
most of
have
those who
then.
watch your videos assume they're fictional regardless.
It gets so dirty now.
Either
You
way,
gotta take care of
It
yourself.
looks, it looks so nice then.
like I said, I'll be back to check in.
I'm getting.
It's also the magic. That whole shot.
Wait.
I think that whole shot.
Your
was
censorship
nice.
Yeah,
is
it
moved.
does.
See him in the background.
And look at the
Like I
red
said,
on it.
shiny.
back to
The
check
red
in.
on the-
You turned in great.
No notes.
Yeah. So there it was. There it was. The door shuts it on him
Yeah.
in the end. Thank you.
You've
My
been-
greatest
you've been
achievement.
waiting to tell people about that for months, maybe like a year.
Over a year at this point. So this is the first Hollis video in a while where he actually shows up and talks.
That tripod is creepy. Looks like a slender guy, slender man, if you will.
This was the first shoot of my experience where the mosquitoes were insanely awful. They're so bad you can see.
You see
them
now
flying.
that I'm right.
Oh my god.
And I also break out the little.
There have been many,
Like
many lies.
no,
And yes, for good reason.
really bad.
Some of these
They were.
facades
They,
will
like,
have to
evening
fall.
At the very least, we could go
You'll just have
inside
to.
them.
Now, to the general audience,
So
you
I had
have
to just stand
too many
here
questions to
in,
count.
like stagnant.
Some of which
stand
go
there.
back to the very, very beginning.
Yeah. But like,
And
I was okay
unfortunately,
with it, I
a
guess,
large
'cause it's
part
like, yeah,
of
well,
me
Hollis is
wants
on the run,
to
so he has
answer
to put
each
up
and every
with
one of them.
It looks awful.
So we'll compromise, and I'll answer one.
So here Hollis is dealing
The person
with-
you think
wants the
I
thing to
am
end, and he doesn't.
is not who I
He partly
am.
wants it to end, he partly doesn't, and he doesn't really know what to do.
Wait, hold on.
Yes, I am Hollis Am.
That little light,
Yeah, what is
that's a mosquito.
Holy shit. It's
Yes,
huge.
I am Hollis Coogan.
There were two videos
The
that I
name
filmed
on the
this
very
night,
real
and one
missing
of them
person
actually
report
never ended up
confirms
getting
the
uploaded.
fact.
It was video 44, and it ended up being changed. Because the mosquitoes I thought were too distracting.
I have no
As
doctor.
distracting as they are here, it was even worse.
I had no
now.
confusion,
And I thought it
no
was just better for
problems.
Dr. Tanner to end up on
And in
the
fact,
video.
Yeah, mosquitoes.
all the divine inspiration in the world
In the summer,
until
that's the
recently.
thing, 'cause this was around water.
I never intended to be speaking to you like this,
Like-
ever.
Like, look at that. You see that red on my neck? That's a bite, right there.
Oh my god,
This
it's massive.
would go on
Yes, yeah.
for so long.
Oh boy.
And then everything,
Yeah, I got malaria after this.
and something that was so simple became horrifyingly complicated.
Oh, yes.
This was phoning in my performance at this point.
I remember this was a. Alright, quiet again. Get
This
into the video.
idea
We are.
chose me.
Like, is there.
It came to me for a reason. You know what? Hollis Coogan.
Great pop is like the one important line in the video. Turn the gain up on that a little bit too.
I guess this new life of mine continues.
Who
They
is
won't
this?
find me. I hop from place to place, daily, and sometimes more.
No, I remember.
I'm good at it.
Pretty popular.
It does suck, but believe it or not,
I
it's still
feel
an
like the
improvement
food
over my
is good
previous
for
living
for
situation.
whatever reason, even if it wasn't for the plot. I
So,
remember it.
It's like a direct.
To everyone that it concerns,
And this was 35 and 36.
you should watch for
at the
me,
beginning of Act 3.
because now I can go anywhere.
Those who liked the series were excited for that.
Hollis is the more sympathetic character.
Haven't really
Overall.
begun to
Basically,
comprehend this
Jump
yet.
Street, but like, and it ended
That's
up
what
being
worries
the
me.
case. But yeah,
This one right
Very
here is
restless.
the second one that I remember. A lot of people started jumping ship on this one. This one, and I don't know what it was about this. I don't know why this.
They
video
left me this
of all
camera,
videos
and that's
specifically people
I
are
guess
like,
they think it'll keep
the
me
story is
occupied,
too
like I have some
convoluted.
kind of compulsion to
But
record.
there were
it was
comments.
That'll
already
quiet me down.
That's the
It
thing.
was.
Oh, and if you're
but for
wondering
whatever
about the
reason, this was
bathroom
the breaking
situation,
point for like multiple people.
it sucks.
I don't like. I
For
understand.
like
I
three
totally-
whole people.
The only
Yeah, I
way.
know. At least 3 whole people who were vocal enough to
And
make a
when it's
comment
locked
about
out
it.
there,
Yeah.
there's nothing I can do.
This one,
I thought about
I don't
making a
get.
racket
I
until
get it
someone
overall, but I
notices,
don't
but
understand why this one was the one for
set up
some people.
a pillow, a chair, and a person. That's the problem.
I guess it was just the
They'd ask
stagnant being
Who
in
knows
the
if they go to
storage unit and
police
just
or
like
something.
listening to people talk. But
That
see what
happened.
you know. Well,
They know who rents the
it'll
unit.
happen in like 6 months.
They'd look into them.
But yeah, like returning to the minimalist roots
are
at the
they
beginning,
thinking?
like trying to make visuals in a minimalist location interesting to see.
See, I like that. I like that.
I like shooting it. I like the idea of it certainly. Yeah, it's like he has to bring you the laptop so that you can upload, or that Anthony can upload the videos, whatever he's shot. Because at that point, in their minds, the Anthony and with his camera and everything, that's like to keep him, like to placate him, so he can feel like he's still doing something, which is filming and uploading videos. He probably
Full day, you've
Pop-Tarts.
already gone quiet, huh?
Wait,
No will to keep going.
Yeah, they were. Yeah.
Did I not eat them?
You know,
Somebody probably ate.
I don't
them.
remember
People's
eating them,
eyes
and I
do,
definitely
but
would have eaten
I've
them.
had to do things similar to this.
We have Pop-Tarts right now.
I can't do it, not now.
Pop-Tarts are not that bad for you.
They are horrible.
Like I know that, like, but
They are horrible.
are they worse for you than this muffin?
Dramatically.
Really? But this is like a Dunkin' Donuts.
I mean,
muffin.
now that muffin is also terrible for you, but it's processed sugar and carbs. Which processed sugars are carbs, but it's just literally all empty, nutritionless carbs that immediately turn to body fat the second they hit your mouth. I don't think you can take which you should be.
I eat adequately, but I eat my fair share of terrible food.
You should be. If I didn't put on body fat, I would be eating McDonald's right now. But I put on body fat so easily.
But they say, some people say, I'm 24, and some people say that
it
starting at
will.
26,
It
that's
will.
when it happens.
It will.
Uh-oh.
It will. Yeah.
So, this right
For
here...
me, that happened when I was 14, sorry.
Well, you know, you got to live out your childhood.
Well, I lived my childhood for like 22, and then I stopped.
It's like, everyone should be allowed to live out their childhood for at least 14 years without consequences. So this right here...
Oh, we just got a great comment, which I totally agree with, because I love it. I don't think a story can ever be too convoluted. It's completely on the viewer, in my opinion. I agree. Either the story... If you don't like it, you don't get it. You don't get it.
It's like...
The best thing you and I can do.
The way I see it, it's best, if you're going to use cinema or the moving image or whatever, it's best...
The videos that have been
the
uploaded to your
moving
YouTube
picture.
channel.
It's best to at least engage your audience so that they have to do a lot of the interpretive work. That kind of makes up for the pacification of cinema as opposed to like reading a book where you have to intellectually engage.
What do I think they mean?
So that's partly why I like
Surely you've spent some time pondering them.
Of course.
Well, see, one thing that
They're primarily what
about
all
this
uploads.
video that I
feel like typically
thought
he's
people
trying
would
to
like was
to
the
tell me
fact
something
that
with them.
at one point in this little
In a pretty
interrogation,
roundabout way most
Dr.
of the time.
Tanner questions Anthony. After all this time, Anthony actually gets questioned
Specifically,
about how he was ever able to access
I
the
don't know,
YouTube
each
channel
one is
in the
different.
first place.
Right.
Something that people, rightly so, in the beginning were like, that doesn't make any sense.
Well,
I
it
don't buy
does.
this.
It does in the end.
It does, and that's the thing. We call it up again here because it's supposed to clue viewers into.
Usually, I
oh,
feel like
maybe
he
that
tries
was
to
on
intimidate
purpose.
me.
Maybe that wasn't a plot hole.
He obviously
wasn't an
hates me and
oversight.
wants to
Maybe he
convince
just straight up
everyone
gave
I'm
him the
responsible for
password.
his wrongdoing.
How could Anthony? How could he?
Well, it's a little bit of an Occam's razor
Like making
situation.
certain you
It's
saw the news
how
report
do you get the
that
access to the YouTube channel? Well, what's the simplest way for somebody
Yeah.
to get access to a YouTube channel?
Essentially.
Right. They, you know.
But
share an
yeah,
account.
I'm people
Let me ask
did
you
pick
another
up on
question.
that, but some people didn't, and I
Since I
thought
first
that was
learned
a
about your
shame.
situation.
Again,
How
there's no
exactly
such thing as a too
did you
convoluted
access
story.
Hollis's YouTube
You
channel
either
in the
love
first
it
place?
or you don't get it.
Yeah, exactly. And the artist can do
You know
nothing
this,
wrong.
having seen the computer set up in my apartment. My line of work involves a lot of secrecy.
That's all I gotta say about
my
this one.
accounts when possible.
Elijah, as always, good performance here. I thought the
Never
lighting
needed to
worked really
access
well here, like the
YouTube
under
channel.
lighting to make him look scary.
Yeah, he looks terrifying.
Yeah.
Could benefit me to know the process.
It does make look at his eyebrows, like the shadows on his
Yeah,
eyebrows.
he looks
It looks-
Say
he looks
how
like
I
a
did it in that
freaking
first
demon.
video I made
He does.
for a reason. I don't want a bunch of people to suddenly know how to do it. They could try to hack my channel themselves. And I'm sorry, but I'm filming now. And I'm
Oh, God,
uploading
it's
this
so
too,
scary.
so. But listen, I found out just by looking
Like
online.
at this point, I think this was the second of the two shoots, or well,
I'll look
I think
for it
of the
myself,
2 or 3 big
suppose.
shoots that we did at the storage unit, this was the second one, and
They all blur together.
I
I'll
know
go
for me
ahead
too.
and assume the frustration of being
By the
isolated
second one,
is
we were all
still
getting
severe
better
and
at
we'll make more
doing
progress
the
as time
blocking and
goes
doing
on.
the dubbing, the lines, and where to
Maybe
stand
next
when
time
you're in the storage
we'll break
unit.
through to
We
those
sort of had
times
it
You
down
were
to
no
a
stranger
science.
to that.
Yeah,
by
we
the
sort of had
end
it
of
down to a
two.
when
science.
Hollis knew each
Yeah,
other.
by
at
the
that point.
end. Again, within our like parameters that were. It doesn't look perfect, it doesn't look amazing, but like as decent as we could make it look, we were achieving that pretty easily by the end of these shoots. Oh, and here we go, my mom's lines. This is another like really, really sad moment. Anytime my mom is involved in this, it's sad. He feels the need to torture
You'll want to
Anthony.
hear this.
That's the thing. They're trying to get information out of Anthony, so they're trying to persuade him.
Yeah,
in some
they're
way or
trying to
another
be
to make him want to
coercive.
leave this place.
Christian, I think I need to get my hair.
I really
Stop it.
You really bad.
Yeah.
I have a bowl cut.
Give it to me.
That's awful.
Can't let you have it. But I
Yeah,
wouldn't
instead
want
of
to
going to
volunteer
a
any
diner,
of
let's
that.
go.
Let's get here. Let's stream
We're
it.
gonna for lives from now on.
On the How of My channel. These shoots must have been brutal in the summer, let me tell you.
I know. Oh yeah, we haven't talked about that yet. It was very hot.
Inside the storage unit was about 108 degrees.
It was swell.
To have a lot of time to think.
That said, over time you did get used to it, but it was the first 20 minutes that was always the worst.
Well, we also would repeatedly just open the door for relief and stop shoots.
We did. We had a cooler with ice in it and like cold
That
towels
too,
and
that
water.
too, the cooler.
So,
Everything changed that day.
oh, that's a great shot.
That is-
I do love that shot.
Yeah.
This was some of the best, I think, cinematography in the series.
Oh, this is the one.
About Jordan.
This is the one where with a lot of running around in the storage facility.
No, this
at
is the
night.
one with the window.
And
right?
it's of course it's at the end.
Well,
yes.
I'll tell you about that because my car is still sticky.
Anthony, out of curiosity.
It
I
was
know
a
you
struggle
won't
to
answer
figure out
this,
how to make this
do
third
me a
act
favor.
dynamic.
Think
We
about
love
it
the idea
yourself.
of the storage unit and Anthony being trapped in
When was the
there.
last time you even actually thought?
And at one point trying to escape, of course, like he does. But like if we didn't have Hollis doing dynamic, action-packed things, comparatively at least, for a couple videos, there would have been a stretch of like 6 videos or 7 videos straight where it was just
This place
Anthony
closes
in the
at
storage
midnight.
unit.
But honestly,
And so we really
I
needed
don't
to.
even
That
think
was I
anyone's
actually
here to
brought
enforce
Stefan
them.
in a writing capacity to figure out how to make this kind of thing happen. It was like, yeah, Hollis is the one who wants to break Anthony out, so he's gonna like go to great lengths to make that happen. He's gonna scope out the
storage
place from
unit
the
number
outside.
never actually
He's gonna
appeared
try to
in the
make
video.
stuff happen.
That was, I think, was that Stefan's idea?
He was there when
was in the
I
middle
can't
of one
take
of these
full credit
longer
as my
alleys, but
idea.
I
It was
don't
both of us.
know
that did
which
it.
That's a
one
really
for
good
sure.
idea. It was a really good idea.
I have to come
It
back.
gives Hollis something to do. It gives him
Oh,
more.
and also I missed it. There's the screwdriver,
Yeah.
which is important. We did plant that, yeah.
Want to be back. I can't do this now.
I know. This one, I just like how this one looks generally. overall.
This was a bad mosquito one, though.
It definitely was. It was pretty horrible.
I didn't.
It was not horrible at night, or I mean during the day here, but when anytime it was at night, it was really bad.
Just see them enter or exit the right unit, and then just leave.
And there was no problem with like people, like anyone asking, "What the hell are you doing, filming something?"
Yeah.
Because there was nobody there at that point. Like the MC or whoever it is, like the guy who watched over everything, he left like 2 hours before the place closed. So we could do whatever we wanted after like 8 p.m. Oh wait, was that the shadow? I missed it.
No, the shadow was a while ago. I mean, there's a lot of shadows, but there was a...
Wait a second. It's not right here? It's probably hard to see. Oh, it's a flashlight, not a shadow. It's a flashlight. Even that is hard to see. And we had to act like he climbed out past the fence, which, yeah, right.
You can't climb that fence?
That, like, 12-foot fence?
Yeah. Oh, man.
Well, maybe I could if I really
could.
I didn't want to. I didn't want to have to try.
How long did we have to rent the units for? Oh, well, like...
About a month.
A month?
It was a month,
There could
yeah.
be benefits to that.
Like, $256 or something.
Which is not terrible.
I was
They're waiting for me to show up at night.
This was another one that
This might be the only opportunity
we filmed
to follow
shots
them.
from this one over all 3 storage unit shoots. And of course, me and Stefan, because the convenient thing is that this facility is literally 30 seconds away from our house, which is the Anthony house. So we could go back and get pickups at this place, like, whenever we wanted. But we had 3 main shoots here, and this video was full of shots from all 3 shoots. It was definitely one of the more rigorous to put together.
Wait, this isn't the one with the one. Yes, it is.
It is, yeah.
It is.
He goes up and you see the shot. It's very convoluted, and I'm not really happy with how convoluted it had to be, but like this moment right here where he goes up to the car, Hollis goes up to the car, and then it cuts to black as if there's something missing there. Like, it doesn't just cut to the next shot, it cuts to black for a while to imply that something was cut out and is missing that will show up later, which it does. And I don't like how that had to be, but we had a reason for it.
Come on.
I do like any shots where you see them walking together.
Yeah, they walk so well
They
together.
walk in absolute unison.
It's crazy.
Look at them. They're the same height, too.
And that was contemporaneous with him being super creepy in the storage unit, right? That was that shot with the voicemail?
It was, yes. I believe so, at least. There is, like, we'd have to turn the audio up really high for this, I think. But, like, you're supposed to hear them have a conversation around the corner. Not quite yet. But it's at some point soon. Hollis overhears them have a conversation, and that kind of clues him into what he has to do next.
When they're not in there, I'm gonna need a key.
We really should have invested in a GoPro. It would have made all these shoots a lot easier.
Oh my god. Why didn't we think of that?
Because we didn't want to spend any more money.
Evasion, ambiguity,
I'm actually
standoff,
surprised you don't
yes,
have one.
more brazenly than
I've considered getting one for a long time at this point. Anything like this that we do in the future, that would make it a lot easier.
Take me back, then return. Make sure you review briefings for the one before sundown possible. Might come back tonight.
Yeah, that was their conversation. It's so quiet, I didn't think to turn it on.
I'm lucky they didn't turn that corner. They're going back to Tanner's apartment to drop him off, and then the liaison is coming back on his own for the rest of the night. I think he's monitoring because they're worried I might come back. They're worried I'm gonna do it at night. If I need a key to get into that unit... Son of a bitch! I know it's unlikely, but there's a chance.
I didn't until you said so. I actually think it already happened.
It was at one of the night shoots.
Yeah, let's.
He'd take it out with him when he gets out to go inside to see
it was
Anthony.
Just
I
something
know,
like, because it was
but
just
Just
We
I
were in
have
the
to be
little
sure.
field that you see right here, outside the
just
facility,
have to leave the car
and
again.
we were filming, and I was filming, and the rest of them had flashlights, and I was like backing up,
I think so, but it's
and
fucking boring.
I was like kind of on the curb on the edge
really
of the
did
road
want to make
there,
films
and somebody drove by and was like, "Get out of the effing road!"
That's
or
right.
something.
Yes.
The most powerful artistic
It's like
medium.
it was just like I wasn't in the
That's
road.
how you
I was
convey
sorry.
a relevant socio-political message.
That was the only time I think that we ever
make
like got
people
grief or
see
got
things
yelled
and hear
at
things.
for
You can
doing
confront
anything.
them with things. And now I've started to think.
Speed it up a
this
little.
is almost
Waiting around too long.
Alright, here we go.
It's approaching. I think we probably should start talking about this now.
Alright, so Hollis had to get in the car. So Christian came up with what is genuinely a brilliant idea.
Oh, sure.
No,
it was
it was
a brilliant idea.
It was
brilliant in theory.
No, are you kidding me? It worked perfectly.
It did. It's just that it's too dark. That's the only problem.
No, but it's not.
I'm interested. Have you ever seen less? How it actually looked in the video?
Yes, I specifically went to it. Like
you can. I think you can see. You can see if you look closely.
So Christian and Stefan made a synthetic window out of sugar.
Yep, it
right?
was a sugar candy glass window.
Yeah, and
I can't come back anyway.
And we really did smash it with a rock.
Yeah, it was fucking. First of all, we measured the window of my car.
Yep.
And
couldn't get the right curvature, so we couldn't like really put it in place. And
I
so,
had to hold it.
Yep, you guys had to hold it. You and like Stefan or Elijah had to keep up your hands and hold it there. Because it was really slimy by this point.
Yeah, and look at that.
It's hard to tell. And I'm not sure, like, no, it is 100% real practical effect.
And at the same time, I had to set... Hold on, let's pause this. So at the same time, I had to set the alarm of my car off at the exact same time. And we had...
So that the lights would... Not even just for the sound effect, but so the lights would blink.
Right.
Which you can see vaguely.
And so we had one shot at this. We had one shot at this.
We made 2 windows, and I was trying to figure out a way to put it... To get it so that it would just stay in the window slot of Max's car itself. And I broke the extra window trying to do that. So we had one shot at it.
And so Christian was like, there's like a 5 to 10% chance we get this right. Like, because we had to not get anybody's hands in the shot. We had to not get, you know, anybody's bodies in the shot because we were standing there. We had to get the breakage just right, so we had to break it.
Yep.
We had to...
And we had to get the rest of the shot after that, too, which is like, I rummage in the glove compartment, and then I run away and look back and see the car, which isn't that hard.
Right, and we had to get the timing of the alarm exactly right.
Yeah.
We had to thread...
I think that was done. I think the alarm sound was...
It was not.
It was there, but I think I actually just like put an extra sound
no, it wasn't there. I just set the lights on.
It had to be the lights.
I set the lights on. That's right. I set the... But regardless, I had to get the timing of the lights exactly
right.
And so we had like... There were like...
And the light was dying, like, we have to do this like now. We have to do it now.
So like 5 or 6 different things had to go exactly right, or else we didn't get the shot.
Yeah.
And we got it because we only had one window.
It went as well as it could have, considering. And the one problem was just that it was like 5 to 10 minutes too late, and so you couldn't quite see it as clearly as I hoped.
It was good enough though, because all we needed to do was have people tell that we broke into the damn car.
It was. We tried to wait until it was dusk in the first place. We could have done it earlier, but I was afraid that the window. We wanted low light so that we could distract from the imperfections of the window. Because I was afraid, like, if you saw it in real clear focus in daylight,
it was a different color. It was brown.
It was brown instead of black. It was square instead of, like, the actual shape of the window.
I thought we nailed it, though. And
we nailed it.
I ate some of the shards, and they were really good. They were really sugar. Yeah, they were sugar. It was just sugar.
Yeah, it was.
Sugar's good.
Did I taste any of it?
Yeah, I made you. Because it was really good. Yeah, no, I made everybody eat it. It was really good. So like 5 or 6. Okay, that's the stream. I've been looking at the comments on my phone, so that's the stream. But Yeah, and so my car is still sticky.
It's still sticky.
It's still sticky. Yeah, the inside of my car is still sticky. I just can't get it out.
I didn't think that would happen. I think
we cleaned it.
I think we would have had to have more discussions about do we do it or not.
Yeah, I still would have done it. I don't care.
Well, all right.
We did it. We did it for like. We cleaned for like 20 minutes after too.
The worst part is that the way it worked out, that it's not even it's not even Anthony's car. It's the liaison's car, but the way it worked out, that had to be your car.
Yeah.
We tried to clean it out the best we could. And then a week later after that, we did the security camera shot at the church. And we all got in your car after that. And there was a big piece still in the car door. And I was like, how did we miss this one? It was like giant. And it was like at that point drooping over the like little cup holder inside the door.
Oh, didn't we find a big piece?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. We found a huge piece that somehow we missed. Like the little ones, sure. Like okay, but it was like this big and we missed it.
Well,
left it outside the church.
Glove compartment gambit was a bit of a bust.
Speaking of which, there was a behind-the-scenes video where the broken window, because like the one that
it's not entirely a loss, okay?
Because it was just like cracked. We couldn't use it, but it was in like two big pieces.
Nothing.
There was a behind-the-scenes video that me and Stefan filmed of us like hurling the pieces at our garage wall outside behind the garage, and I never released it though. I should just release it.
Yeah,
just release it because we were just like, all right, look, we put all this work into this. We're gonna show this shit.
Oh my god.
The height of my paranoia about everything.
You got well acquainted with the heat of the inside of the unit.
I spend most of my day in my room.
This one's very simple. This is just like one quick conversation with you and the liaison.
And I feel protected somehow. I don't know why I can't just conjure that feeling up now. It's the same situation.
That is not a flattering angle.
Gotta do something.
I suppose not.
I mean, it's fine now.
But... No. In hindsight, you care least of all.
What care about what?
Unflattering angles from this series.
Yeah. I really don't care.
It does look good. Look how much look how stained the lens is. And it's like, but it had to I'm glad that it was because it makes sense because you can't clean it. And it's gonna get all dusty.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, there's the car that was not supposed to be there.
Oh, right. Of course.
Whoops. Sorry.
Not gonna upload anything yet, though.
Recall. This one is to also kind of foreshadow how he tries to get out of the storage unit.
I have.
Which actually, that method did actually work to keep the door from locking.
We have reason to believe, confirmation actually.
Because we rented this knowing that at some point we wanted to try to escape.
Wait, how do you know?
But not knowing how the heck.
I'm going to show you. It's on the YouTube channel.
Like we had to see the inside of the unit and therefore rent it.
It seems
to really try to figure something out there. And luckily there were those little white straps of fabric that you were seeing outside the door, and we could put those in the little holes in the side of the door and block the latch from
our business
and keep it from locking.
It literally
he broke into my car, you see.
The latch and it didn't latch.
He may have wanted to get inside this
Not only did we break
unit,
the rules of the storage facility, but we sued them for negligence.
You don't have any idea why?
Yeah.
Except
we
you
actually
just
lost
screw the organization over?
Yeah, we did.
They paid.
And we lost the suit.
For
We
yourself.
had to pay millions for the litigation.
We went to prison for years.
Yeah, we did. That's why this took so long to do it. See, that's convoluted. Like, see, we had to film this after video 38.
Anything
We had to film that shot
out to you?
after video 38 was online.
It's not a
So we had to put video
question,
38
by the way.
online
This is
before
part
it
of the
actually
reason
got
why you're
uploaded
out.
and published publicly.
Right.
It's like, that's the issue with doing things radically out of order.
Some
when you're
sort
filming
of
Act 3. It was
history
just so many little things like that, and that's why
If
we
you don't
had
wanna
to,
speak about
and that's
it,
what we had to
I
think about. Was like,
personally
oh, so the
understand that,
YouTube version of
and
video 38
I
had to be
suspect
shown in
my
video
boss
39, so we had to
watch
make
out
that
on the
happen before
subject.
38 actually went
But
live.
I know, at this
Not to mention
point,
the other version of video 38
you want him
says
stopped
in
as
video
much as we do.
41.
And you know him better than we do.
Yeah,
My boss only got so familiar with him.
That's another one.
You know him better than me. Yeah, exactly. how well he does know him.
If you have anything, insight into where he might go, into how he might conduct himself going forward, based on what
This
you know
one was
of him.
slightly slow, I think. This one
It
could have
is
maybe been condensed
essential
a little
that you tell us.
or consolidated with another video.
I mean, if there's something...
He's messed up in the head in ways that I can't begin to understand.
That.
If I could tell you where he is or what he's
Yeah,
planning,
what a liar.
I would have.
Hollis is the smart one. Hollis is the smart one. Hollis knows what's going on. That's a little awkward, but whatever. That's the issue of like having to dub all the time. You weren't here for this one. This was actually the first thing we filmed here in the storage unit. It was kind of a simpler one to test the waters to see if like we could get some shots. Just to test the waters and it. There it is. It's the last puzzle video, and it's like an amalgamation of all the different symbols. Like there's the things that had come into play already and still would. The handcuffs, the bear, the barrel, the keyhole. Well, I don't think the keyhole.
Where's the bag in?
The bag is somewhere. There's some code. That's the code that gives you the email address, as far as I know, that Anthony and Hollis used to communicate over. Or no, it gives you no, never mind. No. That is video 34, but this one gives you the clue to the password of the account. That lets you see the conversation over email.
Oh yeah.
If it isn't already clear to Dr. Tanner what I'm trying to do right now, I'm gonna say what it is. I'm
getting toward the end here.
It's one of the liaisons.
And it's not a lie.
Dr. Tanner took over
Not this time.
right?
That's They do that starting in the next video.
I'm looking for.
That's in my backyard. It's probably very obvious. I think,
it's okay if
other
you,
than the
audience
last video,
knows that, and
the
Dr. Tanner
epilogue number
himself,
3, I think this is the last shot that I filmed
because
for the
by
whole
the time
series.
this video is uploaded,
And I shaved
I'll either
immediately
have it
after this. Thank God.
or there will be no conceivable way for me to get it anymore.
Other than the last video.
Oh, right.
Other than
At
the
that
last video,
point,
which was months later.
My contingency plan, which I've also been in the process of executing,
whatever.
it'll just have to work. Staying in line with my
It's kind of crazy
recent honesty as soon as possible policy.
Yeah, I forgot.
I will never do that.
I just wanted to tell you
like
that.
a pirate.
Now there's one more place that a copy of that key could be.
Pirate.
And that's
He's
where I'm
hiding in
going.
homes, and now he doesn't have one to hide in, so he has
I never wanted to go there again. Do you remember?
But yeah, see, that's all in my yard, and now it's not.
Now Tanner's
But see,
gone
like,
to
this
storage
was supposed to be
once or
all,
maybe twice a day for a while. Now the liaison.
Traumatic for him
He's
because his
been there
worst memories
24/7
in the series are being in
I
that
think ever
apartment
since
with
they
Dr.
suspected
Tanner.
I had been around
And
here.
now he feels the need to go back
It's
to
likely
facilitate the
Oh, can we
plot.
lower the
person. I know that.
video volume?
Again.
Yep.
But if Dr.
It's
Tanner
just
has a
constant.
copy,
It's possibly because, like, when I am lowering it, I'm not lowering it from the right
No,
source.
they gotta hear us. More.
We are also far away from the mic.
So maybe it's
I turned it up.
I
that
scooched
begs on
closer.
the existence of two keys.
Turn the here. Let's do
It's
this.
not a guarantee. But
Alright, is that better, guys? I can't.
Guys! Can you hear me? Because the videos are very quiet to us, but that's the
Alright,
thing.
we're good, we got it.
Because the videos
Sorry
are
about that,
being,
guys.
The videos are being directly fed into the stream, so that's
Right.
why it sounds quiet to us, but it doesn't to them. I keep forgetting that.
This is it, I guess.
This one was fun to shoot in some ways and also very difficult in other ways. Of all the like fake the conversation, like dub it later, this was the hardest one to do once Dr. Tanner actually gets back to the apartment, because not only did we have to, like, in the end I dubbed both lines because you don't have to see either of our mouths moving, but also I have to be, like, really rapidly, like, clicking through and manipulating a computer so that the right image comes up at the right time. That was very, very difficult to do with the right timing. And there's Dr. Tanner's little infamous little trap.
Jesus.
Like, whoa. So this is the setup of his lethal weapon.
He was paranoid as
That does look pretty stupid, but I was hoping it would still be jaw-dropping anyway. The tape.
Guess he knew I still had a key.
The gun.
Yeah, he knows Hollis still has a key. And there are those. It's like he thinks it's funny to reminisce on the handcuffs now.
Well,
what were the handcuffs? What were the handcuffs? What was the purpose of the handcuffs? Well, to
I
make
know you don't want to
think
see
one
someone
thing
search this
when the
place
other was
again.
really
You've
the
already
truth.
seen it once.
What are you talking about?
I won't recall
The handcuffs.
Oh, yeah, but what?
Because at one point you wanted them to think that Anthony had Hollis kidnapped.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. And handcuffed.
Key is that it could be anywhere in here.
Another, I forgot about this. Another instance of searching in this apartment. Really, really wanted to make this one quick. Oh, and yeah, see, he leaves the AC running.
Why did he leave the air conditioner on?
Therefore, oh yeah, Dr. Tanner must not be leaving for very long. And what he's searching for here, by the way, is a key to the storage unit. That's what he's searching for here.
Shit.
And of course he doesn't find it.
Fuck.
Very awkward delivery there.
You're
Whoops.
like, shit. It's like play the Curb Your Enthusiasm
You
music.
try to
and it
kill
opens
me.
the
Yeah,
door.
Shoot me or break down the door. People are gonna hear you. We both know there are 5 other apartments in this building.
Indeed.
Yeah. If you try to come in at all, I will make
This is
sure
where
they hear
I'm
across the
gonna start
street,
having
let
to
alone
cringe
just
at my own
upstairs.
performances.
No, we can't afford a scene.
Yeah, this was like the most convoluted a certain shot was, I think, ever. Because the timing in the end, we dubbed both my lines and his lines. But I still had to film this with the right timing for the conversation.
Right.
Yeah. I'm here.
And it was tough. This was tough acting on both our parts because it was supposed to be really tense and really angry, but we also couldn't yell because we couldn't let the neighboring apartments
And then,
know
if
in
I
the
do,
story. We couldn't
what are you gonna
yell
do?
and have people hear
You gonna
what's
tie me
going
up
on.
and demand answers like Anthony? What are you gonna do?
So it's like a gritted teeth angry.
I love how he's got multiple laptops. That's so weird.
Yeah, he's a hacker.
Is he?
He's a hacker in the game. Yeah, that's what he is. He's a
All right,
hacker.
that's it. I'm ending the bullshit, okay?
So this is the
fact
payoff
is,
of this is
you're
the
not in a position to
payoff
dictate
of
negotiations
the
like you
black
think you are.
screen part of video 38. This is what was cut from it. And it's like it's information that Hollis got while filming through the car window that he figured might be useful to use later, and here he does.
It's just a secondary
and
goal.
it saves his life. Hey, it's
think
Mr. Beast.
that I would come here so brazenly if I hadn't already done what I really wanted to do?
This, right there, see him?
Oh, is that who Mr. Beast is?
Yeah, that's Mr. Beast. That's pretty good that you don't know who he is.
I
wish I
learned who he is 2 days ago when everybody started getting mad at him.
Yeah, that he's the Antichrist.
I guess, apparently.
That's what they're saying. See, look at that. 38 unedited secret upload. Do not
Here
watch.
in this apartment for 6 months, planning to do the whole time what I've finally been doing, that I didn't find
That was
things
so
out
that I
about your
remembered.
operation.
Shoot itself.
Those folders on the computer that I filmed myself looking at months ago after you had already deleted them.
Yeah, see, I think this is what Act 3 maybe does a little
And it
too
worked
much of.
perfectly.
Is like this is
that I
supposed
had
to be
already
really
made
tense
copies
and
of them
dramatic.
all.
But at the end of the day, I think it just goes on a little too long.
Every other client
and it ends up just being
had
a
over the
little
last
boring.
2 years.
And I think that
I
was
know
the
them.
real sin
what
of
you
Act
did for
3,
them.
if there was one. I think that that's too many instances of conversations and things that were supposed to be tense and dramatic, but they went on too long just because it was too hard to do things so fast, manipulating the camera. It was tough to cut the script down to a point that
did take me a
it
long
still
time
made
to figure out
sense
what to do
and
with
was
all this.
also fast.
But
that became very difficult. And this
Salvatore
is one of the
Young.
worse, I guess,
Now that's a
examples
name
of
you
that.
surely know.
Because
For
this
over
was
a
super
year,
tense in
you've
my
supplied
mind.
him with phencyclidine.
And in the end, I'm not sure how tense it really was.
I gave your entire archive to him. I tried a few of your other clients beforehand, but he was by far the most willing to sell you to the police himself. Now, he wasn't exactly in his right mind when I told him. He might not have done anything yet. I don't know, but I gave him all the information right before coming here. just in
This is
case.
actually a really good job by you, actually. Yeah.
So,
You mean the
kill me if you
Yeah.
want.
or the camera?
No,
I'm satisfied.
No, the camera, you're just filming
After
a door.
being trapped here for
But no,
6
like, the
months,
voice acting is
this
really good.
is
I
all I can
suppose.
ask for.
Oh, well, that's what I want you to say.
Yeah.
You were lying to me, Hollis.
You engineered a response by actually doing a good job. That's the whole play. That was your plan the whole time.
That was my ploy.
Am I?
What I do like in the end is I like how creepy and paranoid Dr. Tanner ends up appearing here. He leaves, and then if Hollis had been like 5 minutes slower, he would have died.
Yeah.
Because the whatever the hell that is,
The gas
poisons him. I did like that. That's just a little HVAC that was in my garage.
I'm pretty sure that wouldn't work.
I don't think it would. I don't think that it would. The point was that Hollis was supposed to not realize it. It was supposed to be like as quiet as possible, but that's the bottle of fake blood, by the way. That's the fake blood. It's supposed to just be a chemical.
He's pumping fake blood in.
He's pumping fake blood.
We got a congratulations for being in the ARG Digest. Well, thank you, first of all.
Oh, did you know? Do you know about that?
No, I know about
You
it.
did.
I
Oh,
did.
right.
I
you
haven't
did
read
see
it
on
yet,
Twitter.
though.
I read the whole thing.
If it's
really
on
well
Twitter,
done.
I've seen it. So
I already told them all it was well done, but you know.
Did you read it?
I did. Yeah, I read the
I
whole
need to.
thing.
I'm gonna read it.
The write up for the Hiding in My Home one is like real. Like I mean, I maybe I'm biased because it's our series, but it's like really good. It's like it's my favorite one.
That's great. I
But
gotta
I
read it.
am
I'll read it. I'll read it tonight.
The whole thing is well put together.
It looks. I mean, from what I've seen, it's like really well done.
Supposed to work out okay.
It's pretty exciting too.
It is, yeah.
It's just the whole idea of it.
I know. I mean, I was surprised nobody has ever done something like that before.
I mean, I can't believe
At
nobody's
least
done
not
it.
that I know.
Nobody's done it for creepypastas.
Yeah.
And
We can do it for creepy.
I mean, we certainly could. Some of those stories are so good. Like, if you guys, viewers,
I'll
haven't...
send you that list.
Yes, please. If you guys haven't read stuff like... First of all, which one are we going to talk about? Like...
Alright, well first like all the big old series.
No, we gotta talk about Pen Pal, which is one of the greatest stories I've ever read in my entire life. You gotta read it.
Pen Pal,
You gotta read
Frost,
it. The whole series.
Spire in the
It's so
Woods of
fucking... No, it's still a tear down. But like, Pen Pal is so good. It's crazy.
And Barask is close.
If we could no, I disagree.
No,
I don't
it's
think
close,
anything's
though.
close to Pen Pal.
It's close. But Pen Pal is better overall and consistently
God, it's so fucking creepy.
It's really good. And then,
No,
you know what?
seriously.
I've been talking too much about my top 50 creepypasta list. I'm going to post that in the comments of this stream once it's over.
Yeah.
Because that doesn't include any series. Because I feel like the series would like so obviously dominate the top of the list.
Yeah, but there
So
are only like 3 or 4 good ones that you would put in the top 50.
Oh my god, there's another one that I've discovered like last summer that you should read.
A new series? Let's go!
It's like 7 years old, but I didn't know about it.
What is it?
It's called The Patient That Nearly Drove Me Out of Medicine.
That sounds like a banger. All right.
It's
sounds like a banger.
I would say it's at least on the tier of like Left Right Game. Maybe even a little better than that.
God, we are such
I know we're dorks for this, but whatever.
I don't. It's funny. I don't like have very many dorky aspects of me, but the dorky aspects are really bad. Like, there's like,
everyone's a nerd. Yeah, well, you know,
everybody's a nerd. I mean, I'm a nerd.
Something.
I mean, I'm a nerd
You're
about football too.
sports.
Like,
I'm a nerd about hockey and tennis. Well, tennis at least.
I'm a big time football nerd.
This is what we've done for you.
If you want to know how people block inside zone, I'm your guy.
Don't say
There you go. And you know that everyone watching this right now is like, yes, let me hear
Yeah,
about
yeah.
that.
Well, I mean, look, it's just. I mean, you know, it's about calling out your double teams. And,
How do you even justify this? What reason could you
All right, meet me on the
possibly
practice
have?
field, bro. I'm gonna walk you guys
yeah.
through it.
No, it can't be pleasant, but this is for your protection.
Don't be later. I'm
as
gonna blow a
much as
whistle
it's
real
caution
loud.
on our part.
Look, it's been
It was hard
months,
to. There were
and you
certain
haven't
things in
even
this
gotten
video
close to capturing
like
Hope.
him,
You think this
step
is
on
gonna
like
keep
liaison, looking like
keeping
he's
me
like,
here?
like him and
Wait,
me
are you-
walking around the corner
are
at
you
the right
calling
times
Tanner?
that we like run right into each other, and he chases Anthony down.
Yeah, listen.
That was tough, and it didn't look great, but it
there's
was the
something
timing
else
of that
left
was
to
really
deal
tough. to
Guys,
get.
let me know in the comments slash the
It's under
chat if I
control,
need a haircut.
No
'Cause I
danger
think I
now.
Don't
but
let me
over
know
here,
because I already know the answer.
He got out of the unit.
Not doing
somehow.
it.
I'm not going to. So quit asking. See, that's something only
I'm
college.
not doing it.
Only college football fans would understand what I just said.
Well, I don't.
Yes, I
Nobody
caught him on the outside,
sees this
luckily,
video.
and brought him
I'm not
back.
going to. So quit asking.
He's here.
This is we're like talking about pastas, and this is like the catalyst for the end of the series right here. That's about to
Don't you
happen.
need to bring him here?
I don't really care.
No, we just made it.
He has access to other vehicles if necessary.
This is where
Stay
imminently
right there. Don't move.
Dr. Tan takes over the channel. I like
Yeah. Okay.
well, okay, one thing I don't like. This is getting to a point where like I like this. I don't like that part. I like that. It was really like the moment you drop the screwdriver, I mean to say, that moment is like
Answers. What exactly?
it sucks.
Don't worry,
And there's
don't
nothing. I don't think there was any way we could have made it much better.
When I
It
dropped
was
the
so
screwdriver?
complicated, that shot. Well, it was me who did it. It's Anthony who does it in the story.
Yeah, but like, what do you mean? It won't like.
Like,
Oh, when he was.
like he has it and he needs
I
them
don't
to
know
see it, so
what
he thinks he was gonna try to
exactly
kill them, so that they'll like tie him up and facilitate the
Right.
climax, and they'll take over and they'll figure out the
You saw him?
email scheme and everything. It's really obvious that he drops it on purpose. But it's like,
He's so naive.
is it right here?
Would you have done? Not checked. It was young, he said.
Yeah. I mean, but like at the same time, like they would never think that.
There's no issue though.
Even if it's
No,
obvious,
I mean,
like
it's-
it doesn't make because they don't.
I know,
because
it's
they
so
don't really know that
it's so
they would
counterintuitive.
never think that you would drop it on purpose.
Right.
So that even if it looks obvious, their brains don't compute it. Yeah, I think it's not.
Oh boy.
Fucking throws it.
So
No,
as
I think
always,
it's
as
fine. I
always, a
think
good
it's-
performance from Elijah, but
Oh god, he's so creepy again. I think it's
actually,
fine.
Stefan's
though.
expression right there is pretty good too. I think.
I think the dropping it is fine. It makes
There
sense.
were other takes that were that were really bad. That take was the best one at least.
Yeah. This
giving you a hero
Quick little seamless cut when that was me and now that's him holding or somewhere in there you actually have to be in there as opposed to it's me holding the camera.
Yeah.
It's giving you a hero complex instead. There's something strange.
Dr. Tanner's crazy.
Should never left things like this in the first place.
Keep casting
Hollis,
Elijah
and now
for
you.
things.
Shows
Marvel
just
needs to
impenetrable
cast
our
it.
operations are.
That's like Doctor Doom. That would be awesome.
That's the thing. If he ever does something for us again, we have to pay him because
I don't read like comic books or anything, but he'd be a good Doctor Doom. He'd be a good Doctor Doom.
The good news is I thought.
And then look at that! Isn't that amazing? You end up getting handcuffed in the same handcuffs that have been in the series the whole time.
Yeah, remember how much of a pain in the ass this was because I had to hold them?
It was a pain in the ass.
I had to hold the handcuffs
They
because
didn't
we broke it. We broke them.
And by the last shoot that they were seen in,
This
they
looks-
literally were destroyed.
I know that I haven't spoken to you directly.
This looks like an album cover.
It does. That's a good shot. I do like that shot. And this is one of your amazing expressions. At the, do you remember that at the very end of this? Where you look up into the camera when they're not looking at you, and it's like everything's going according to plan.
Yeah, that was one of my like 4 or 5 of those.
I want answers as much as you do.
This was also Elijah also had a
Viewers
lot
may
of
not
trouble
realize how much power.
That's the thing. He delivers them super well, but you can't remember.
Yeah, you just gotta wait on it a
Just
little
wait
bit.
for him
It's
so
worth
until he
it.
does remember it.
It is worth it. He's great at it.
Look at the cryptic videos posted recently. They seem to have different and distinct styles. Like many of the videos Hollis posted in the past,
Yeah,
I
what
feel
he's
sure that
talking about. He's
they
talking
contain some
about
kind
like
of
we gotta
coded
solve the
communication.
puzzles from the stick. Like
To my
that
eyes,
was something
these
like
videos were made in
Gotta solve
we
them.
have. It's so stupid. Whenever like something so serious like this, it's like okay, we need you to solve puzzles. It's like how can you ever make that not stupid
Speculative.
and not like break the serious immersion of the story?
I think you'll agree we've made progress.
This is, I think, the closest that we could have possibly gotten to making it actually feel legitimate and not
Yeah, because
foolish.
these guys need somebody to
They
figure
need-
it out.
this was the introduction of like the big end game player interactivity segment.
We're in the end game now.
This is the start of the end game. It's not the climax exactly yet, but it's the start of the end game.
Perhaps this gives us a makeshift alphabet.
Hiding in my home.
Remaining
End game.
sequences comprise the same
Hiding in my home.
and so on, down to one frame.
Oh boy.
I think we're correct.
What even is video 43?
The circles grow and shrink very
Oh, right, that's the one where it's just
and the
Elijah
images
in the
flash by
apartment talking.
increasing
That's
quickly.
I forgot about that.
If there's a message here,
Right, see,
I believe we're
so this is how, to follow up the original discussion of video 34, which is, that's the puzzle that people needed help with. Once you organize the frames of the video, and that's how long it took to do, or it would have taken to do, was you had to take every shot in the video and organize it from longest shot to shortest shot, which would have taken forever to do.
Yeah.
And that's one reason I had to edit the thing twice. But, so once you organize it in the right order, it does look like the shots, like the circles are shrinking and growing more fluidly, like as you can see here. That's how it was supposed to look once you had gotten halfway to solving that puzzle. And then it was just a matter of make an alphabet out of it and
there's a message here.
Find the letters.
I believe we're close to finding it. But if those of you watching
That's
assist
pretty
us,
much what most
get
code
there much
is.
faster.
Oh,
Make
yeah.
an alphabet out of it.
That's
and
every
find
code
the
in
word.
this series. It ended up being that.
Like most codes are.
Yeah.
I think it is essential that we tease out the meaning of these videos.
Pacing, that
Soon
means
as possible.
even thought.
We should have given him a leather
It'd
jacket.
be better to ask for you. Live and breathe this sort of
We
thing.
should have given him a leather jacket once they figured out.
Oh, we should have given him a trench coat at least once.
But like once they figured out, once we're walking around in the park, he could have worn a nice trench coat.
We encourage the use of the hiding in my home discussion platforms. Yeah, we should have given him a trench coat. That's an oversight. Sorry, guys. I gotta use the bathroom again. I just drank that almost entire coffee.
Oh right, okay. So this is the one thing I'm gonna skip. Well, yeah, this is the one thing I'm gonna skip because we just put. That's why this video is so long. Is that we put the rearranged version of 34 in its entirety at the end of this one. So it's just like it gets faster. There it is. It's getting faster. Look how artsy. I was really dreading for most of Act 3, I was dreading this puzzle because I was afraid people would figure it out too soon and learn, like, it worked out for the best, for certain, because, you know, even if I had to help people figure out the answer to this puzzle, that's still way better than they just didn't, people figured it out too fast. Because then they would have found the email address, they would have read a conversation between Anthony and Hollis that they were not supposed to read that soon. So that's why this needed to be done at the right time. But I wanted that ability for them to go back and look at a previous video that was unsolved up to that point and get something interesting out of it, something crucial to the story. And that ended up being the big final instance of viewer participation. Because there were a few instances of it, of course. There was the email mini game at around videos 21, 22. There were a couple others, of course. Any given puzzle, just to get some message people solved. This was by far the most interactive one. And Dr. Tanner himself, as a character, actually joins the Discord and starts helping people solve the puzzle as well. So, like, actual player interaction in the Discord happened finally here, starting after video 42. And yeah, in the end, it was difficult work, and I was afraid that it would not go well. That, like, I was just worried how it would actually happen in real time. People needing to solve that puzzle. And at the end of the day, I was just ready to act as like a plant and divulge the information through fake accounts if necessary. I was hoping it wouldn't happen. Though I do recall engaging with Detective Nice and maybe some of the other moderators so that they would reveal some of the answers, or at least like,
was the address a continuation?
Because it took like multiple thresholds of solving the puzzles. Like there were different things to solve, and it took different stages or whatever. But
I think that's fair.
I think I did reveal to the moderators some of the answers so that they could get like halfway through solving the puzzle.
So I recommend the following.
Yeah.
Not simply send emails to that address. This isn't like when.
But I think that is. I think most of what ended up happening is incorporated into video 44.
That is the smoking gun.
Because every time we did interactivity, we had.
I really admire the amount of thought put into this. You can tell it's a real labor of love. Yes, but it was also a pain in the ass.
It was. It was a labor of pain, but also a labor of love. And we do it again tomorrow.
God,
password.
that scared the shit out of me. I do not. I wouldn't
Theoretically,
want to do it.
anything.
If you told me we're actually doing a
We're
shoot
doing
tomorrow,
another shoot
that would be
tomorrow.
very disheartening. That would be
I
brutal.
simply don't believe it will be
One day
random.
we'll do another shoot.
Don't
But
you all get the
we'll
feeling
have leaned into
that
it a lot better before
Hollis
that.
ran
Instead of
the
like just
Well, if we're gonna do this much work again,
Trying to
the series
accomplish
better be a
something
banger.
of importance.
Does it need to be better than Hiding in My Home for you to consider it a banger?
Oh yeah,
Something very
we should
continuous
never not get better.
Yeah, exactly.
This entire
We
series.
have a good, we have a great.
They're always.
I think we have like an
past
all timer in us. I really
I think that
whatever
we're good at
medium,
this.
that. The past
whatever
will
medium it
not be
is,
meaningless.
we'll figure it out.
I'm sure of it.
I feel like we gotta
And I
keep
know
it
you are too. So we must uncover it.
curt,
We must go back
just
to
to
all
make
the
sure we
reasons
don't get
the
ungainly.
search.
We got long-winded with Hiding in My Home.
A
and
little
I think
bit.
that I know. No, you're right.
Like we split the difference between the shortened Anthony Appears ending and this.
Yeah.
And we're good in that situation. And we need to get almost more. I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out.
It's possible that we need other actors.
You'll continue a web series? Yeah, like, look, there's a lot going on in our lives right now.
Yeah, there is.
But like,
I have ideas in the works, and you know, if they manifest in any substantial way, we'll always both be part of it in the end.
In some
if it's in this,
capacity,
if it's
yeah.
on this platform, this community, it's always going to be both of us. So, and I paused it here because one little nice thing I tried to do
Object,
the
circumstances, anything.
this final bout of interactivity, this final puzzle, and Dr. Tanner actually being part of it in person on the Discord. I wanted him, like, because, you know, at the beginning, people sympathized with Hollis. Then people sympathized with Anthony. Then quickly people were like, but maybe Anthony's not trustworthy, and I actually still sympathize with Hollis. In the end, just the desperation for answers, I was hoping that people would kind of feel like aligned with Dr. Tanner and all people in the end. Because he just claims to want answers and nothing more.
to just be tired of these people.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, I thought that was fair. That was fair enough by that point. That said, his agenda is still like bad in the end.
Answers for us all.
After this.
The next time you see
Yeah, he's still.
Look how like I told Elijah to try to ham it up and look. That's the one time he was trying to ham up his performance. Was like I told him like be sympathetic, make people want to like you. So that's what he's trying to do there. So yeah, originally this video was going to be another Hollis one in the woods, with him just kind of being like, it feels like we're approaching the end, guys, and he kind of, all this information that's
That would have been
presented-
even more ham-fisted
It would
than when Doctor Strange said we're in the end game now in Infinity War. He literally
What about
that's
somehow
a literal
what about
line.
somehow Palpatine's return?
I don't know. I've never seen Star Wars, so I have no idea.
I haven't seen that movie particularly, but I know that one.
I've never seen a single Star Wars.
Go see a Star Wars.
Have you seen that show?
No, I've heard
God,
that
it's
line,
so
though.
good.
Yeah.
Arrested Development is so good, dude.
I do. I love that line.
So that's not the end after all? Well, I mean, it's the end of Hiding in My Home.
Yeah, Hiding in My Home. Unless
As
we
a
do
creative
unless we do some stupid continuation where like we actually like 20 years later get into a fist fight or something.
It just
Like we
cuts
talked
to a
about.
shot of us beating the crap out of each other.
Yeah, unsimulated.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was the other puzzle. See, that's the thing. We had to show the answers to any and all puzzles later in the series. So that it made sense.
Banger. Teddy Bear.
Teddy Bear.
Yeah, no, Christian and I are friends. So like, we're gonna continue to do these things together. But like, as far as this canon, this story,
it's over.
It's
over.
Yeah, it's probably done.
Maybe.
I would say 99%. I won't say never.
96%.
I won't say never because what if we come up with an idea for the
90%.
continuation?
70%.
We're starting again tomorrow. No. But the end of our collaboration, absolutely not. Strongly doubt that.
Yeah. Or we'll see what happens. Don't count on it. All right, bye.
No, I mean the guys in Marble Hornets hate each other now. So like,
I don't know if that's true anymore. But there was a time when they did.
well, if they want to confirm or deny that, they can hit us in the comments. So.
I'm thinking if there's anywhere that they talked about it openly, it might not be available online anymore. Oh, there it is. There's the conversation. I'll trust you to be able to get out of there at some point. Blah blah blah. Hey, they were in contact. And there it is. That's the smoking gun. That's it. And this is the reveal of your last name, by the way, Guerrero.
Yeah.
I don't know where I came up with that.
Somebody asked why do they hate each other? I don't know.
Why does who hate each other?
Marble Hornets. I don't know
Oh,
them.
right.
I don't know them.
No, there's a story. I won't get into extreme detail here because I feel kind of bad. But
I also don't care.
I don't really care. I'm trying to appear like sensitive.
Yeah.
No, it's they. The guy who plays Jay in Marble Hornets, Troy, he, for understandable reasons, he like kind of took control of the the money, the income that they got from
the
their
Hornets
brand.
started singing them.
Yeah, the Hornets started singing them. It was a money problem, basically. It was a money problem, and one that I think that they are on decent terms now, even if they don't like see each other that often. But yeah, one of them took money from the others, essentially, though for understandable reasons, kind of.
It didn't seem like an act. I didn't know what to think about that. Interesting. That's sort of the.
Yeah. 10 times running.
It's funny. We don't really care. Anthony and Hollis didn't really care that much about his business.
They didn't know. That's the thing. That's the epic line at the very end when the police cars show up, and you or one of them says, Hollis says, like, it didn't really even concern you.
That was me.
It was you.
I think. I don't remember.
I don't remember. It was one of us.
I remember the line vividly. I forgot who said it, though.
And that's like the ultimate, like.
Yeah.
That you were incidental in this. This is
which by the sorry to interrupt. I loved that though as a way of saying like, psych. It wasn't. See, right. You guys hated that we made it about the regional protectors, but it really was not. They were just incidental.
Yeah.
They were pawns. They were a conduit for what they were trying to do.
The big bad bosses were actually the pawns the whole time.
And exemplified perfectly by their final shot of them just running cowards
the cowards they are.
Which was pretty funny. This was a great lead up.
This is fake. This is fake. They have to make Anthony or Hollis think that he escaped the storage unit, and then there he is.
Yeah,
he's still inside.
Presumably, he'll think he should be there.
So this right here, I think, not this right here, but this video overall, this is for me the hardest, most unpleasant shoot. This is the big chase in the park.
God, oh my God! Remember how many times she tried to? We'll get to it.
It was really bad.
Very helpful if you just confirmed the location for us.
Plus, I just. Oh, this was the one I got hurt on too.
We both didn't we? You
God,
got hurt on the shoulder. And do you remember when I tripped backwards when Elijah was chasing me? We both got hurt.
I was.
You messed up your shoulder for a while.
I was in the distance when he was chasing you.
Oh, okay.
So I don't remember that.
That did happen.
Did you really?
I wish that the shot doesn't exist anymore. I wish the fall over takes still existed.
God. What a disaster.
But yeah, we both got hurt on this.
Yeah, this was the most difficult.
For me, I bled for a little bit, but other than that, it didn't last.
Yeah,
but your shoulder was never the same.
Yeah, well, it's not that bad. It's just
I didn't know it until today, guys.
Just sort of stiff.
Still think you had it in you to do anything like this. Not just now, but
it
the
hurt
whole
so bad
time.
For like a month after, though, it was so sore.
I can still, you have nothing to say for yourself. No matter what we do,
I do like in the end the relationship that the liaison and Anthony kind of had, which is that the liaison kind of developed some slight respect for Anthony, and he was actually disappointed that he was trying to betray them the whole time.
Which is clearly
there's supposed to be some real disappointment in his voice there.
You told me to view this as an opportunity.
And finally, we're finally out of the storage unit for good after this scene.
It's certain.
I was very ready to be out of the storage unit after this.
Yeah. This was the end of our renting period, right?
So
basically,
it was. I actually think this scene was one of the first ones we filmed.
Red herring.
But when
was it?
I think it was. I think it was.
It's too obvious.
Oh, I guess I don't remember.
I'm not certain, but I think it was. I think it was on the first day. But I should say I was really ready to be out of the storage unit by the time I was editing this.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no date or time in this video.
Because after this...
No, you're right. This was at the beginning, because I remember sitting crisscross like that. It was awful.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
This line took Elijah a while.
So we bring him there,
and we'll talk about it when we get there. Again, it was worth it, because he did such a great job with these lines.
He did. Get out of there.
When would be the best
Get out of the storage unit.
Take care of it now.
Really? Right now?
Oh, that was a good little stand. Yeah, that was the one thing that you haven't been expecting. Is like, oh no, we're doing this
That was
right
super
now.
hard.
It was, yeah, because you had to not stand up with your hands. Couldn't use your hands.
I
at
could
all.
easily do that now.
Yeah.
But I was in horrific shape, so it was hard. Again, the brightness, so good. So well done. Look at him walk out.
Look
with
at
like
that
a
stoic
flourish. Yeah.
walk. That was awesome. Oh man. And I had to show this. It's like we're finally leaving this place behind. So I had to show us driving away.
Alright, see, are you guys happy now?
Yeah. Oh, and I blurred out the logo, even though people probably can tell very easily what it is if they live around. Well, I don't know how far reaching that is. Do you remember this shot? This shot was so hard to get.
Don't you think?
Because the car, the front of the car, it was just there was so little room, and we could not see what we were filming. Like any time that we had to sit the camera down and face it toward us.
I look like such a prisoner too. It's hilarious.
I imagined this shot so long before it ever happened. I was like, yeah, that shot of Anthony in the middle between them and they're having a conversation.
Why would he sit in the middle? That's
it doesn't make any sense, but we had to have you in the middle because you're in control, really.
Yeah,
kind of.
You do have a plan, though, because this is something
you
that
know.
needs
If
to
I
be
could
done
do this differently, I would have just
very
been
efficiently.
staring into the
No
camera
witnesses.
like this, like
And
staring
I
dash,
don't know
like
the place
staring,
I'm
like
going to myself.
in control. Maybe even smirking into the. That would have been a
wouldn't
sick
have-
shot.
I wouldn't have cared if you did. Yeah.
That would have been a sick shot because they would have known about it. Although, did they have control of the video? Oh no, because I stole.
You know, and
exactly.
Oh fuck! We
That's
should have
why
done
have
that.
to-
God
we have to think,
damn
we have to
it!
think about all of this stuff.
God.
Who ends up with the camera? Who ends up uploading it? Yeah.
No, I should have done that in the shot. I should have. God damn it!
Oh, who cares? It's
No, it would have been sick. Oh, actually, I'm kind of
you're,
doing it.
You're
I'm kind of doing
stoic,
it.
though. You're stoic.
So that Hollis doesn't suspect.
Mike, what
he's
did I
going
say
to give this
here?
back to you when you get there. But after that, I recommend you start.
He's explaining why you have to have the camera here. That was the hardest. This was the hardest instance to justify why the hell do they have a camera?
Yeah.
Because they're intending to kill someone on camera. Why would they ever film it? And it's the rationalization, which I think is fairly decent, is that they're using Anthony as bait to lure Hollis out. And so Hollis and Anthony, being that they were in contact and they are familiar with each other, Hollis is going to be more comfortable if he thinks Anthony's filming it like everything's normal. So they had to give Anthony the camera. That's why Anthony has the camera, and the camera is present in this video at all. Other times it was just like, yeah, well, Anthony just wants to show what's happening because he has that choice. But no, this time, like, there was no good reason for it except that. And thank God there was at least that explanation, that possible explanation. This was the last thing we filmed on that day.
Yep.
You could very easily see the sun is setting, even though it's not supposed to be. But
is this when? No, this is when we did the whole thing, right?
and there's suddenly now it's
No, the
bright
sun was
time.
not. Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
that one shot it is,
yeah,
and
yeah.
then oops, now it's not.
I was gonna say because we filmed most of this at like 1 o'clock. Oh god, those shorts are so bad.
You had to, if it was up to you, you wouldn't have worn them. It
Nope,
was up to
nope,
me.
nope. I would have worn them or something extremely similar.
Handcuffs off. We were very, well, I at least was very paranoid about, like, because there were totally people all around us for this, and we had to be discreet about not showing them. And we also had to show, like,
Oh, remember
what looks like
yeah.
We had to show what looks like a real assault rifle in the bag.
Before we shot this, and even when we were planning it, I was very worried about us getting arrested.
Like, we couldn't have the gun just out in the woods.
Yeah, no.
So that meant we had to show it here.
And then when we had the fake gun in the small gun in the woods, I was like, shit, we're gonna get arrested.
We had to make sure no one was around for that. We had to just wait until no one was around. But yeah, this overall was the hardest, most taxing, and most frustrating shoot, I feel.
Yeah,
this shot right here alone was so hard to get all the timing and get everything looking right. It was windy and it was hard to hear the dialogue half the time.
Weather was nice though.
It was nice weather. It was nice and comfortable-ish warm. You know, the angles, like we had to get him like that, like ushering Anthony onward.
Yeah,
that was a cut.
This one
Definitely.
communicated that the specific meeting point will be there. So that's why we have him.
And it was
bridge.
important to establish this setting,
Keep that
number
in the
26, so that it was understandable where they were going and what the position was going to be here in 46, where like, okay, like what vantage point is he gonna try to snipe Hollis from, and where is Anthony gonna go to meet up with Hollis and what have you.
I feel like this was the third time we actually went here, not the second. Even if it was just the second video.
It is the third time because we had to reshoot some stuff for that one video, 26. So we went here 3 times total. Or in fact, maybe we actually went here 4 times, including one time when we just brought you, and we didn't shoot anything, we were just showing you the location.
Yeah, yes,
that's possible.
yes, I remember that.
I think that's what it must have been.
This should provide a good vantage point for a single shot. You'll need to stay out of view of the trees here.
I mean, I was hoping that, like, this is the
Under.
first time that the stakes were actually life and death.
Most
Like,
of
we
the
were
area
like,
in the
someone's
park,
going to get killed
houses
here.
are abandoned.
And we called the video the execution, too. But really, it's the execution of Anthony and Hollis' plan, not the execution of the person.
Just in case, do try to make it a shot to the head.
I thought I was fairly happy with the way the tension builds here.
Alright.
That said, I do still think that it went on too
Get him
long.
here fast.
It dragged a bit, like a lot of videos in this third act, but
Let's go.
So what was it like doing all this during COVID? Was it what gave you guys the time to do it? Were there any challenges? Very little of this was actually during the height of COVID.
all these main shoots, like in the Act 3 where it was the most involved shoots, this was in the spring and summer of 2021.
Right.
So
So
things had calmed down, at least in our area, things had calmed down to a large extent.
I mean, we were going to diners after the shoots; they were open.
It was more influenced. It more influenced the beginning half of the series.
Yeah, which was mostly in house and voiceover anyway. So actually, we were able to work around it.
Yeah.
It's not what gave us the biggest challenge. What gave us the biggest challenge is that this shit is really hard.
This video especially.
Just all these kinds of shoots were a pain in the ass, and just making sure we could block off 8 hours, which during the summer when I was in college wasn't bad.
There's one thing coming up here that I think is the single hardest, like, physical stunt or whatever that we had ever tried to do or had to do.
Yeah, it was awful.
And yeah, it's coming up.
The unexpected movements.
There he is.
Wearing a button up to kill people.
I know, on a hot summer day. This was supposed to be in October. It was a rush to get these videos out in the end because they were going up in October, and it's like, this is the... I feel it's probably not feasible that this is October.
No,
this setting.
The foliage is
but
not right.
it's like if it isn't like
could be September.
If it's like 2 weeks earlier, and I could buy it, but we couldn't release it any later than we did, or else people would be like, that was filmed 3 months ago.
Right.
So yep, this is the walk up. Like you're supposed to expect Hollis to be around the corner. Oh, there he is again. You're supposed to expect Hollis to be around the corner here. Once he gets to the brick building.
We've been building up to this for quite a while. Is Hollis behind there?
That was poor delivery.
Again, that was remote, so
that's tough. Yeah, I can't voice over.
Like egging the viewers on.
The answer is no. He's not right there.
Yeah, clear. You think so? What a great
waiting for Dr. Tanner.
I love a nice river. Rivers are awesome.
It's a great location.
Love a river. Those are sirens.
I thought that was in the video for a second.
They're not. They should be because these people are breaking the law, but these degenerates.
So like, it was difficult. We needed to show Dr. Tanner somewhere to like suggest that he saw Hollis wasn't there and he got angry, and we couldn't. There was not a vantage point. And so, in the end, we just had to wait, and he came running. And we hoped that was conveyed okay.
He did a bit.
That's where I tripped during the
I will shoot you!
Wait, stop!
Stand!
Is that Hollis there?
Oh, that was tough to get.
He's running like Bigfoot.
Yeah, I was.
In the distance.
And this took the handcuff, this whole little sequence done across like 4 separate little shots. That took like an hour.
Gotta get to the car.
And that was. Do you remember how mad
You got
I got?
so pissed.
I stomped the ground. Yeah, I was gonna put you there. I like stomped the ground. That's the only time I remember getting actually mad at how difficult.
And this is when I got injured. So
was that it right there?
No, it's not in the shot because we didn't.
All right, right. Okay.
So basically, what I tried to do is I tried to be like an action movie hero, and I tried to open the passenger side.
Right now, I will shoot.
Yeah.
And so I tried to open the passenger side and leap in through the middle into the driver's seat, and I ended up getting pinned awkwardly with this shoulder, like against the door of the car.
And never been the same.
Well, I mean, my shoulder's been first of all, my shoulder for like a month after hurt. It was so sore. It was awful. And then ever since, it's just been kind of stiff. It's like affected my workouts a little bit. Like my right tricep is a little smaller than my left, even though I'm right-handed. But other than that, like it's sort of just a mild inconvenience. It's sort of just it creaks a little bit more when I'm doing like a lat pull down or a pull up or something.
Yeah.
Then the other one, it's like it's just like compressed. Sometimes it gets irritated. It's like
it's a shame that it happened so close to the end of the video. It's like we were like less than 30 minutes away from being done, and that's
I just kept shooting. I know. I just sort of ignored it, but like
it was nothing before that. It wasn't during like the bulk of the shit. It was like okay,
right
we're almost done.
Yeah, because I tried to do something really stupid.
Yeah. To be fair, we did have the car stuff to do after that still, like inside the car.
Oh god, my shoulder hurt so bad when we were doing all that. It was...
You didn't show it on your face.
No, I was like, whatever, let's just finish the thing.
This, like... Fuck. There are gunshots here to, like, show that there are multiple people chasing him from multiple sides. Here's the stunt.
See,
in the other tape.
Yeah, and then it didn't work because I dropped the camera.
Yeah.
You
dropped my camera.
All right,
I dropped it.
I don't know how much time I have, but I'm gonna try to upload this in the car.
Right? Yeah. He uploads this because they have the laptop in the car.
You know where to go. If you got out, meet me there.
Yeah, you only see Hollis for half a second, but he was there. So this is the big. This is it. This is the big one, the huge one, the one that I will probably cringe having to see my performance.
Are we going to explain everything?
Not everything. I don't want to explain everything.
I want to explain a lot of it.
Okay. You can explain.
I think we need to.
You can explain
because
it's been a long time, and it's not like there are that many people watching this anyway. You can explain as much as you want.
It's a cohesive story.
But I would suggest don't explain everything.
Well, what do you want me to leave out?
Well, just it's actually it's not about how much. It's about the exact concreteness of the terms you use.
I think we should just tell them what the whole thing is all about.
All right, whatever you want to do.
No. If you think it's a bad idea.
Well, just so that there's still something for people to muse on. We can get close.
Let's get close.
We can
Let's get close to it. Yeah.
And there he is.
That was a banger shot. It's a great shot.
We're in the same place at the same time for the first time.
Exactly sure
oh, there they are.
That was that. Originally, I imagined this ending in Dr. Tanner's apartment because it's so much closer to the park. But then we figured out how you could steal the car.
Does the guy who played Dr. Tanner do any acting other than this? I feel like he really gets into his role. Very believable. Well, he's a very believable, extremely scary person.
Like Max, he has done a lot of theater acting, both in high school and college.
I think he's done more than I have, actually.
Probably.
Well, I mean,
because he did a lot of it in high school too.
I didn't do any. So yeah, in high school. So yeah, hurting yourself for art. Well, yes, accidentally.
That's it, right?
Yeah.
Just
the only injuries that happened were on that shoot for that last video.
Yeah, it was.
We more than made our point.
So, all right. What do you think of this final video? Like, do you think that this is a good? Well, it's not the final video, but it's the climax.
Yeah.
What do you think?
More or less agreed to do this to orchestrate
I think it's some
this
of our
meeting,
best acting.
but you were on the same.
Well,
page.
besides me being creepy, and Elijah beating the crap out of us in that regard.
If I like.
The way you're looking at
I wish it were a bit different, but at the same time, I don't know what I would change. I tried so hard to make sure the script would not result.
You! Oh, fuck! Stop!
In like 8 minutes of just.
I should fucking kill you!
Yeah.
Kill me? Kill me? Yeah, that's perfect. That's exactly what I would expect. You've succeeded in trying to fuck us in every other way possible since I've been gone.
Fuck us?
Yeah.
Fuck us. You have tried to fuck us at every turn. Call the police. The picture. The shit you've said to the audience.
It
All
is, I
I've
think,
done
among
is
our best
save us.
as far as what we're
wallowed in
capable of.
self-pity and forgotten forgotten to care about your purpose.
You don't care about me! That's been clear.
It's
clear. You haven't given a
I
shit
thought
about me
so.
since the second you made me
I
go
made
live with that
change-
psychopath.
we made changes too.
I should
You did
have
to
never
it.
let you
Yeah, we did.
talk me into.
And then we continue to be.
I would have taken a storage unit for years over what I had to do 10 years.
You have become a sniveling little coward.
It's more meta and artistic than people
with an
realized
idea
at the time,
that could have
or
left an
going
impact
into
on the
this video.
world, on a history.
They two of them have an
You tried to
agenda
throw it all away.
to
You could have
convey a
saved
message.
so many people, but the only people we will have saved, I
but
saved
their
because I didn't
methods
let
of
you
doing
throw
so
it all away.
changed over time. And Hollis started getting cold feet
Fantasy
around the time
in your head,
that
this
he had to start
delusion of
staying with
grandeur.
Dr. Tanner.
That's what it is.
Things started getting too real for him around.
Have you seen the responses to the videos you've posted recently?
Like,
The
that's what we
YouTube
can
comments.
explain,
The
like,
people who think that we're just
a lot
trying
of
to
the stuff
tell
that was
some
implied
story
or not
here.
clear, that was
They're
going on in the
bored.
background of the videos.
They've
I think we can
seen
explain a lot.
you
That's all I wanted to
stagnating
But
things,
we don't have to
just
explain what their
isolated in the
message
storage
was
unit
with specificity.
for months,
'Cause I
and they
think
don't
once
like
you
it.
know what was
They
going
don't
on,
like
then
it.
you can-
Right? No.
I want people to be able to have multiple interpretations.
That's not what I
And I think
meant.
it's clear enough.
That's not what I
especially
meant.
given
Okay?
What we start
They
talking about
are
here once we
leaving with the
stop
wrong
arguing.
message.
I think
You
that
know
really
that they're
clarified, or should
walking
clarify
away with the wrong idea. Now that's there are so
Oh,
many
yes,
of
we
them
go on,
walking
right,
away.
Yeah, you're
saying
helping.
in
You're
large
helping.
part
Trying to
about,
end this
you
before
can't
it's done.
Anytime I wanted to
visual
end this would have been a
evidence
fine time to
and,
end
like,
In
it.
the age of modern
You are
technology,
delusional.
which is going to become a more.
I'm
precious
done
as
with
time
this.
goes on.
I'm done.
Garbage.
Okay,
Right.
It's not.
this argument, it's never ending.
AI is garbage.
We can stop this now. Maintain some semblance of the original purpose.
This was about never turning away. You said so. You
So yeah, that's
said
the
that
thing. You
this
can
was
get a
about
clear
getting
idea
people
of
to
the fact
confront what
that
they
in the
didn't want
end,
to.
Anthony was more dedicated,
uncertainty
if you want to put it that way, to the cause than Hollis was. Hollis is the one who got
of
cold
not
feet.
knowing.
It got too
What is
real
wrong
for
with
him.
you?
And
Everything you've done over the past year,
Anthony
and you
had
know what you're
complete
doing, by the
conviction in
way,
everything he
has
was
been a
doing the whole
direct
time.
betrayal.
Hollis had to start living with who he calls a psychopath, whom he calls a psychopath, in Dr. Tanner. And that is what largely makes him. He doesn't know if he wants to go through
What's
with this
different?
stuff anymore from that point.
Well, I mean,
You say I'm a different person?
It's crazy
You
because
sound like
Anthony
a
is
completely different person from the one who approached
yes,
me last
he's,
summer.
You know,
So what
he's
is it?
incredibly devoted to it and dedicated, but like
Even though it was Hollis's idea originally.
Right. But like Anthony
But
is
Anthony
the
gets even
thing
more.
about Anthony is that Anthony is a sociopath.
Yeah.
So he's got this one this. He's,
come
he's
on.
willing to go to
You're not
extremes
such a weak-willed,
to
pathetic
sort of,
coward.
you know, pursue the end.
At least you weren't.
Just
what is it really?
Because that's his nature.
You can't let
and he
anything go.
and he doesn't.
It has to be perfect.
I don't even think he
He's
really
idealistic.
understands that they're extremes necessarily. I wonder, like
That's the thing. I think they're both sociopaths, but Hollis is closer to not being one than Anthony.
yeah.
Because in the end, Hollis is
feel
okay.
bad.
with
Hollis to me
happens,
seems
but-
disaffected.
Yeah.
What do you have to feel bad about?
Disaffected and sort of
Jordan?
disenfranchised and sort of like
Nothing
more of like
bad
a, you know,
even happened there.
Like an outcast who's more aggrieved. Whereas Anthony doesn't feel anything.
know he doesn't
at all.
understand
Anthony
it.
just has a devotion to you know
So
what
he's happy
the message
he's
he's
a
trying to
part of
send,
it.
and
What
it's
he always
so
wanted.
the significance of the cause is so inflated
Remember
in
this?
his head
Huh?
because he is a
This was your symbol
sociopath
of
and because
hope
he's so
forever.
convinced of his own
Right.
righteousness
Get it.
that it just doesn't matter what. And he also has violent tendencies, a lack of empathy, a complete lack of remorse, and all that stuff.
Exactly.
I know.
Hollis does
Keep
have
saying that
humanity
over
in
and
that,
over and
conversely
over
in that way, but he is able to suppress it in the end.
It's sort of you get the almost like two classes of wrongdoer in society, which is the emotionally aggrieved and the emotionless and the sociopathic.
Right.
And
the,
you
the
sort
one,
of
the, one
see
who's, the one who can be rehabilitated and the one who
cannot, right?
Yeah.
And you see which one of them is willing to just, whose interest never wavers, never changes, who's drive and willing to do.
Stop!
Again, because he was the one in the storage unit. That's the worst any of the characters.
That's the most
had gone
ridiculous
through.
thing.
Right, he
that-
just didn't care.
Yeah,
That's
he,
just
yeah, he
that's
put
the
up
sort
with it.
of.
He was willing to put up with it longer, but except that Hollis like like he forced him to end
Yeah.
it. And eventually Anthony did kind of relent too.
Anthony?
Because
yeah,
I think
but
he
had
realized
to-
because I
he,
think
like,
he
made something
realized that like there was just nowhere else to take this, which I think he was frustrated by.
Yeah.
And again, Anthony has two emotions: indifference, or three emotions: indifference, focus, and anger, and that's it.
And he was upset
wanna
with
keep
Hollis
going
for
with
trying
this?
to end the story or kind of encourage him
Right.
to end it by showing
Liaison
the picture
are on their
and
way here
whatever
right
to
now.
end the plot before Anthony was ready.
I don't know.
Now, do you think
they could be
if
here in
it
just
came
a couple
down
minutes?
to it,
So you want to keep going?
That, like, if he had
Well,
to, if he
what
had
do
to
we
do this
do when they get
to
here?
fulfill the vision to
Tell
his
me that.
satisfaction, do you think it would have killed
How
him?
do we keep going at that point?
I mean, that's kind of everything suggests it. Yeah.
I have no
I think
reason
that
to
would have
think
been
he
hard.
wouldn't
That would have been the
get
hardest thing for him to do.
I don't think
but
it would have been difficult.
It would. I think it would have been difficult.
It
but I
would
think
not
it-
have been the hardest thing he did.
In a way, that solves our problem.
No, I think it would have been. I think it would have
You
been
need
the
to
hardest
wake
thing, but I
up
think he
from
would have
this
done it.
fantasy,
Considering
okay?
what he
This is
actually
it.
did at the
This
beginning of the series.
is our only chance left
Yeah,
to
I
end
think,
this
I think
in
he, I
any
think
way
he
like
values-
we
I think he
originally
values
planned.
Hollis more than Jordan.
That's maybe
Because Hollis
He
came
does.
up with Hollis came up with the idea that he consumes him.
He did.
And that's the,
hate
that's the
Jordan.
only reason that he values Hollis.
Show
Yeah,
me how
and he
we
does hate
walk.
Jordan a little bit
The one
before he
Able
killed him.
to.
Actually, never mind.
What?
Well,
I was gonna say
with
the
them,
picture in the background.
it
could
shouldn't
be
matter.
one of us,
Okay,
but
they're gonna
actually,
be
no, 'cause it's
gone
not
beforehand.
anymore,
No,
so
because
it's good.
as Hollis broke in and took
As
it.
for us,
Hollis
the
hid
way
in
things
hole
are
and they
now,
broke and took it.
we'll walk.
I
So
said
wait a second.
prove it.
Hollis is target.
They're gonna be here any minute.
I don't care.
That was good.
Fuck. I remember loving that when I did it.
All right, fine.
So yeah, here's where they start talking about everything they've done.
First of all,
I like this video.
If you listen closely to
trespassing
this
on
stuff,
your property.
This is
you
very
learn,
important.
You learn
And-
what
and
the
later
nature,
breaking
what
and
the
entering.
substance of the message and the
Those are
subject
all
of the
things
message they're trying to
you
convey.
can forgive me
is.
for, right?
Everything they talk about in the first half
Well,
is like what
going
like,
in order here.
Hollis got cold
Next.
feet, Anthony didn't. They were at
Jordan.
each other's throats for a time. Hollis was trying to end the story, Anthony wasn't, and that was a good look.
After
too.
that,
and
the USB
here they're
drive
talking about the
with snuff
substance,
film on it.
That was you. That was
which is all the
you.
things, all the
Okay, well,
transgressions.
there was
they
no
made.
violence actually captured on camera there, and no evidence to find because
I
no
think we
crime
have at this
actually
point
took place.
Basically,
So,
not all
if
at
you
once,
didn't
but I
realize,
think
the person
piecemeal
in
we've
that
said
film,
what
he's on his
what
way
the
here
answer
right
to
now.
everything.
Yes, yeah.
I think we have.
That was one of the first things I had either of them do.
What about the handcuffs?
Just the knife.
That-
that was funny.
in hindsight,
Those
I
are
should not have done
children's
that. That was
stories. They're not
dangerous.
real.
Blood in the tunnel?
See, this is where I think the video does
That's,
drag a bit.
it's been
I
so
think
long, it
we
would have
did a pretty
evaporated by
decent
now
job, all
anyway.
considered,
That was
keeping
back
it
before
dynamic
I
when
stopped
we were, like,
caring
tussling
about
and
building
yeah.
evidence against
This is
you.
where it drags, but I felt it was necessary. It's like we both felt it was necessary. We had to go
I don't
over
have those clothes
everything
anymore.
we did.
Well, you technically can't prove it
Because
to
if
me
there was
at all.
even one thing that we like didn't
What about
address
the YouTube video?
and the ramifications of it,
It is linked
it
to a
would've
real
undermined
crime,
the
but
message,
the
which is
video,
that-
it doesn't show
well,
the
I
poster
won't say,
clearly.
but-
And doesn't show the moment that you interacted with the bulletin board either. So who's to say what you really did there?
It's just funny because they're like
The railroad
they're,
spike?
they're clear. They're admitting
The way
they're
you
clearly
claim to be able to
admitting
use it in that video, it's impossible. Too
But
much time passed between
doesn't
the
matter.
alleged crime and now. If there was any DNA lingering on that thing out there in the elements, there no way.
Yeah, see, a lot of this is where we're answering a lot of the
Well, he and everyone connected to
of the
him.
things that people may have called out.
They're
and
not
been
gonna
like, well,
press
I don't buy
charges.
that.
Yeah,
This is
well,
where
they've done
we're-
worse.
yeah,
They can't afford
That's sort
to.
of the
we're refuting it.
idea.
We're
Other than that,
acknowledging it.
We had no guns, no other weapons. What else is there?
That said, I do think that what's coming up is fairly
Better
well
be right
achieved.
about all this.
The actual
If our
final
message
action
doesn't come
scene
across
once
exactly
they
as
actually
we
get to the
planned it,
house.
Yeah.
Easy,
Oh,
you
yeah,
want.
yeah.
And that's where the line is. That's where Elijah's
It's
famous
fine.
line is.
I can accept that.
The one that he couldn't.
Oh
do.
my god, yeah.
Wait.
This was the hardest. This was probably overall
No.
the
I'm not
hardest
trying
like
to trick
scene
you.
as a whole to
I just don't
block
trust
and
you.
choreograph because it was all four of us moving around in a closed space at the
I wanna
same
be as
time
succinct
doing
as
stuff.
possible.
But considering that, it didn't take that long to do. It took like what, maybe 2 hours, 90 minutes. That last part.
Yeah. Hello.
4.
What do you actually say here?
No, remember that scene in Family Guy when?
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course I do. We quote almost
We-
nothing more.
We think that you killed
We think that-
Lois.
I have to hear what you actually say here.
All right, the video is too loud a little bit.
4 Stockton Avenue.
4 Stockton Avenue. That's not really the address. Oh, strangers, random people. Oh, there are some birds again. So there actually were 3. And now they're flying away because the birds have gone home to roost because this is the end. Get it?
Yep. Banger.
Maybe they'll get here before Tanner does. I mean, it's been a little
Or
while
you might
now.
be able to just read in anything to any shot.
Anthony, is that what? Is that what you're saying?
What?
Is that what you're saying?
What?
Is that what you're saying?
What? So of the ending sequence here, this moment, this line of Dr. King's, this took the longest by far. It was like a 5-part line that we had to do before we could cut.
Play a stupid fucking game, and you've thrown your lives away.
There we cut.
Was it worth it?
Oh, he did a great job.
Was it fucking worth it?
Arguably his best moment.
Wait.
He was just so.
The reason we did
I couldn't care less about your reasons.
So he is. He really is.
So good. Fuck up. This isn't the fucking
I
time.
think everyone did a good job
They're not
here.
going
I mean, I was lucky. I didn't have to.
I just had to stand with the bag of it.
But once we take the bag off,
you both need to hear this.
Bullshit. I've heard enough of you motherfuckers talk.
Was this on the same shoot day?
If we don't figure out what
As
this
the
is
argument
about,
that we did.
No,
This was all
as,
the
no,
same.
as the.
No. This was like a
say
month
no
later.
way.
Yeah, no. There was no way.
There's no time.
It doesn't matter. There just can't be a confession.
Yeah, I was lucky. I did not have to do any facial acting here in the end at all
Is your
for this
purpose, and
scene.
you've always known that.
That's me.
If they kill us right now,
Hollis holds the camera there.
What?
And I actually.
Dr. Tanner, if I tell you why we did this, will you
He's right.
consider letting us
He's like, I
live?
keep planning to show him to.
The reason that we did this, the reason.
And there it is.
It barely even
The lights
concerned
show
you.
up again. Or maybe you don't have. Maybe I'm thinking of a different moment that you have a look. Or maybe it's before. I think it was actually before.
We're gonna see both of us eventually.
There they go. I
Somebody
remember
has
Stefan
to be
telling
up
me
there
when I told him the ending of this, he was surprised that nobody ended up dying.
Install them. It'll take.
And I think that's I like that no one ended up dying.
Yeah, not everything has to have somebody die.
Right. It didn't have to happen that way. That would have been like too expected. in a sense.
I mean, who would you have killed
probably
anyway?
won't be able to speak to you all for a little
And
while.
that's the
Still not
climax
sure
right
if I
there.
agree with Hollis
I know,
on
like
this, but-
I mean, Liaison could have died.
Oh, that's
but
such a.
it would've
That's
just been- it would've been
so
very-
much cheaper.
It would have been obvious.
That
It
is
would've been
killing
so
somebody
obvious.
for the sake of killing
Exactly,
a character. Yeah,
exactly.
That's we're above that.
And that's the thing. That's part of it.
Oh,
that
this is good.
All of this. The fact that you got so caught up in it proved our point. At least some of the time.
That kind of gets into the message too, fairly explicitly.
To a degree.
This is the last one. What was I gonna say?
I missed
don't
that
know what I was
jacket,
gonna say.
so.
Oh, it doesn't fit anymore.
Nope.
But it could still be a blanket.
It's not comfortable enough.
Well, this is almost it. 8
We're
minutes
sorry we
left.
haven't talked to you in such a long time. After
You
last
can
week.
tell how cold I am there. It was so I was so cold during this.
I think I'm
tape.
sitting on my
Past couple
hands
months,
because
we've
it's
taken
too
it
cold.
place. Upon watching the YouTube videos, questioning us, and reviewing the evidence.
And yeah, this is the closest we get to explicitly revealing anything.
You gotta
in the
just
series
listen to this
itself.
stuff and the stuff Christian
As
emphasized in
for
the last video very
Dr.
closely.
Tanner and the
And these will make a
liaison,
lot more sense to
the
you
police have not been
if,
able to find
if they didn't
trace
already.
them.
And again,
If
we
you've
still
been
want there to be
invested at all in
multiple
the series,
interpretations
from the
possible,
beginning,
but
the middle, or the end, if you've drawn
there
art,
we knew what we were going for,
theorized,
and
decoded messages,
it was
chosen sides,
we've at this
your
point
involvement has been
again
more than you could ever know.
piecemeal.
It is
We've
because
said
of
it
your
all. I
involvement,
think,
and because of our
think.
freedom in these final moments, that our artistic
including like
and
the
political
audience being
experiment
complicit in
has
some of this
succeeded.
too, like in getting caught up in it and
I've had
picking
my
sides. That's a big
which
part of it
we've
as
seen
well.
extensively at this point. But I feel secure now.
I don't remember exactly what
What you were all witness to these last
I
18
don't remember what we
months,
actually said here.
they were terrible things. That's a fact. But beyond that, what can you tell us about what you saw? Be careful.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Fear,
I think
like
it's
we're doing a
fine.
confusion, and
talkback.
frustration
A
that
bit,
you
yeah.
felt. We didn't want you to feel that way out of some sense of malice. Or at least I didn't. It was to prove to
But we all know what the
things
highlight of this
need to
video really
change.
is, which is everything else.
You know, we actually planned.
Everything
We'll
we
talk
did.
about it when we get there.
Well, that's what I find to be your greatest contribution to the story is the
Besides
fact
being in it,
So,
to coming up with the
if you're
story
questioning much of what you
is
saw,
that like if it
how
were
much
if it had been up to
lied, how
me,
much was
like what I originally pitched you was
well, that's sort of what we were
Jordan
going
isn't
for.
even dead.
oh, yeah,
They
that
just
was-
hid him away.
Yeah, I was like, that's preposterous.
Yeah,
That
no.
eliminates so much of the.
Something in my mind made me think that that was necessary.
That takes sting out.
But yeah, no.
'Cause, like,
It
there's-
there needed to be human
Them
stakes
working
to this.
together. I'll explain it when we get there. And what my reasoning was
Here we just are going back and showing every like important moment and symbol and
in
location.
the story. Yeah.
And for half a second, thing from the first one comes back. Where is it? There it is.
Nice.
Oof. What, did you film that?
Yes. I remember filming that.
And then this is supposed to be you, but this was me.
Yeah.
And I had to show my mom one more time. Because that's the thing. She knows what happened. She suspects at least what happened. Because that's the thing. You just, like, Anthony just comes home and lives there again.
What do you mean she's...
But like...
What is she... How much does she suspect?
Most of it. Remember? Because, like, that's the thing. I mean, Anthony was gone for so long. And in the end, they are taken by the police. They're questioned.
Right, yeah.
She knows. Or at least she suspects. On top of everything else, Anthony has thoroughly broken his relationship with his mom.
Yeah, but she can't prove it well enough
to
actually put that into practice and break it off.
No, certainly not.
Oh, that's really
she doesn't have any evidence.
I never actually considered that. That's awesome.
But she
doesn't have enough evidence to destroy her practical relationship with her son, but emotionally it's broken.
She can't prove it to him or to anyone else, and because of that, she can't really do anything, but she suspects.
Oh, God, that's
at first, and I didn't know how to play that either. At first, I thought, like, oh, maybe there's a shot where, like, oh, Anthony finally comes home again, and maybe, like, there's a shot where, like, he walks in the door from the police station for the first time, and she goes up and hugs him. And then I was like, no, because why would she not be really weirded out by everything Anthony had done by that point?
Yeah.
She knows what he was accused of or questioned about. So, yeah, no. In the end, that was a very last-minute decision to make that moment the way it was, rather than, like, she's just, like, sad but happy to see Anthony, or relieved that he's back. And this is one of my favorite sequences in the whole series. Just a final little... Like, this last video needed a final little twist. It needed a final little reveal. And I'm happy that we had a lot of restraint with this to only show this. It was there the whole time, and in the story it was there the whole time, and we waited until the end of the last video basically to show it. And this is the final thing that was hiding in my home. I don't think so. I think it was just a shoebox. This was the final thing that was hiding in my home. Yeah. My hands. At that point, I was just like, I don't care.
Yeah, who gives a shit? Nobody knows what our hands look like.
Yeah. Yep. I dug that out. All for this. In reality, including this right here, I have been in that room, I think, 3 times in my life. Having lived in that house for, like, 21 years. Dust. I'm surprised I didn't get sick or something.
Looks like Winnie the Pooh's honey jar.
It does, yeah. Yeah, the lid.
Oh, teddy bear.
Oh yeah, that's true. The lid is not what actually. Like we bought that. Me and Stefan went to Walmart and we just bought that pot, and that lid. It didn't come with it, and just luckily we had one that looked really like it fit well. Mm-hmm. So it's like, whoa, what's inside? What's in the jar? What's in the jar?
You know, we haven't talked enough about
Christmas tree.
You know, we haven't talked enough about the fact that you have a trapdoor pit in your house.
It's a root cellar.
Conceivably, at any point, somebody could be hiding in your home.
And that was in the reviewer ARG. That was it. That was the whole second act.
Yeah.
And then there were security cameras, and he would like walk through the front door or the back door of the house, and then he wouldn't walk over the threshold into the kitchen, and it's like, where'd he go? Yeah. So this is it. This is the last scene. You remember this? This was just like a victory lap.
I remember it very well. I planned this scene out
We planned it out more than like people might think. This was planned out.
No, but we planned it earlier than almost all of the rest of the end of the story.
We do.
We had this sequence planned out since I think video like 14.
Yeah, it was like very
right away.
I love those crossed big logs. It's very Blair Witch Project.
Yeah, which is overrated.
Nah, I love that movie.
It's overrated.
Nah, it's the best horror movie of all time.
That is absolutely false.
No, it isn't. It's my favorite.
It's so overrated.
And we had to look for a really
Oh,
creepy
have you seen Cloverfield?
Yes. That one's not as good.
I know, but I haven't seen it yet. Should I watch it?
Not really. You're not missing much.
Because I watched the first like 10 minutes and I hated all the characters.
It's pretty. It's not that interesting.
TJ Miller's in it. It's hilarious.
That's creepy.
Yeah, no, I was very pleased with how the woods looked. Yeah. We went at the right time of year. Why did we trade? We could.
Yeah, I don't know why we traded. Because I don't know. I just thought it was.
Well,
good
no,
for
that's
you to put
my my. You know,
it's your little brother's thing.
Yeah.
So why did you give me the little brother then? I think as we needed to see both of us sprinkle the ashes because we were both involved, but I wanted you to be the one who ends up with it. So I get it first, you get it second.
Yeah.
I think that's what it was. And yeah, we did a big circle. And there was so much in there that we had to just end up just doing that.
I was trying to get it to go in the wind. Yeah. I was trying to get it because it's really creepy like that.
Remember when we talked about like, oh, we have to behead the bear and like stab it through the tree?
Yeah, I wanted to. Well, I didn't want to behead it. I wanted to stake it to the tree.
I'm glad we did.
Well, I wanted to do that to sort of. Well,
But
we did the ashes in lieu of that. So
yes,
because so we weren't gonna do both. I wanted to do the staking the bear to the tree to show the inherent violence of what actually happened.
Yeah.
But the ashes sort of do the same thing. However, it's less creepy. I wanted the creepy final shot just to drive home the sort of horror of it. I stand by it.
I think the final shot that we got, I would like. I don't know. Gun to my head, this if video 30, 35, and 48, I think are my personal favorites. If I have and if I had to pick, I might pick this one because I do think that it's just perfect tonally. I'm boasting about what we've made so much, but like
I know, I think that
I think this one did there were tons of problems with other videos.
I think
this
both
one
work.
I think is better.
I think both endings work. I just like mine because it's just creepier. It's scarier.
Oh no, it is scary. I just mean this video the way it.
Well, I mean, you know, the ultimate reason we didn't do that is
it's just because
I didn't want to destroy the bear.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, my mom would have been probably kind of pissed if we had because like she got that. But I don't remember when, but it's technically hers.
Yeah.
So this is it. This is the last shot.
Yeah.
This is it. I like this last shot. There you go. We linger on it a while.
Didn't we come up with that idea on site? We're like, we're gonna linger on the bear forever.
Yeah. I like that it wasn't centered. Yeah. I don't know why, but and yeah, there you go.
All right, so let me cancel that. So let me sort of explain. Just go to the hiding in my home page.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So basically, like, I guess my reasoning for what I wanted the ending to be is because, like, I think Hollis and Anthony working together on something and it's sort of all going according to plan sort of eliminates sort of the stakes a little. Not necessarily. Yes, and like yes, they were in a life or death situation with regional protectorates, but it sort of eliminates the stakes of what they were doing.
They get out of it okay, and so there has to be some kind of it's not the stakes maybe, but the consequence.
Right. That's a far better word. And so what it does is that it like.
Oh, you know what we can do if we could actually just like make this.
Yeah. Oh, good idea. Yeah. So it.
Hey.
So what I thought, and I think Christian eventually agreed to. Well, pretty quickly.
Yeah. No. I mean, when I was thinking, like, oh, they shouldn't kill him. I didn't know what the series was at that point. It was so early on still.
Right.
I didn't know what it was, and then when I saw what we had on our hands, I was like, yeah, no. Of course he needs to be dead.
And so basically, the idea behind it, at least my reasoning behind it, was that like, you sort of have almost a counter twist.
Yeah.
So you have a realist. Oh, they were working together the whole time. Phew. And so you sort of have the implicit thought, oh, it was all just a project.
Right.
It was all just staged.
And basically,
Therefore,
maybe Jordan actually is alive. And we also, if you remember, in the script of that penultimate video, the climax, we were ambiguous with the language whenever we referred to Jordan. We referred to him in the present tense and the past tense.
Right.
So maybe people would think, is he around?
Right.
Is he dead? Is he alive?
Right. And ultimately, so what I decided would be sort of a final gut punch is that, like, you know, you said, when you find out that it was all their plan, it was all staged, to send this message, it's like, phew, therefore, like, you know, no animals were harmed in the making of this video.
Exactly.
But Anthony particularly was so sociopathic about this and has no understanding of you know, obviously basic morality, but no understanding of stake or of scope of what is too far, if I can word that correctly. That he's like, if we're gonna do this for real, we just got to do it, and he just didn't care or think about it, and so there's no better way to send this specific message that no visual evidence can be trusted than by actually committing a severe crime and getting away with it.
Exactly, and that's important. It shows how, even including Hollis, but both of them are pretty deranged because they take, like, they had to show you what they really did. In the end, they don't admit to it per se, but it's clear enough. Everyone knows what they did.
Right, but at the same time, you can't prove it.
You can't prove it
because of all the ultimately because A, they, you know, hid the body and burned it, and B, that, you know, what they were proving is that they could do this in plain sight and get away with it due to the fluidity and untrustworthiness of visual evidence and technological evidence in the modern day. And, you know, it's just, you know, the normal person would think, oh, is that a cause worth killing a child over? Are you crazy? Yeah, that's the point. And that's sort of where the characters are at, especially Anthony, and why he is so fake and so you know, so disingenuous and so, you know, robotic all the time whenever he's feeling emotion, except for when he drops the facade and does those creepy, cold, deadpan stares. And I think so we were sort of layering that in the whole time. And I think that, you know, that is sort of the ending I had in mind as a way to create a sort of gravitas that is worthy of a story that takes effort to tell. I think that's worthy of, like, that's worthy of a major story. Because otherwise, if they just, you know, it was staged the whole time and everybody's fine and everybody comes out and takes their bows like it's a Broadway show.
You know what I never actually changed it to that on the actual stream.
What?
Sorry, I thought that the webcam, I thought the face cam was like it was filling the whole frame, but it wasn't.
Oh, who cares?
But now it should start.
Okay,
too soon.
yeah.
Oops.
Whoopsie.
Anyway.
But yeah, no, it's like that is sort of, and of course, Jordan, like, there was no actor to play Jordan. We AI'd the image, which sort of allows you to take, like, any, like, attachment to it out.
Yeah, exactly.
And of course, like, you know, yeah, but like for Anthony and his family, it's just like, you know, he just comes back to he just comes back home. His mother is sort of in the same boat as the police in the story and as the audience, in that, yeah, they know he did it, but you can't prove it and you can't do anything about it. So this guy's just gonna walk and just stand there, just being, you know, dangerous and deranged and, you know, unworthy of being out on the streets. But he gets to do it anyway because that is what we've done with technology and what we've allowed potentially.
And, like, there was always a time in history, in all times throughout history, you could commit a crime and get away with it. You could even commit a crime, get away with it, legally speaking. The legal system clears you of charges, and then you admit to it. But now, you can essentially admit to it while you're in the process of doing it. and you
yeah.
still can get away with it.
At least that's what Anthony and Hollis were so convinced of and tried to convey.
Exactly.
I don't
That's not
think that's
definitely don't
necessarily.
mean to say that you should try to do
No,
that.
no.
I don't think anyone would ever get away with it.
I mean, I don't even. I mean, look, I don't even.
If it's possible.
I've only been pulled over once. I was going 5 miles an hour over the speed limit, so I'm not a big fan of crime. I'm against crime. I will say.
I jaywalked, but
I
jaywalked.
Well, I'm lazy.
I'm a bad man.
I'm lazy, but like, no, crime is super bad. Don't do crime. But it just goes to show what the deranged minds of these characters and the delusions of grandeur of the cause of the message that Anthony had, and that's the thing that makes him so sociopathic is that it's the combination of that delusion of grandeur, the disregard for other people, the lack of remorse, and the complete lack of emotion that I think makes him a terrifying villain.
Yeah,
and it's yes, Dr. Tanner's a terrifying villain, antagonist. Hollis is aggrieved and isolated and disenfranchised and lonely, but I mean he's way in over his head.
Functions in the end as an anti-hero.
Anthony took this. It's just, and I believe Anthony's the ultimate antagonist of this story.
Like if you, and we've talked about this, if you were to rank the characters in terms of moral goodness,
Hollis is easily at the top.
You think so?
Of the four?
Of the four.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the liaison.
Because it's interesting. Because in
liaison
the end,
is an accessory to a litany of crimes.
In the end,
terrible.
In the end, Hollis does make total peace with. Like he's perfectly happy in the end with how things worked out. Like he makes peace with it.
See, my question is, do we really establish that though, or is he made peace with it in order, like
just so that he's not traumatized?
Yeah,
just as a pure defense mechanism.
Yeah, and to avoid Anthony and to avoid getting because he knows what Anthony's capable of. I think that's a lot of the ambiguity. I think that's up to you guys. I think that's up to what do you like?
Definitely up.
That
to
is
him.
all up to what you guys think about where Hollis leaves off and what the degree of Hollis's not just complicity, but the degree of Hollis's depravity. The degree, I think that's where there's the most room for interpretation, character-wise. Is where is Hollis at mentally, motivationally, all that at the end of the story. I think there's a wide range of outcomes there that could all potentially work. So it's really, to me, it's up to interpretation.
It definitely is. I mean, like, look at Dr. Tanner as opposed to Anthony. It's like, who's committed more crimes in his day? Obviously Dr. Tanner, but is he a complete inhumane psychopath in the same way that Anthony is?
No, it's like
so what do you consider to be worse? It's like
right.
That's where I think that the
what do you think? Yeah, it's like, what do you think is worse, like a mob boss or the Zodiac killer or Jack the Ripper or somebody like that? I think your head always goes to those guys being worse. No, like seriously,
comparing our characters to these, but the people,
But like you always think that the serial killer is worse, even if a serial killer were to kill like 5 people and a mafia boss were responsible for 30. You view him as just like the mafia boss, he's almost more like a businessman, like the Godfather.
Yeah.
Whereas the serial killer is just a predator, a hunter, and which I think scares you on a more primal level. So I think that's sort of the contrast in villainy between Anthony and Dr. Tanner. And then Hollis, like you said, is just a severely compromised anti-hero, I think, by the end.
Yeah. He's definitely...
Which you guys picked up on for being sympathetic to Hollis the whole time.
Yeah.
Most of the time.
Arguably redeemable, but not necessarily.
Right.
Yeah. I think that's a fairly comprehensive view of, the characters and the theming.
Yeah. And, after all, this really was a hiding in my home.
I hid in my home. I really did. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that we should talk about that, like, we won't get another chance. You guys really made something special here. Thank you. We appreciate it.
No, seriously.
Everyone... Well, yeah, we gotta say that much.
Oh, my God.
I have said in the past that, like, I would have finished this series no matter what. Like, I'm gonna finish... it's fairly possible that without the positive reception that people gave and that people had, it would not have gotten finished. At least not in the timeline that it did, with fairly consistent uploading. Like, I don't know. It felt nice to know that there were like people who wanted to see the next video and wanted to take part in the story.
Yeah.
And again, indispensable. Couldn't have done it without people who wanted to see them.
Even when Anthony said that in the super sociopathic way in the last video, I mean, I mean that sincerely as a real person who is not a sociopath. Seriously.
So we want you guys to think.
Oh yeah, for sure. I rescue. I set flies free. Yeah.
I try not to kill bugs. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like it. I'll put spiders in my basement.
That's what we do in our house, or we put them outside.
Some species of spiders have evolved that they can't live out in the elements, so I put them in the basement. Yeah.
We do throw them outside sometimes when it's questionable how warm it is, and they might die.
Yeah, no, I just
we
put
at least
them in
don't
the basement.
squash them.
I put them in the basement. Sometimes. Usually I just let them hang out.
That's
I don't care.
If it's huge, I'll put it somewhere else.
If it's massive,
if it's small, whatever.
Yeah, who cares?
I never get spiders here. I do get house centipedes though in the summer.
I don't like centipedes.
They're not good. I've learned to coexist with them though.
Centipedes, they got bad vibes, man.
They're worse than spiders. I think they're worse looking than spiders.
Yeah, they are dramatically worse. Anyway, that's what a tangent. But no, I mean, like, I think it's blown us away, right? Like, it's been so crazy that, we get, like, we've loved, just the theorizing people did, the fact that people were thinking about this with their time, right? As they were going about their day, just thinking about this thing that we came up with. I mean, it's so humbling. It's in, we just, I mean, like, I don't know. It's a special thing. So thank you guys. I mean, from the bottom of my heart.
Though people who have said that they haven't found anything to catch their interest quite the way that this series did, like, I mean, say somebody else made this series and it was better, whatever you want to say. If we had nothing to do with this, I think I would understand that, because what we were going for was something more in line. People have talked about this. People have said that they recognize this. We wanted something more like Marble Hornets or Allen Tutorials, something where it was generally centralized to one channel and the story was comprehensible. It didn't necessitate too much player involvement. Like, that was all supplementary when it did exist. And, it was a complex, ongoing, unfolding story.
Yeah.
And like that, because that's what we like most.
Yeah, no.
Those are the kinds of stories, like, we didn't want to do something, at least not for this project or not right away, that where it wasn't a story like that.
No question. I mean, like, we talked about that from jump. And people, to piggyback off what Christian said about people who have said that.
Piggybacking off.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in so many liberal arts colleges.
I know, yeah.
Liberal arts classes.
It just comes out.
Yeah. But, like, from what people have said about the fact that nothing is, even if one person has said that, like, that nothing has gripped them like this series. Like, we all, even if it's not hiding in my home, I mean, I wouldn't expect it to be. But we all have that one thing or handful of things that have gripped us more than most other things. Like, for me, it's like A Song of Ice and Fire, right?
Yeah.
That have gripped us more than any other story. And the fact that we could have been that for anybody,
at least temporarily,
even
at
if
least
it were
for like a short time,
it just us is. That's so. That's again. It's humbling.
Surreal.
It just doesn't make sense to my brain. But I appreciate it, and I think that if that's the case, then you really did and I mean, look, a credit to you guys. We didn't make it super easy to sort of decipher and make into a sort of we didn't make the undercurrents and all that stuff that we just sort of discussed very obvious. So it shows that. We have such an intelligent audience, such a rabid, focused.
Rabid audience.
I mean, like, I couldn't solve. I give up solving, like, jigsaw puzzles very quickly. It's the dedication that I don't think we're worthy of. We certainly did our best to live up to that responsibility. But I mean, again, that dedication, that sort of, rabid engagement that you guys gave us was just I can go on about it forever.
Me too. It was humbling and it was surreal. We obviously, it goes without saying, I mean, we've said it already, we do want to make more stuff. And we will. We don't know when exactly, but we do have ideas. We were just talking about an idea before we started the stream, and we're probably going to talk about it a little more before we part ways for the night.
Yep, definitely. We're going to hash that out a little bit.
Yeah. My phone is probably like... Can you touch my phone and see how hot it is, if at all? It's burning hot.
No,
it's been streaming for 6 hours.
No, it's not hot.
All right, that's good.
You got anything else? I think I'm out.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, I mean, like...
We can try to do some other thing. Like, I mean, we can try to do something else at some point. Like, I mean, we're going to try to do some small projects, I think, too. Like, something that we could post or get done in some...
Yeah, or if there's like another pandemic or something, we'll just remake. Yeah, we'll remake all the shots now that I dress differently.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'll just
hiding in my home with real actors.
Yeah.
So cast yourself. Who's gonna play you?
I think Tom Holland.
Yeah.
Because like once I get down to like my target body, I'm gonna look like Tom Holland sort of. So I still have well, I mean no, because I'm bulkier. I have more muscle.
Yeah, that's true.
So
he's a skinny twig.
Yeah,
for an A-list man.
Yeah, no. So I would need probably somebody bigger. Mark Wahlberg is too old. Hold on. Who else? You know what? I don't care that he's too old. Rob McElhenney can play me from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
There you go.
Who's going to play you?
I don't know.
You can be played by Timothy Chalamet.
Sure. Yeah. People say that one person that people always say that I look like on this channel, they've said it on other channels I have. They say that I look like the guy, I don't know his name, but the guy who played Roderick in the Diary of a Wimpy Kid movies. No. I look like him. It's like, well, all right, fair enough.
Roderick.
Yeah, that's fine.
Roderick.
Do you guys have any other social media to follow? Well,
I mean, I do, but I really only use Twitter, and that's where I do a lot of my football analysis. So if you like football, you should definitely follow
that's like
me.
a hybrid. Max's personal just Twitter account, and also follows and talks to some people who have seen the series.
Yeah, you should. It's at Max Toscano 1, Toscano.
And then,
but it's 99% football, so be ready for that. If you want to learn about football.
And I have the Hiding in My Home meta Twitter account, which I basically just use for nonsense and just, talking to people. It's pretty obscure. But I'm trying to see the name of that. It's just called at Hiding in My Home meta.
No, it's at HIMH.
Right,
meta,
yes. The acronym HIMH meta. That's the closest thing to a personal Twitter account that I have. Where'd the chat go? I guess. Oh boy. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Well, never again will there be anything Hiding in My Home related ever.
That might not be true.
It's possibly true. Because we were always going to do this one day. But now there's nothing concrete that we're going to do. Well, movie coming in 2024. We hope so.
Well, look, if a studio were to say, let's make a Hiding in My Home movie,
of course we're going to do it, even if it needs selling out.
I will sell out so quickly.
But we can get Chris Stuckman to do it, the guy who did that other one, that other ARG movie.
Dude, I will sell out. I will destroy every creative essence of the series for that sweet Warner Brothers.
Like the Marvel
money.
Hornets movie that they made.
They made a movie?
They did, and it was awful.
I don't care if the Hiding in My Home movie is awful.
Yeah, me either.
Yeah, no, I have. I don't.
We're
have
completely
that
on
many
board with
principles.
that.
Yeah, no.
We're selling out to make $1 billion.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
dude! If I make like $50,000 in a movie,
yeah,
I don't care.
That means you don't have to work for a year.
I'll sell out for a hot dog.
Me too. Oh boy! All right, guys. Thanks so much for watching. We appreciate it. Especially some of you who were here like almost the whole time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I wasn't even here the whole time.
I wasn't. Yeah, we weren't here the whole time. We almost fell asleep halfway through.
I got coffee.
Yeah. So, thanks a bunch. We love you. We'll talk to you again at some point.
Yeah, and stay tuned. We're gonna have we'll
Something
get more
on
stuff.
And yeah, it'll at least like short projects will totally go on this channel. So keep an eye out on this channel for like individual projects and stuff we might film in the coming whenever. All right, I'm gonna end the stream. All right, bye everyone. Thanks again.
We did it.
We did it. That was a long